Hey, why not? Jahan's in the lineup. He delivers, too. That's Greg Gania on the radio call.
Yeah. Mr. Cora with the windmill going.
Go.
Get on your horse.
And, of course, it's 2 strikes, 2 outs.
Slide.
This team, man, they sweep the Giants. We're going to talk more about them at 6:50. The question on everybody's mind with this baseball team. We got Wojo's list of the top 10 star athletes in the city of Detroit. We'll take a red pen to that coming up at 6:35. We brought up a hockey question. The Panthers have punched their ticket to the Stanley Cup final. Marner's the big free agent, but I want to see how this plays out. I think there are Red Wing fans who prefer Bennett, Sam Bennett's gritty playoff brand of hockey, to Mitch Marner. I am not one of those people, but I'll be curious what the results are. The question is up right now on our Twitter account, Costa and Jansen with Heather. Mm-hmm. If you want someone from the Panthers, I think the home run name is not Sam Bennett. It's Aaron Ekblad.
Former 1-1.
Yep, defenseman, right shot. I don't believe the Red Wings are going to race Pellikka into a prominent role in Detroit next season. I wouldn't be surprised if he spends most of the year in Grand Rapids. They need a second right-handed shot on defense. Ekblad gives them leadership. He's already won 1 cup. They may win 2. He brings grit, sandpaper, can play the power play, penalty kill, plays north of 20 minutes a night. And can they actually get him? Well, if he hits free agency, guess where he grew up, John?
Well, he was born in Ontario.
Yeah, he grew up in Windsor.
So because he's within the circle, he's able to. What do we draw a line from the center of Detroit, and it's any 50 miles in that center, like all of those guys should be Detroit Red Wings.
Yes.
And
yes,
they
that's
have
how
to be
this
within the
works.
tickets listening range.
Yes,
right.
if you can stream the Tigers on the Odyssey app, if you're within the market range.
Steve wants guys that could listen to the Red Wings when they grew up.
Well, it's funny because Ekblad wears the number 5 because of Nick Lidstrom. Like, he was a Red Wing fan. If Florida lets him go in free agency, they have some big cap decisions to make. That would make more sense to me than overpaying Sam Bennett to be a middle 6 forward. If you're not able to get Marner because there's only one Marner and the price is going to be high and he might not pick you, fine. Ekblad makes a lot of sense to me.
Well, he does. And we talked all season long. Like, what? Okay, the best defense is a great goalie standing on his head for 82 games and then into the Stanley Cup playoffs. The next thing you need is a defense in front of him to make that goalie better. And we have no idea. I think the biggest confusing thing for me is what are they doing in goal?
Waiting around.
And so now, if you can improve that defense, I don't think anybody would hate adding Ekblad. I don't think anybody would hate adding Bennett. Certainly, there are people that have said they wouldn't want to add Marner until they saw him play for the Wings, and then all of a sudden they'd be Mitch Marner fans.
There are all these narratives with Marner. He's soft. He gets Selke votes, and for people who don't know hockey, that's the best defensive forward in the game. He's received votes multiple seasons for the best defensive forward in the game. He's not soft. He had 100 points last season, and I've also seen this narrative that he's a secondary assist merchant, that a lot of his assists come from getting that not primary assist, but just kind of being around. Not true. 4th in the NHL in primary assists. The only guys who had more, you may have heard of these guys, McDavid, McKinnon, and Kucherov. If those are the only guys better at setting your teammates up, he makes Larkin better, he makes Raymond better, he makes this team better. Marner's the guy. You might not get him. Ekblad would be more than a consolation prize. The Bennett stuff, not for me. Maybe it's for you. You can vote in the poll. You can call in. You can text in 248-539-9797. Heather, what's going on in the news?
Well, let me tell you what's going on. You might have noticed this if you were watching the game yesterday. A Detroit Tigers grounds crew member had to be carted off the field before the 8th inning because he suffered some gnarly leg injury while he was out there during the 7th inning, raking the dirt, right? Yeah. Trainers, EMS were called to tend to this guy. After a brief delay, some assistance, he was able to get up and be carted off the field, but not before he made it known how he was feeling because he flipped off the cameras and the fans at the game.
Hey, I'm number 1. Can't do that. You don't see that very often. Was referring to a groundskeeper being injured. Can't do that was in reference to him squarely flipping off the camera.
Yeah.
What? He just didn't want to be shown? He was in pain? I don't understand.
I don't know. I mean,
Were they yelling? Were fans yelling things at him?
we couldn't hear anything of that
But
nature.
no, I know. But maybe somebody said something to him that really ticked him off.
In terms of what happened, Colt Keith was
Yeah.
playing first base. This is the quote from Colt Keith. It was pretty gross. I saw his kneecap on the side of his knee. He was screaming. I saw them pop it back in. I hope he's all right.
Yeah, it's a tough one. And he obviously was a little on edge.
Yeah, for sure. But when you're in pain, you do feel that way. And I have had studies that I've shared with you that when you swear
Sure.
during pain,
Does
you
flipping
actually-
someone off
Well, I mean,
do the same thing for you?
he's
I
not
feel
verbally
better.
saying it, but he's showing it. So maybe,
Emoting?
yeah. So maybe it helps him feel a little bit
what
better.
was funny was the reaction from the trainer that was in front of him. Like, they're focused on his knee, and all of a sudden he looks up and sees he's flipping off someone, and he just gently puts his hand on his finger and puts it down.
Sir, you shouldn't do that.
Yes.
The two men convicted of conspiring to kidnap Governor Whitmer could be pardoned by President Trump. Barry Croft Jr. and Adam Fox were convicted of conspiracy in federal court, along with a weapons charge after leading this group of anti-government extremists who plan to grab Whitmer. This was at her vacation home, and then start a civil war. On Wednesday, the president said that he would take a look at pardoning both of them. So hasn't happened yet, but
Yeah.
apparently it is on the table. It could happen. Ford has issued a massive recall to more than 1 million vehicles. The recall is a result of a problem with the rear view cameras. Basically, the rear view cameras aren't showing what's actually behind you, which then can, of course, lead to crashes and accidents.
This is the discussion I've had with the kids.
Oh, boy.
You still need to check your mirrors. You still need to turn your head. You got to verify everything that's around you. Can't just rely on the camera.
I thought you were going to be like my dad who goes, I don't even use the camera anyway. Why would you use the camera? You got
I
perfectly
use
good
the
mirrors.
camera. Yeah, I mean, I start with the mirrors, and
Yeah, you
you
use
use the
both.
camera. It's an assist.
Whenever I'm
Yes.
using both, he's like, why use them both? Just use your mirrors. Because I got the camera. Use
Right,
both.
yes. Modern technology can
Yes.
be an improvement.
So this impacts 2021 to 2024 Broncos, F-150s. So you have a Bronco in your family, don't you?
Yes,
so,
yes.
You know,
I've got two. We've got a Maverick and a Bronco.
okay, so be careful. Edges, newer escapes. Basically, they do say if your vehicle is involved in this recall, you will be notified. You don't have to go seek out help.
Great, more mail.
You'll be notified. Dealers are expected to update the impacted software for free, so you can get it taken care of. Sad story, an 18-year-old defensive lineman at Baylor died on Wednesday after he was found with multiple gunshot wounds in a car in his hometown in Greenville, Mississippi. Alex Foster redshirted the 2024 season and then went through practice this spring. And the school did release a statement. The coach, the athletic director, basically just said that they're heartbroken, right? Their condolences go out to his family. And according to the mayor of Greenville, the shooting was part of a surge in violent crimes that had been threatening the community lately, apparently.
Awful.
The city had even issued like a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. to try to curb the violence that's been going on. So really, really tragic story for sure. I guess another tragic story, a different type of tragic story. A Checkers employee in Florida was arrested after being accused of shooting and killing a customer who was possibly just asking for some extra mayo.
Oh, boy.
That's it?
Yeah. So last week, this 23-year-old Elijah Mackey was charged with premeditated murder with a firearm in connection to killing this customer at their location in Kissimmee, Florida. I guess the two got into some sort of verbal argument. The customer was actually going through the drive-thru, but was on foot, I guess. Got into some sort of argument. That's when the worker went outside, took the argument outside, and then pulled a gun, shot the guy, then took off on foot, was hiding behind like a stairwell in a motel, told officers, I do have a weapon on me, and basically admitted to what he did. But
Over mayonnaise?
But it sounds like, and he knew right away. He was asking, like, is he okay? Is that guy okay? Is the guy okay? And, well, no, sir, you just shot him in the chest. He's not okay.
Jeez.
Yeah, it sounds like it was, according to witnesses, that's what they were saying. This guy was just asking for some extra mayo.
At least make it over barbecue sauce or a better condiment. Come on.
Ketchup?
There's your ketchup.
Yeah.
Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, we take a red pen to Wojo's homework. He has the top 10 star athletes in the city of Detroit. Did he get it right? It's 97.1.
Hey, we've got a lot of great sporting events. We got some championship events coming up. If you want to watch those at the best place possible, that's Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You can chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street, one of the most amazing and entertaining places in this country. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Cole Keith, he's been on a tear in the month of May, especially lately. Played the field yesterday, drove in some runs. Tigers win, sweep the Giants. Question on everybody's mind, we'll do it at 6:50. Wojo put out a column yesterday, the premier sports columnist in this fine city, and he decided, hey, we have a lot more star power in the city of Detroit now than we did 4 or 5 years ago. I'm going to rank them. And he did the top 10 star athletes in the city of Detroit. And he prefaced this with, this is not in order of who's the best. This is in terms of things like their persona and how revered they are and likability and stuff like that, right? The things that go into being a star. You have to be good, but it's more than just being good. So I want to go through this, and I'm sure you'll have some thoughts, John, as will our audience. He went number one. You want to go 1 to 10 or 10 to 1?
Let's go 10-1. He did 1-10. I was listening to him yesterday, and he started off with number 1, and I was instantly like, "Oh, come on."
Yeah, build some suspense, Wojo. Come on, it's not
No,
your first day
it
in radio.
wasn't that. I was when he said number 1. I was. I mean, okay, I agree that there are arguments to be made for his number 1. I just disagree, and I didn't want to get distracted by disagreeing so quickly. So let's start with the tie that he has at 10.
That's a bad start, but we'll start there. He has a tie for 10. Wojo, you just got to pick one. That's the point. It's your list. 10 was a tie between Kirby Joseph and Jamison Williams. And I really think it's Kirby Joseph, but he didn't want to leave J-Mo out and face the wrath of the city because you're not allowed to say anything negative about J-Mo.
Right.
We're very protective. But he had a tie, Kirby Joseph and J-Mo. Number 9 was Lucas Raymond. And I'm not even sure a Red Wing should be on this list, quite frankly. But he had one Red Wing, and it was Lucas Raymond at number 9.
Save your comments.
Spoiler, no Dylan Larkin. Jameer Gibbs was 8. Riley Green, who has made an all-star game, was 7. Probably makes another one, right?
I would think so.
Amon-Ra St. Brown is 6. Jared Goff is 5. And he stressed this is not about whether he can win a Super Bowl or not. This is just star power. He put Jared Goff 5. Cade Cunningham was 4. Aiden Hutchinson 3. Penei Sewell was number 2. And you could probably guess based on who we haven't said that Tarek Skubal was the number 1 star athlete in the city of Detroit.
Okay. So I think there's going to be a couple of hot button items here that I'm just going to identify.
Okay.
One, you kind of already did. Lucas Raymond. Does a Red Wing belong on this? We'll discuss that. Jameer Gibbs at 8. Are you kidding me?
Where should he be?
We'll get to that in a minute. I'm just talking about the things that I think are going to be hot button items here. Yeah. Cade, where Cade is going to be a cause for discussion. Might get a little heated because there are some people, much like J-Mo, that are very defensive of Cade Cunningham and what he is, who he is, and how he's gone about his business. Mad respect for Cade. I'm just not sure that 4 is where he belongs. And then Goff and Skubal, Penei Sewell, Aiden Hutchinson, like where are they organized? Because we know coming off of this past weekend, and we try and not have recency bias, there's no question. The best at what they do in their respective sports, I think you could say that on this list there are 2 that are the best at what they do in their respective sports, and that is Penei Sewell and Tarek Skubal. So I understand why Wojo put Skubal as high as he did. I just disagree with it if we're talking about star power, because baseball is very much a regional sport. Now, I think Tarek Skubal has gone beyond the Midwest region. He is well known across Major League Baseball, but he's not like an Aaron Judge. He's not like a Shohei Ohtani. There are some other individuals that are just well above, head and shoulders above where Tarek Skubal is, because Tarek Skubal is a guy that you see every 5 days.
Yeah.
So that's an issue in terms of star power. I think if you're ranking this one, and I'll start with my number 1, it starts with Jared Goff because people chant his name.
Yeah, there's no Tarek Skubal chance.
No. And they chant his name, they were until they played Washington.
Sure.
At LCA. They chant it in other areas. They chant it in other cities.
Grocery stores too, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. And so the star power is clearly, I think, more in favor of Jared Goff than Tarek Skubal. And it's not a slight on what Tarek Skubal is or who he is or what he's done.
Yeah, I would put Jared Goff as the number 1 star in the city of Detroit, too. He's not the best athlete, not the best player, but he's the biggest star. I mean, some of this is just comes with the territory. You're the quarterback of a really good football team.
Yeah.
And I think part of this, too, is when Goff was delivering those playoff wins, how emotional people got and the chants that started, and he became kind of a symbol for the city. But even when he struggled last year in the playoffs, we did those shows, and, John, people wanted to do anything but blame him. Well, our defense was injured, and Ben Johnson's a bozo, and J-Mo shouldn't be throwing the ball, and he threw multiple interceptions. But people didn't really want to do that because of the place he holds in their heart. Like, he is held in that regard. Not always performance-based, But emotionally,
Yes.
he is the biggest star in the city of Detroit.
Yeah, and some of that goes back to the head-to-head matchups with one Matthew Stafford.
Sure.
And it is winning playoff games, getting to an NFC championship game. Now, it took a little bit of a hit, obviously, with 5 turnovers. That's never good for the resume. But I think if you're talking about, if you asked somebody in San Francisco to rank this, or in Seattle, in Florida, in the flyover states, I think they would all, if you said, hey, who's the number one athlete in Detroit? Like, who is it that you just know, maybe even know the most? They're going to say Jared Goff.
I think they may say Scooball. I don't think they get the emotional attachment that the city has with Goff from afar. I think they would base it more on just who's the best from afar, because they wouldn't be in the weeds with us. They go, boy, this Scooball guy won the Cy Young. He's on the bump for your pivotal playoff game at the end of the regular postseason, all of it.
I don't know. I mean, and I would like to give more credit to baseball fans, but there aren't as many baseball fans as there are NFL fans. And again, he is, yes, reigning Cy Young Award winner, but if you asked him what he's done this year, they probably would be like, I don't know.
Ticket Texter says, I'd actually put Larkin in this list at 10 over Kirby and JMO.
Okay, we'll get there.
That would put 2 Red Wings in this top 10. I don't think that's
no.
right.
I don't think they deserve 1.
No, I don't either.
2.
I don't either.
So you've got Goff at 1.
Yeah.
Who is? I think it really starts to get interesting filling out the rest of the top 5.
2, right? Does he have any? Is there any demerit for the fact that he doesn't have a long-term deal? Like, does that hurt at all? Because all the other guys do.
I don't think that has anything to do with his star power, no.
But in terms of like roots down, like Sewell's locked up, Cade's locked up, Goff's locked up, some stability there.
No, okay, so Aiden Hutchinson is not locked up, but right. I think I honestly,
you'd put him too.
I would have Goff, Hutch, Sewell, Scooball.
Okay,
just in terms of star power,
and then probably Gibbs, because I know how much you frowned at him not being near the top of the list.
Yeah, I would put Gibbs, who is. If you just rank him in regards to running backs in the NFL.
Behind only Saquon, maybe?
Saquon, Bijan, maybe Derrick Henry.
Okay.
And so you're talking about a top 4 guy, and you could make an argument
We're just
that he's
star
higher,
power, by the way, not who's better. Yeah.
Right. And so I would certainly have Jahmyr Gibbs higher than 8.
So you'd have Cade out of your top 5.
Yeah.
Some of this, I feel like, again, we're doing the city of Detroit. The Pistons have often been seen as the 4th team in the city. I think he's going to take the biggest leap from this year to next year in terms of star power in the city.
Very well,
because I think he just had his like aha moment to a lot of casual fans. Whoa, we're in the playoffs? Who's this guy? He's an all-star? He's all NBA? Now you have a year to kind of marinate in it, and I expect him to get even better. I think he could be as high as 2 or 3.
Could be
in the next year now.
Yes.
Yeah.
If we do this again at at the end of May next year, it could be a completely different order, which it should be.
Yeah. But there's, I mean, like,
but
Sewell's
it also
not going
could
anywhere.
Be
Hutch isn't going anywhere.
No, but it could also be different for Aiden Hutchinson. If Aiden Hutchinson is Defensive Player of the Year and the sack king, I think you can make an argument for him for being number 1
as a guy from the state too. All this stuff plays into your star status.
Yeah, I mean, he grew up here. He's played college football here. He's played, obviously had a great start to his NFL career here. And, I mean, he's just going to take over the state of Michigan and Detroit fans.
Stephen and Clarkston, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, how are you? So, hey, John, listen, I agree with you on a lot of stuff, but I don't even think it's close. I think Jared Scooball is number 1. And the reason why, I don't agree with the whole every 5 days. I mean, when you think of the 97, 98 Braves, the 2 players or the players you think of are Maddox and Glavine, right? And Smoltz. Those are pitchers. Okay, so as far as star power goes, I think Scooball's 1. I put Cade number 2. I think Wojo's way off on Cade. And then you start talking about Goff. I think Penny Sewell's a little high on this list when it comes to star power. Now, if you're talking best overall positional player, Penny Sewell's probably number 1. Okay, but as far as star power, Cade, I know you guys just talked about it, but I would even think about putting Cade up at number 1 just because just the recognition that he got was as an all-star this year. He got some MVP votes. And Costa, you even got on the radio and said that the next American MVP will be Cade Cunningham.
Yeah, but he isn't there yet, was my point.
He's not higher than number 4. How he's not higher than number 4, I don't understand.
Well, my point would be he's not there yet, and
I've got him at 6.
Sure. Couple ticket texts. J-Mo shouldn't be there. Mo Sider should. Star power, ? Goff 1, Cade 2, Gibbs 3. Texter says Aiden should be number 1. He's in State Farm commercials. This is star power. Jeremy in Chicago.
Right. If you've got a national campaign, which is, Aiden is one of those. Who else has a national campaign?
How about this index, the jersey index? Texter says, I see more Aiden jerseys than any other jersey in the city of Detroit.
Can I throw another index on you?
Yeah.
The trick-or-treater index.
Oh.
How many Jared Goff trick-or-treaters did you have? I know I had at least one Aiden trick-or-treater. I know John had multiple.
Well, yeah, because I live in the Plymouth-Canton area. Every kid in the Plymouth-Canton area.
I thought you lived in Schembechler Hall.
The
way you're working over there,
yeah.
I know. 10 stars. J-Mo isn't a star, according to the ticket texter. Says he's the 32nd ranked receiver on PFF. Replace him with Carp or, Carp. Says Carp and Green are both top 10. Carp was not on this list. Larkin was not on this list. Wojo's point was we have more than we've had, and it's hard to cram them all in. That's why he did the tie.
That's the beautiful part of it, is we could actually make an argument for guys that aren't on the list to be on the list. And when was the last time in the city's history that you could look and say, I mean, it's been, 15 years?
Since the title?
No. Since that you could fill out a list of 10 stars.
Yeah. You probably have to go to the tail end of those Tiger teams with JV and Scherzer, and you'd need all of them to get to 10 because you'd had Calvin and Stafford. But yeah, we're talking 2014.
Right.
It's been more than a decade. All right, guys, we're going to talk about our baseball team coming up next. We got the 2 Grand Slam at 7:25, and we have Dear John as well in the 7 o'clock hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather. If you've been thinking about getting a hot tub, this is your moment. Go visit Beninati Pool and Spa, because I'm telling you, their team of experts are going to walk you through all of the options, and they're going to hook you up with the perfect tub. For me, Beninati made the entire process a breeze, right? They found the tub that was just right for me and my family. They delivered it, they installed it, and they've been there to help with maintenance as well. And for me, having a hot tub has been just a total game changer. I'm using it not only for recovery after workouts, but I'm also getting in there with my family to relax in the evenings. My husband and I are going in and we're watching the Tigers games from the hot tub. It's been amazing. Beninati Pool and Spa is in Utica, right next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have a brand new showroom in Clinton Township as well, right off M59 and I-94. And no matter which location you go to, you're going to be met by Beninati experts who are going to personalize your experience and help you find the right hot tub. And hey, if you mention my name, they're going to take $500 off your purchase just like that. Visit BeninatiPools.com or stop by the Utica or Clinton Township location to see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
Winning homestand for the Tigers.
It's beautiful.
Anybody that was feeling any type of way Saturday night?
This team responds. This team responds. And it is, I don't know. One of the big concerns is that at some point during the season, they're probably going to lose 4 in a row. They may lose 5 in a row.
I'm not so sure.
I don't know that happens or not, but what we do know is every time they've been on a skid or they've had a bad day, they respond almost instantly.
Yep.
And you can't point to one guy. That's why I think this team is so exciting. That's why this is much watched baseball. Anytime you get a chance to either listen or watch, because you never know during that game when that moment's going to be. And that's kind of the tease of baseball, right? You could be waiting all the way till the 8th inning and you're starting to fall asleep and then bam! There's Riley Green with a key hit with runners on first and second, or second and third, and all of a sudden, hey, Colt Keith comes chugging around third base.
Here it comes.
Great slide into home plate, and you hear Dan Dickerson or Benetti call it out. It's energizing, and this team just simply responds. They don't go in the tank.
Nope.
And I think that's the biggest thing.
We had AJ on yesterday, and he talked about how last year they kind of stumbled into like the right mentality. He didn't say stumble, but they found the right mentality at the end of last year. And like they're a machine about this. They're methodical. They're consistent. And you don't go on long losing streaks if you go to the ballpark with the right attitude, quality pitching every single day.
And there's a couple of things. And it's the gritty Tigers, right? Don't let the Tigers get hot. All of those things are still true throughout the offseason at the start of this year. And then it's everything that we heard from A.J. Hinch yesterday. And I encourage you, if you missed it, please go back on the Odyssey app, use the rewind feature, go listen to A.J. And one of the things that he talked about was when we were talking about Dylan Dingler and Jake Rogers.
Yep.
And what's the rotation going to be? Because we know on the horizon, Parker Meadows sounds like he's going to be back sooner than later. What do you do with Javi? All of these guys have said, and Jake Rogers, I thought the quote was perfect, and I'm going to paraphrase it just a little bit. His response to AJ was, look at the scoreboard. All right, well, with Dylan Dingler in there, you are winning.
Yep.
It's winning baseball. He's winning behind the plate as calling pitches, the defense. He is controlling the tempo. He's winning at the plate offensively. Yep. So AJ was like, okay, I mean, if we got a guy that's willing to make that sacrifice, and he caught every single inning, every single pitch in last year's postseason, now he gets one of 3 games in a series or one of 4 games in a series. He doesn't care. Javi Baez, put me wherever you want, coach.
No kidding.
Play the song. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play.
Got Fogarty playing in his ear.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of the mentality of this team. AJ was great. He's great every week, but this last interview went a little longer. We got a little more out of him. He's so great at informing, but also entertaining. It's up on the Odyssey app. It's on our podcast feed. Evan Jenkins, I think, posted the video on YouTube, too, the Ticket YouTube
It's a good
page.
thing I comb my hair.
So it's out there if you want it. You should listen to it. The Tigers just keep pushing the envelope for what they're capable of, because when the year started, we're like, I don't know, they could flirt with 500 and maybe make a playoff spot. And then we're like, okay, they're winning this division. Wire to wire in this division. Deep postseason run. World Series. We've given odds at times already this season. And John, as we sit here today, the Cleveland games may have put some doubt in people's mind, but I think immediately bouncing back the way they did, sitting atop this division with a 6-game cushion, beating up on the Yankees and Padres and all these teams they faced already this season. Do you feel like they're making the World Series?
Yes, I do. And this is on the heels of when we started the season. You brought it up. I was 2 below 500. You were right at 500.
82 and 80.
Yeah. And then we adjusted as we saw and learned more about this team
90
to
plus.
90 wins.
Yep.
And I'm not willing to say 100 plus. Like, I saw a graphic yesterday of the projected win totals. They are projected to get 103.
Tom's making the mountain climber. We're going to have to just keep getting to the...
Yeah, we just keep on rolling. But this is a team that responds. They're consistent. And when you think about what A.J. Hinch has shared with us over multiple different opportunities when he's on the phone, how do you respond when you lose 3 in a row? I asked him that question. How do you get the team to respond? And it was somewhat sarcastic from A.J. Hinch. I love the fact that he said, well, you saw it. We just hand the ball to Tarek Skubal.
I like how comfortable we're getting with this guy. I mean, I know last year I asked him if he's doing a good job.
Well, that's how you break him in, right?
Yeah. And I will point out, they're on a 100-win pace since that interview.
Yeah.
I had a friend look that up for me the other day. He goes, do you realize since that little exchange, they're on a 100-win pace?
Don't break your arm patting yourself on the back there, pal.
No, but I like that he was giving it back to us a little bit yesterday.
Right.
He's like, you guys can talk about Glaber more if you want. You can highlight Tommy Kahnle. It's your show, right? Your name's on it. But I like that things have turned around and everybody's in a good mood with this baseball team. And the good times don't have to stop. Like, that's the thing. We haven't even truly hit the summer yet. This is the good part. This is when your baseball team captures your imagination for the full summer.
Mm-hmm. So a big benchmark for people is Memorial Day weekend usually, and what you have in a baseball team. I don't care what anybody says, they took a little bit of a punch last week.
Sure.
You know, the underdog boxer got a punch in, and they cut you, and you were bleeding a little bit. And then your ace comes out, and he does exactly what he's supposed to do. You get Flaherty's best start. You lose Vierling. Who hits a homer? Perez.
Yep.
You have a game like yesterday where I think they completely stole that game based on one humongous hit by Colt Keith, who suddenly has an 866 OPS in May after an awful April. If you think there's not some sort of magic or mojo going on with this team, you're blind. If you think the sky's going to fall, if you think they're the Guardians' bitch, guess what? The Guardians have a minus run differential. You know what? They took a little bit of a punch. They responded. They're the World Series favorite in AL.
Odd to tell you, the Yankees, I don't think anybody on this show feels intimidated by the Yankees. No, but it's the question on everybody's mind, the World Series. Like, I'll give you an example, John. We have this old dishwasher, and we had someone out to help try to fix it yesterday, a service technician. And I got the Tiger game on, and the first thing he asked me, he goes, they going to the World Series? Like, it's on everybody's mind.
Right.
They've captured our attention, so we want you guys to answer that question. Are they going to the World Series? It's next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Tigers finish up the homestand 4-3 after a 4-3 win to sweep the Giants at Comerica Park yesterday. Over the last 100 games, the Tigers have the most wins in baseball, and they're atop the sport this season at 37-20. A 4-run fifth inning got it done yesterday. Colt Keith doubling in a pair, and then Justin Henry Malloy strolls to the dish. Now, illustrating the Tigers' dominance the past 100 games over that stretch, their 2.78 bullpen ERA leads baseball. They're top 10 in the league in OPS as well. Detroit's off today, well-deserved, before starting up a road trip tomorrow at the Royals for 7 games. ESPN's released its latest updated list of the top 50 prospects in baseball. 3 Tigers on it, Max Clark at 8, Kevin McGonigal at 11, and Bryce Rayner at 22. Pistons Vice Chairman Arn Tellem is optimistic about Detroit's bid to land a WNBA expansion team. That team would begin play in 2028. Nashville, Philadelphia also competing to land a franchise. Michigan State President Kevin Guskowitz says the school has got 7 finalists to be its next AD, saying the job description seeks out someone who can, quote, run a major corporation. And the defending champion Panthers headed to the 3rd straight Stanley Cup final now after beating the Hurricanes 5-3 last night, clinching the Eastern Conference. At the Corva Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yeah, you got the Tiger day game on in the living room. Guy's looking at the dishwasher. We're watching the game, and he goes, they're going to the World Series, aren't they? I'm like, yeah, I don't know if they're going to win it, because I don't know, the Dodgers are a powerhouse, but it feels like, yeah. John, at every turn, this team continues to push the envelope. Whatever you thought was possible for this team, they push the envelope further. Like Tom jokes about the mountain climber game that we play from time to time, like where we were at the start of the season to where we were a month in, and now basically 2 months in. Our question is to people, like, do you believe this team's making the World Series? There were some doubts that maybe crept in Saturday night with Cleveland taking the first 3 of that series. And maybe you have doubts about playing Cleveland in the postseason. Maybe you have doubts about this team in the postseason in general. And I concede. I have some questions. But do I think of the crop in the American League, they're the best of the bunch? I do.
In recent history, there have been 3 seasons where the Tigers have been the best record in the American League, might even be the best record in baseball, through 50 games. One of them was obviously in 84. The other was 2006. And then this year in 2025. What happened in those other 2 seasons? One, they won the World Series. The other one, they got to the World Series.
Yep.
So if history holds, third time's a charm, they should be setting themselves up in as premium of a position as possible to make a really good postseason run and at least be in that final series in the World Series.
Yeah, look, when you get to playoff baseball, we know it can be a different animal. Like the at-bats are tense. You got to deliver in only a handful of opportunities. It can be incredibly fickle. We had Cabrera and Fielder and V. Martin couldn't get big knocks in a World Series, right? Last year, Game 4 and Game 5, just win one of them. Couldn't knock in runs against the Guardians. Like, we know playoff baseball can be fickle. I would love to see them add another bat at some point, just so that you know they've got all of the possible weapons to get it done. But it's not like the Yankees are sitting here as a flawless ball club, and it's not like the Guardians are sitting here as a flawless ball club. I mean, they have a negative run differential. They're 6 games back in this division. The Tigers are the best team in the AL Central, despite the head-to-head.
Yeah, they were actually 5 up last week when the series started. Like, who would have thought that after Saturday night when they lost the first 3? They ended up winning the homestand. I'll say this, it's fair to have questions.
Yeah.
Yours is the bats. I got to tell you right now, although I think they're the favorite, I need to see a true number 2 pitcher emerge because I don't know who their number 2 is right now.
Mize, right?
I don't believe so yet.
So, based on what? Like, you need to see
because
him do
I
it longer?
think Flaherty's your 3 or 4.
Okay.
And
Flaherty's off his best start maybe of the year.
We've got a Job problem probably with a potential injury. We'll see.
So, but
his whip's high. Who even knows he's going to have innings left to pitch?
Okay, one thing at a time here. The Job thing. Maybe it is concerning that he didn't speak with the media and the velo's down, and maybe he needs to go skip a start or 2. Maybe it's something worse. The Tigers are kind of conditioning me, though, to think, okay, they'll just plug Alex Cobb in at this point. Or, you know what I mean? Like, they'll just solve the problem immediately. They had no center fielders when the season started, and they took a guy who we wanted bought off the roster, and he's playing like an all-star. I don't know. They'll just call up Chase Lee, and he'll be Mariano Rivera. I mean, like, that's kind of what they've done now for a year here.
But I believe that got exposed last year in the playoffs. Like, as you got into longer series, the batters of the other teams, who are very good teams, saw these pitchers again and again. You can't get away with that. And that's why I said I think a number 2 has to emerge. It could be Mize. I don't know if it is yet. I have a question mark there, and I think you need to have somebody that's pretty strong behind Skubal.
What is your concern with Mize? Like, I'm really trying to get to the bottom of this.
His entire career versus a 6 to 8 week sample size.
Okay, you just want to see it. You want to see it more, but he has shown this season to be their number 2. He's got an ERA.
He's already had an injury.
You could say that about
and
Torque.
He's bounced back.
You could say that about Cole Keith. You could say that about a lot of guys. And every day that goes by, every start that Casey Mize has, hopefully, as we go through the season, he puts those cares, those concerns to ease a little bit.
I mean, to me, I would love a rotation heading into the playoffs that was Skubal, hopefully Mize is your 2, Olsen, and Flaherty.
Sure.
I'm a 1-start Flaherty guy in a 7-game series because I don't think you want the team to see him twice.
I'm fine with that. Yeah. Look, Flaherty's last start may have been his best because he finished strong. I think he retired like 11 straight batters. He got a strikeout to finish the 6th inning. He has struggled third time through the order, and some of that is his fastball is kind of a 91-mile-an-hour pitch that you're begging to get teed up. He's got a great curveball. He's got great breaking stuff. Third time through the order for a lot of pitchers is an issue. If Flaherty's your 3 or your 4, that's incumbent on Mize or Olsen solidifying. But then we didn't even mention Job. Like, I'm not rooting for any injuries. I hope he's fine, but you don't need 5 starters in the postseason.
No, but here's the beautiful thing about this season is if you love reality TV. Sports is the ultimate reality TV. We're watching one of the great reality shows of all time, and the adventure of going from 1 to 162, and especially with A.J. Hinch, and I'll throw Scott Harris in there, because they seem to be pulling the right cards at the right time. They're calling, and they're finding the answers before they even need them, and then guys step in and play. I don't think that this roster is finalized.
No.
In terms of, and the roster may look completely different. Well, not completely. The roster may be tweaked by this weekend, by next weekend. By the time we get to the trade deadline, there's going to be more tweaks. I think the adventure is in going through and finding out, is Casey Mize what we had hoped, what we've always hoped he would be? Are we finally seeing the fruits of all of those struggles, of those labors pay off?
Well, it's not like this is unexplainable. He's talked about it. I mean, he added strength to the lower body.
Yeah.
He's added velo to the splitter. He looks like a different pitcher. His fastball is up to 97. Like, it's all explainable.
Right.
It's not smoke and mirrors what Casey Mize is doing.
No, but it again, I'll go back to the adventure of this. How many people 30 days ago wanted Colt Keith to spend some time in Toledo? And now all of a sudden, he's on fire for the month of May. And at times it's been Sweeney. At times it's been a defensive play by Akil Baddoo or Jackson Jobe. It's always been something, and the adventure is, who's it today? Obviously not today because they don't play today. Who's it going to be against Kansas City? And we heard from AJ yesterday. Hey, they rested Spencer Torkelson because he loves to hit in Kansas City.
And they got away with it, too.
And they got away with it, so he got a day off. They get a rest day today, travel, and then all of a sudden, boom, a series against Kansas City where maybe it's Spencer Torkelson.
They sat 3 regulars yesterday and still won and swept the Giants, a good baseball team. Ticket text, phone calls. We'll get them in the mix here. Texter says, as long as we don't face Cleveland in the playoffs, there's a chance we can get there. If we have to face them, we're toast. They've shown over the past number of years they can't get by the Guardians.
So last year, I asked you this question. Was it 6 and 7 that they were against the Guardians in the regular season?
They were, yeah.
All right, so they can win, right?
Yeah, this person would say, but you didn't. You didn't beat them in the regular season or the postseason series straight up.
Here's the problem with the Guardians. Stephen Kwan owns us. And Jose Ramirez.
He's a pain in the ass.
Jose Ramirez is ridiculous. I heard Rieger last week during the series. Going into that series, Ramirez had, in his career against the Tigers, 122 RBIs.
It's ridiculous.
I know they play a lot. That's crazy.
It's ridiculous.
Texter says, I'm happy the Tigers are doing well. However, I don't think they're a World Series quality team. I don't think Skubal is big time. We saw what Cleveland did last year in the playoffs. I need to see him do better in the playoffs to believe we can make it to the World Series.
When Ramirez gets up to the plate, I think I've heard Gator say this, if first base is open, just give him first base. I don't need to see him prove it anymore. Like, he's just a baseball player that if you would just take off the logo and the name, you would love to watch him play. He angers us because he's a Tiger killer. So if first base is open, we respect you enough. Just take first base.
Here's a concept I've heard from watching some baseball, maybe it's ESPN. Why does it have to be first base? Why can't there be a guy in first base and you walk him anyway?
Well, you put a runner in scoring position.
Yes, if there is a base open is probably how I should have said
open,
it. Yeah.
Just a way of fine-tuning the point that you're making.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Texter says, we don't have to talk about Magic anymore. We're just bleeping good. This team can get it done. And another texter says, careful, guys. The afternoon show might think you're lying to your audience because you're saying a Detroit team might actually be good / worthy for a championship. Let's get to Dave in Clinton Township.
Yeah, real quick. Sparky Anderson walked George Brett once with a man on first base. It was the year he almost hit 400. Anyway, I think the Tigers are primed for a World Series run because all these other teams you're talking about aren't as deep. I believe the Tigers are deep and are better prepared to handle adversity, than Cleveland. Now, that being said, I don't know Cleveland's depth chart the way I know the Tigers or, Minnesota. But from what I've seen so far, we're deeper.
It does feel like they're deeper. Yeah. They tapped into a lot of depth out of necessity a year ago, and then they added to it with guys like, Gleyber Torres and Tommy Kahnle beefing up the bullpen.
Yeah.
Flaherty's back, and you still added Sweeney.
And it's 2 games in a row where A.J. Hinch only played 9 position players.
what's gotten into this guy?
Is
he okay?
Is he getting lazy?
Someone check if he's well. But also guys that they didn't have really contributing like this last year. Baez and Torque, that adds to the depth. Are any of them actual stars? I don't know. I mean, they'll get a few all-stars. The depth, I think, is a really good point by that caller. We got the 2 Grand Slam coming up, Heather's News, and Dear John. It's all coming up this hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, do you avoid being in pictures? Maybe you're just simply not happy with the way you look. You don't want it on camera. Been there, done that, and I can tell you it doesn't have to be that way. Picture yourself in the next 40 days, 40 pounds lighter. That's right. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You. And I know the program really works because I lost 50 in those 40 days because I was really fat, and I did it with Ideal You. Book today, and Ideal U is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. And here's what you find out. Find out everything you need to know about your body. And then you're going to put together a weight loss plan because you're going to be assigned a weight loss coach that works perfect for you. Ideal U is different than other weight loss companies because it works, and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures again and getting dressed in the morning. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis. It's a $150 value, absolutely free.
All right, before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather, what's in the news?
Well, a 28-year-old woman is now facing charges after a 15-year-old boy shot another teen at Redford High School, or at a high school in Redford, I should say. Police say the woman is related to the suspect. She was charged with violating Michigan's safe storage laws. She has since been released on bond. This isn't a shooting that just happened. It happened earlier this month. I believe it was May 7th at Thurston High School. There was a student who brought a gun to school in his backpack. I don't know what he was doing with it. He was holding it. He was looking at it on the school bus when it discharged. It hit another teen in the left hand. The student, who we don't know because minor, right, 15 years old, was charged, however, with carrying a concealed weapon, careless discharge of a firearm, and possession of a weapon in a weapons-free school zone. Something very interesting, kind of strange, happened at Comerica Park yesterday during the game against the San Francisco Giants. A grounds crew member went down during the 7th inning stretch with a left leg injury, maybe a left knee injury. Not 100% sure what happened, but it did happen while he was raking the infield dirt.
Yeah.
Something popped.
Yeah.
Ooh, he went down. The game was briefly delayed. Trainers, EMS had to go tend to this guy. And well, that was pretty out of the ordinary, right? You don't see that every day.
Nope.
Something else happened.
What was that?
When cameras captured the moment, he flipped the cameras off, as well as, I'm guessing, I mean, I think it was mostly directed towards the camera, but, you know, the fans in the stands as well saw the finger.
Yeah.
Can't do that. He was carted off the
I think he
field.
was just saying, I'll be up in a minute.
Yeah,
in 1 minute. Just give me 1 minute.
Did he not like that they were showing him on camera? Guys, the game's paused. We have to show why the game's paused.
Yeah. I mean, they came back from commercial break and man down.
By the way, the explanation from Colt Keith, who's playing first base, I watched the whole thing. It was pretty gross. I saw his kneecap on the side of his knee. He was screaming. It was terrible. I saw them pop it back in.
Yeah. He was just in pain. He was trying to get through the pain with flipping the bird. I don't know. Maybe that made him feel a little bit better.
Yeah,
I think he didn't want to be on camera.
Yes.
They do.
Yeah, it's scientifically proven.
It is. So he couldn't shout it. So he decided to show it, I guess. Interesting. President Trump is considering pardoning the men who were charged in plotting to kidnap Governor Whitmer, calling the case a railroad job. So in 2020, federal prosecutors charged 6 people with conspiring to kidnap the governor. This would be at her vacation home. And then they said they were also going to start a civil war. Now, 2 of the 6 defendants, Barry Croft Jr. and Adam Fox, were found guilty at a trial, sentenced to over a decade in prison. 2 others pleaded guilty and 2 were acquitted. On Wednesday, the president said that he would take a look at pardoning both of those men, or all of them, I guess, who are behind bars. He did say that the trial looks somewhat of a railroad job, and he said it was most likely just some people who said some stupid things and were drinking.
Jury of their peers thought differently.
They did. Big Sean is teaming up with the Detroit Symphony Orchestra for a unique concert that will fuse hip hop and classical music. I think this is going to be pretty cool. Big Sean's A Night with the Orchestra, presented by the Detroit Pistons, will also feature a handful of other Detroit rappers, and it will pay tribute to late Detroit hip hop producer Jay Dilla. So the show will take place on June 29th. Tickets go on sale today at 10 a.m. And it said that proceeds from the event will benefit the Detroit Pistons Foundation, the Boys and Girls Club of Southeastern Michigan, and the Sean Anderson Foundation. Pretty cool.
Yeah, it sounds like it'll be fun.
I've never seen the DSO.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
Oh,
I don't think so. I mean, no, unless I was a kid and I don't remember, but
I don't think I have either.
I want to.
I've seen them. I believe they were performing at Greenfield Village for one of the 4th of July fireworks events, and it was awesome.
I've always wanted to. They do some Christmas ones, or like they've done like the Home Alone soundtrack. Like I've wanted to go see them for that, but never have. One day I will. I don't know if I would call MLB mascots sexy, but there is a sports betting company, Bet US, that decided to rank 15 of the hottest mascots.
Okay.
And it's not just about their looks, it's also about personality.
Their swagger.
Yeah, the search interest online, social media following.
Personality can help improve looks.
And also their physical proportions. That
Can I guess?
Do you want to guess the hottest?
Yes.
Yes.
Mrs. Matt?
No, she did make the list. She's number 5. Now, it doesn't need to be female because there's not a lot of the female mascots. So this is...
Well, some of them are... I'm not sure
we don't know.
Gender specific. Yeah.
It doesn't need to be gender specific because obviously it depends who you're asking.
Right.
So, want to take a guess at who the hottest mascot is?
I'm going to put the Fanatic near the bottom because you said proportions.
Right, yeah.
Was the Fanatic...
Philly Fanatic was actually number 2.
Oh,
which
really?
I put a question mark by because I was surprised by that. But people
junk
love
in the
him.
trunk, maybe. That's got to be what it is.
Is it in the trunk or is it in the...
I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, you're back to Baby Got Back, right?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah, ass man.
Want to take a guess at the hottest mascot?
I wouldn't even know.
D. Baxter of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
What does he look like?
He's a bobcat. He's tall, lean, fit. He's got these big cheeks. He's cute. He's cute.
He's got big cheeks. Okay.
My son has big cheeks and they're adorable.
Okay.
I don't see it.
I've never heard of him. This was my first time seeing it. But Paws did make the list at number 13.
See, I think that's a crime. I would put Paws a little higher.
I
Do you
would
think
too.
Paws has more sex appeal than people give credit?
Clark the Cub came in number 3. Rosie Red and Mrs. Met came in, rounded off the top 5.
Clark the Cub sounds a little young.
He's cute. He's a little bear. He's young.
Right. So it can't be sexy.
Well,
That's a whole different can of worms.
Sure
let's get to the 2 Grand Slam.
Raise a question.
all right, everyone, you know the rules. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly, $2,000 if we get them all right.
Our contestant, it's Brian in Romulus this morning. Brian, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
We're doing all right. How about yourself?
Hanging right in there.
All right. All right.
All right, Brian, if you don't know one, say pass. And if there's enough time, we're going to get back to it. And your time is going to start right now. Who do the Detroit Tigers play tomorrow night?
Kansas City Royals.
Joe Burrow played his first game in college at this university.
Ohio State.
This Grand Slam tennis tournament is currently taking place.
Pass.
This rock band had the 1993 hit Livin' on the Edge.
Oh, pass.
What is the state capital of Alabama?
Oh, pass.
Jahmyr Gibbs will wear this new jersey number in 2025.
0.
Who played Phil Knight in the 2023 movie Air?
Pass.
Trey Lance was originally drafted by this team.
San Francisco. 49ers.
Tyrese Halliburton was originally drafted by this team.
Pass.
Who won the U.S. Open in golf in 2024?
So we got you with 4.
Hey, that's better than the last time I played.
That's a go.
There you go.
It's a C note.
Yeah, dig it.
There you go.
Montgomery's the capital of Alabama, by the way. I knew it.
Yeah, it's so tough when the clock's ticking.
I know.
I thought this was a tough one, too. Don't beat yourself up about it. This is kind of a zigzag. You're gone all over the place. You get $100. We'll put you on hold. We'll make sure you get paid. Thanks for playing, Brian.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
We'll go through this.
Got the first 2 right. Started off kind of red hot.
Tigers play the Royals tomorrow night. Burrow played his first game in college at Ohio State. Yeah. Grand Slam tennis tournament that's currently taking place. I did not know this.
French Open.
I could have process of elimination. I know Wimbledon's not going on, but again, the clock's ticking. He just passed.
Yep.
The rock band that had the 1993 hit "Livin' on the Edge."
Aerosmith. Come on, man.
State capital of Alabama. He got it with
Montgomery.
Yeah, once the time expired. Okay. Jahmyr Gibbs will wear the New Jersey number of.
Yeah. We'll answer it the way he did. 0?
Question mark. Who played Phil Knight in the 2023 movie Air?
Ben Affleck.
Yep. Trey Lance was originally drafted by this team.
The Niners.
Is he on his 3rd team now?
He's in Dallas, isn't he?
Okay.
I think he was traded to Dallas.
Yes, so just 2 teams. Then.
Yeah.
Tyrese Halliburton was originally drafted by this team.
This is a trick question. Kings.
Yeah, poor Kings.
Mm-hmm.
Who won the U.S. Open in golf in 2024?
That would be Bryson DeChambeau.
And Trey Lance is currently a member of the Chargers, so he's on his 3rd team.
Oh, so he is on his 3rd team. There you go. You were right.
Anyway.
I was wrong.
Brian with his $100 on the 2 Grand Slam. Your next chance to win is on Tuesday, 7:25. I'm sorry, did I gloss over that? You say I was right and you were wrong?
Yeah. Why don't you wallow around in it for a
Okay,
little
I
bit?
will.
Yes. Enjoy the moment.
I will. Dear John is next, 97.1. Guys, if you're injured in an auto accident, you need a law firm that's going to look out for you. The law firm you decide is going to make the difference between getting fully compensated and struggling to pay your bills. The law firm, KG Law, that's what they do. Lawrence KG and his team, they're staffed up to get you the biggest possible payout. They've got lawyers who specialize in every area that you would need if you're in this situation. The phone number is 877-KG-CARES. You can see online, kgcares.com. You'll see the testimonials. Bottom line, they're not going to leave you in the dark. They're going to look out for you. They're going to get you the settlement that you deserve. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law. Now that's KAJY, kgcares.com. That's kgcares.com. As always, send them in. Dear John Jansen at gmail.com. The prompts today. I'm excited to see John's answers.
What are the prompts?
Mowing the lawn.
Oh, one of my favorite activities.
Office leftovers. You like food?
It's another one of my favorite activities.
Put some clothes on.
Not, I would say maybe the opposite, but whatever.
And John's career what if?
Oh, my career what if?
Question for John. We'll get to it. We start with mowing the lawn. Dear John, yesterday, a kid knocked on my door and asked if I wanted my lawn mowed for $10. I had mowed fairly recently, but admired his entrepreneurial spirit, and I said, sure. After 15 minutes, he comes to my door and says, all done. My yard isn't huge, but it normally takes me a half hour or more to mow, so I was suspicious. I went out and looked and saw that it was haphazardly mowed with some blocky patches, areas largely untouched. I told him he was off to a good start, but I wasn't satisfied, and he'd have to finish it to get the $10. A few hours later, his dad showed up and demanded I give the $10 back to the kid. He said his son was just trying to make honest money over the summer and asked me why would I would discourage him from working. I stood my ground. Was I wrong?
No, you weren't wrong. I love the entrepreneur attitude as well. If somebody came up to me and said, hey, I mow your lawn for $10, sure. But then the lesson about doing a good job is that you go out there and you show him, okay, this area looks like it hasn't been mowed. Ask the question, did you mow this area? And, there are just some lessons learned. And then when the dad comes over, you take him out there and you show him the job that his son did. And just say, when the job is done, I'm happy to pay the $10. And in fact, moving forward, if he would like this job, I know it probably costs a little bit more than just what it took him for these 15 minutes. If it takes him a half an hour, I'd be willing to pay 15 or maybe even 20 because I don't have to get my mower out. I don't have to clean things up. I don't have to do the effort. I don't have to do all of this. And if he wants this job, this is what I expect. And here is the price that I am willing to pay.
Heather?
I don't think he was in the wrong for saying that. I want more details. I want to know how old this kid was, how often. But I do think it's important to learn the proper way to do something. And I think that this man probably said, you know what, let me walk you out. Let me show you the areas you missed. Could you please touch those up? And then I'll gladly give you the $10. But what happened with that? Did he go out and show the kid? Well, I mean, we don't know all the answers, right? Yeah. Or did he show the kid which areas he missed? The kid was like, no, I'm out of here.
Yeah, I mean, it's you can't just, like, there are lessons to be learned, and you don't go out there and berate the kid and say you did a terrible job, but you go out there and say, if you want the $10, here is, you got to finish the job. And I just think it's a very valuable lesson, and I would assume if this kid has that go-get-it attitude, is probably raised by a go-getter, then the dad, if he
should
saw
understand,
it, should understand as well.
Hey, didn't do the job right.
Yeah.
Do the job right and you get paid for it.
If it was me, though, I hate confrontations. So I'd be like, here you go.
You just give him the $10.
Then I'd go inside and be like, Colin, he did an awful job.
Yeah. Colin, you got to go mow the lawn now.
How much of that does matter the age of the kid?
It doesn't matter.
For her, I'm saying. If it's an 8-year-old versus a 14-year-old.
I still don't like confrontation with anyone. I still would have given it $10 is just, here take $10.
But I think you're more willing to let it slide for an 8-year-old than like a 14-year-old. You go, okay, come on, dude.
Lessons learned at any age.
Or I probably would have given him the money and said, hey, just so you know, next time you need to make sure you get the entire yard, whatever. Next one, office leftovers. Dear John, our office does Pizza Fridays, where a member of the leadership team orders pizza for lunch the last Friday of every month. Sometimes there are leftovers at the end of the day, and last week I assumed it was fair game and took a box home. Apparently our boss complained that I left early and took all the food with me. He claims it was because the pizza was his to take home. I guess the question is, was I wrong?
I don't know. I mean, I guess what is the precedent? Do people take the leftovers home? Or were you supposed to ask the boss, hey, is everyone done? Is it okay if I take some of these home? Maybe that's a better way of going about it.
Yeah.
But if the boss is buying the pizza, and maybe the leadership team is the one that takes the initiative, but it's coming out of the boss's pocket, then the boss would probably think, okay, hey, maybe he even told the leadership guy, girl, order a little bit extra because I want to take it home for the family tonight. And then all of a sudden it's gone. And then, but on top of that, the other key fact is you left early. Were you given permission to leave early? Or was this, hey, I'm going to get out of here at 3 o'clock because it's a Friday, even though I'm supposed to be on the clock till 5.
Take pizza
and I'm going
home.
to take pizza home with me.
Yeah, I don't think you take leftovers unless they're like given to you. Like, hey, we got extra. Anyone want some? Feel free to take some more. Here, I box them up.
They don't belong to anybody. It's the office food.
Yeah, but if you didn't buy
Well,
it,
technically
you don't take
it
it.
belongs to the office, which then would belong
And I
to
am
the
an
boss.
employee of the office. It's
I would
my
never
food
just
as much
take
as anybody
something.
I wouldn't
else's.
either. I would.
think it's fair game.
If it happened here and Jimmy was there, I'd just say, "Hey, Jimmy, do you mind if I take some of this pizza home for the family for the weekend?"
sure.
It's always better to ask, but I think
Sure.
it's communal food. It's fair game.
I disagree.
I don't.
I don't know. Is there a night shift that comes in after?
That's a fair question.
5 o'clock is one shift leaves, the other shift comes in. Maybe they were looking for a couple of slices.
Jim loading up his car in his trunk with pizza boxes.
Yes,
I like pizza.
Making a silent getaway.
This next one says, put some clothes on. Dear John, I took my girlfriend on a family vacation with my entire family. We're talking grandparents, parents, brothers, sisters, aunts, and uncles.
Oh, wow. Family reunion.
Wow.
She's a knockout, and we hit the pool. She wore a string bikini with a G-string.
Oh.
If it was just the two of us, it would have been perfect, but it did make me uncomfortable around my whole family. Should I get over it or ask her to wear something more modest around my family?
This is a tough one because obviously you don't mind. She's a knockout, except it would be a little bit awkward and uncomfortable for Uncle Eugene and Aunt Marge to be looking around going, I wonder what,
Tell them eyes up here.
Yes. But if Uncle Eugene comes by and gives you a high five, awkward.
Sure.
Oh.
I honestly, she can wear whatever she wants. I would not tell my partner, wife, girlfriend, whatever, what to wear, when to wear it. There are appropriate times. It may be more appropriate if you are not at a quote-unquote family resort. That might be the bigger issue, that you're at a family resort. But again, if she's smoking hot and a knockout and has the ability to wear that outfit, go for it.
I mean, yeah, you're not going to go up to somebody else on the beach wearing a string bikini and say, hey, could you put this cover up on, please?
Yeah.
My family is here. Right? Like,
Right.
Yeah.
you're not going to do that to somebody else on the beach. Let her wear what she wants.
Strangers are going to look at it, whether it's your family or not.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I would assume that if she's going on this big of a family trip, they've probably met her before.
I would imagine that.
And I wouldn't, I wouldn't think this, if they know her, that this would be out of line.
But what if it wasn't?
What if it was a first
Grandma
experience?
Sue, this is my my girlfriend, and the
Yeah.
hello, like what?
Yeah.
It's awkward. If
It
was
only
the first
becomes
time
weird
meeting her.
if-
She's beautiful. What's awkward
It
about
only
it?
becomes weird if Grandma
Well,
says,
Grandma,
"Hey,
here you're sitting, or Grandpa. I guess I should have said you're
you got
standing
an
in front of
extra
him in
set
the.
for me?"
Yeah, like that's what Grandpa would say, right?
Yeah.
Awkward.
Yeah. Hey, you don't by chance have that one for Grandma Sue, do you?
Jeez. All right, finally, this is John's career what if. Dear John, last week when Brock Purdy signed a deal in San Francisco, it was reported he had a no-trade clause. Hockey guys have lists of teams they can't be traded to. I was wondering which teams in the NFL would you want to have blocked trades to when you played?
That's a great question. Any blocked trades? Honestly, I don't know that I would have had any blocked trades. I wouldn't have been a huge fan of going out to California just because I don't want to live out there for many reasons. But I wouldn't have blocked any trades. Love Seattle. Miami would have been very hot. Maybe I would have said Miami just because it's not generally my scene and it's really freaking hot.
What about the Cowboys?
If they're willing to pay,
Okay. I
I
just
got
got their
no
rival.
problem. I would have loved to have lived in the state of Texas.
Okay.
It would have been fun. And actually, I was in discussions at one point when I was approaching free agency that that would have been a team that I would have gone to. And yes, I know going from Washington to Dallas, the rivalry, all of that stuff.
Traitor.
Yeah, but Dallas Houston became a team when I was in the league. They were an expansion team. Would have loved to have played in Houston. So, yeah, there weren't many that I wouldn't have gone to.
Okay. And that's Dear John. It's 97.1.
Hey, FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends, especially during the NBA playoffs. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they're flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's getting hot. Once the game starts, that's when things really get interesting. You can combine your live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win something big. And if you don't already have a FanDuel account, it's not too late to still get in on all the action. You're going to get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit to join today and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Greg Gania on the call on the radio. Tigers win. J-Hen, hey, slot him in the lineup. 2 strikes, 2 outs. He delivers. Pushing all the right buttons for this baseball team. 17 games over 500.
It's
It's
none of us thought that he would be here or that we would be here at this time.
Sweep the Giants. Think about Saturday night. If doubt was creeping in your head, they had lost 3 straight to the Guardians. Not like this. They have a bigger lead today than when they started the series with the Guardians. They end up with a winning record on this homestand, and now they'll go to Kansas City this weekend. Any adversity, they overcome it. You know, I've seen people talk about this. Like, if you're waiting for the other shoe to drop, it's not happening.
Yeah. I mean, the 50-game mark, Memorial Day, the 40-game mark, all of those different things. We get to that, and this team continues to outperform our initial expectations. We've recalibrated those, and honestly, they're continuing to outperform those.
Yeah, before the season, right around 500. Then 90 wins, win the division, win it wire to wire. We'll keep pushing the envelope because they keep winning, and we'll mix that in. They're a big part of the show basically every day now with how well they're playing. So we've got open lines on the Tigers. We have some reaction to Dear John on a variety of the topics. On the kid who cut the grass for $10, did a bad job, and then the guy didn't give him his money. I would give him the $10 just for the effort, but then I would show him what he missed. That's from Dan.
It's one way that you could go about it.
Because he still wants them to get the incentive, but the job has to get done.
Yeah, but the problem is the incentive is you get paid when you finish the job.
And the job's not finished until it's done properly.
Whether or not it was good or not, the lines weren't lined up. The fact was it wasn't done.
Preach, John. A job well done is different than mailing in the effort. 15 minutes and he gets paid. He's a kid, but he's got to learn the lesson.
Yep.
It's a slippery slope. I used to mow for 3 hours for $10 when I was in junior high. I had a kid stop by and ask if he could mow my lawn, which takes 45 minutes to push mow, and he wanted $50. No thanks. I'll do it myself.
The price is something that can be negotiated. And the kid comes up, he should look at the lawn and go, and maybe he doesn't have enough experience to know how long it's going to take. That is also part of the lesson when somebody gives you a price. And if it's an 8-year-old comes up and says, I want to mow your lawn, I know that my lawn takes me a little bit over an hour to mow. And I would then say, okay, this is going to take you X amount of minutes. This is how I expect the job to be done. And again, the lines don't have to look perfect. They don't have to be, diagonal or whatever, but it all needs to be mowed. I think that this job is probably worth more like $20. If you do a good job, would this be something that you would accept?
I don't know the price point. I don't know what like a lawn care service would charge. I just think it's
way more.
Right. So to say, well, when I was a kid back in the olden days, it was only $10. Yeah, things cost more now.
Right.
It's going to cost more for someone to mow your grass.
Yeah. So take that into account.
Yeah.
It all is a part of the lesson that you are teaching this young individual.
On the question of leftovers, I work at a large auto supplier. I had a coworker sneak up to the front office luncheon, and he took an entire brisket under his shirt.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't want it back at that point.
He said he was later fired.
Oh, boy.
I don't know if it was because of this.
An entire brisket?
Entire brisket.
Under his shirt.
Yeah, that's foul. Leftover Linda.
In many ways.
Leftover Linda sounds like she's married to the party leftover guy who puts leftovers in his pockets and leaves. I think we had that guy too.
Again, if you got to sneak it out in your pocket or
That's
under
bad.
your shirt.
No,
you
shouldn't be doing that. Texter says, shocker, Jim's generation thinks they can take anything they want. At minimum, you ask. Mm-hmm. My thought is this is provided to the office. At the end of the day, you can take what's left. It's the office. It's for me. It's for the workers.
To take a whole box of pizza?
Well, how many boxes are there?
I still think that you ask the boss, hey, there is this leftover pizza. Do you mind if I take it? You have to be willing to accept the answer, yes or no.
Sure.
Have to ask.
On the subject of going on vacation with your family and your girlfriend's wearing a string bikini, agree, adults don't tell other adults what to wear. It's not a reflection of him if she wants to wear a string bikini.
No.
John, would you feel different if it was your daughter wearing the string bikini, Kevin and Mac?
Oh, hell yeah.
Why? She's an adult.
Okay, if she is 25 and not at 18 or 19, at that point it's let's wear something a little bit more modest when you're with your old man.
John, you said one place you wouldn't want to be traded potentially was Miami.
Yeah.
Texter says there's a lot of G-strings down in Miami.
yes, there are.
All right, 8 o'clock hour. We're gonna get into a lesson the Pistons could learn from these NBA playoffs. But first, we go to the phones. Stan in Shelby Township. You want to talk Tigers?
Oh, yeah, I love the Tigers. Thank you for taking my call. Good morning, everybody. You know, I originally thought the team would win 90 games, win the division, and get to the ACLS. But now since the Yankees and the Dodgers starting pitching is a mess, I think they have a legitimate chance to win. Now, here's my question for you guys. I said last year that except for 22, the winning percentage under A.J. Hinch the second half of the year is always higher than it was in the first half. And this year, in 68, Tigers won 103 games. In 64, they won 104. And this year, right now, they're projecting 105.
Wow.
Could we possibly be watching the greatest team in the history of the Tigers organization?
Well, the only way they enter that conversation is if they win the World Series. Now, if you go man for man against that 84 team, and I'm not familiar enough with the 68 roster, but I'm just not sure with so much baseball to be played that I'm willing to even entertain that argument.
Okay, what about you, Jim?
I didn't watch 84. I know the stories. I've been hearing them my whole life because
Yeah.
the last time we had a World Series in this city, I would liken it to the teams of my youth. The 06 Tigers were such a big surprise. I think this team might be better than the 06 Tigers. On paper, the 2012 and 2013 Tigers seemed better than this team. That's on paper. I mean,
Right.
you got to play it out. The 2012 Tigers had Verlander and Scherzer, and they were loaded. They had Cabrera and they had Fielder. They had stars, but they didn't win the World Series. They didn't win 100 games. They were fighting nail biters to win some of those divisions. If this team goes wire to wire, and I know they weren't in first place on day one, but if they run away with this division and there's really no drama, they go on to win 100 baseball games, they're in the conversation. But to John's point, you have to win it all.
You have to win it all, and you look and you say, okay, well, if you're starting to compare it to like 84, is Dylan Dingler on the same level as Lance Parrish? I would say probably not yet. I'd have to look at the numbers, but and then you look at Bergman, Chet Lemon in the outfield. You look at the pitching staff, and is Skubal better than any of the pitchers that they had on their pitching staff? He ultimately probably
Jack
is.
Morris
But yeah,
versus
Jack
Skubal.
Morris, Dan Petrie, Dave Rozema, Milt Wilcox. It was. I don't know that I'm even willing to entertain that argument until they win the World Series.
I think they enter the conversation if they win 100 games, and I think they can cement the conversation if they win the World Series.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
Alan Trammell, Lou Whitaker, Hojo, Tom Brookins, Dave Bergman.
I didn't realize.
I'm not going to go. I mean,
No,
I
we don't
just
have
did.
to-
Kirk Gibson,
Surprised it took this long to
Larry
get
Herndon.
it can be mentioned. Yep.
Rupert Jones,
Interesting. He
Rusty
notes.
Kuntz.
Interesting. He notes that they get better as the season goes on. We've anticipated getting Parker Meadows back, additions at the deadline.
Doug Bear,
Oh, okay.
Chet Lemon,
All right.
Walking Fuss. Oh, he wasn't on that, I don't think.
Marty Castillo.
Yeah.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Tigers hit the road for 7 games after beating the Giants 4-3 at Comerica Park yesterday, completing a sweep. Colt Keith, Justin Henry, Malloy each driving in a pair of runs during a 4-run 5th inning. And Tommy Kahnle stranded the bases loaded with no outs in the 8th and then had a 1-2-3 ninth to slam the door. Manager A.J. Hinch says that Kahnle's makeup is made for a moment like that. Jackson Jobe got the start, 4 2/3, 3 earned runs and 3 walks. The velocity on Jobe's fastball, though, down almost 2 miles an hour. The Tigers not making him available to reporters after the game. They finish up their homestand 4-3, opening up a road trip tomorrow night now with a 3-game series at Kansas City. Practice laps on the streets of downtown Detroit will be turned tomorrow for the Grand Prix this weekend. Indy 500 winner Alex Palou is the heavy favorite to win on Sunday. Day 2 of OTAs for the Lions in Allen Park. Aiden Hutchinson, who's been fully cleared, was back on the field yesterday. Detroit entering OTAs with 80% of the roster back from last year. That's 4th highest in the NFL. 8 Michigan golf courses among the 100 best in the nation is ranked by Golf Digest. Arcadia Bluffs, number 16. Forest Dunes at 37. And the South Course at Arcadia Bluffs at 53. And the Thunder punched their ticket to their first NBA Finals since 2012 with a 124-94 win over the T-Wolves in the Western Conference Finals last night. MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had 34 points. At the Corba Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Look what you did. You polluted our ticket text. I'm getting Barbaro Garbe ticket text.
Oh, yeah. Barbaro Garbe, Darrell Evans.
Someone pointed out you didn't mention the MVP, Willie Hernandez. We're not going to turn this into just name a Tiger from the 84 squad.
Rod Allen.
Stop
it. Sparky Anderson.
All right.
No, please, name some more. Ticket text them in, and then Tom will grab them, print them out, and give them to you.
Crumple them all up.
Dwight Lowry.
We got the call from Stan, and he points out they're on a 105-win pace. You win 105 games, you win the World Series, you stake a claim as the best in franchise history. We are very far away from that. It is late May.
Yes.
We'll have a Tiger conversation in the 8 o'clock hour, both what happened on the field yesterday and what we think will happen as the season progresses. Last night, we had a couple teams punch in their tickets. You have the Florida Panthers going to the Stanley Cup Final for the 3rd year in a row. You want to say another name, don't you?
I'm sorry.
You're good. Just trying to move the show forward.
Juan Berenger. Okay. Willie Hernandez. Sid Manji.
You also had the Thunder back in the NBA Finals looking to win their first title. I don't count the Sonics. They don't hang the banner. Are the Thunder the case for the Pistons to stay the course? I know it's not a popular opinion. I know in the afternoons they've been really hammering, go make a move. The East is wide open. To be fair, we've also said, hey, strike while the iron's hot. You had a big season. You took a step into that next tier of an organization. Are the Thunder making the case, though, that you stay the course? 2 years ago, they weren't in the playoffs, and now they're playing for an NBA championship. They have a similar blueprint to what the Pistons have, led by defense, one-star player, and a bunch of homegrown talent around them.
So, yeah, they have, in large part, built through the draft. They did add an MVP through the trade. Not at the time, but he did become an MVP.
They traded for Shai after his first season. He's developed almost exclusively by their organization.
I'm just saying, when you look at all these teams that have added MVP players, he was added to this roster through a trade.
Okay. You want to split hairs? Fine. My point would be they
split hairs.
We drafted Cade. They acquired Shai. That's the centerpiece. And then the players around them are draft picks. Jalen Williams was 12th overall. That's the second leading scorer for the Thunder. Their third leading scorer is Chet Holmgren, a top 5 pick from the 2022 class that's dealt with injuries. Sound like Jaden Ivey? My point is, a year ago, they wouldn't have felt this way about Chet Holmgren. That would be the case. I think you could make the argument the Pistons are organically following that blueprint right now. I mean, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is an MVP. Cade is not that yet. At 23 years old, SGA hadn't made an All-Star game, hadn't received an MVP vote. I mean, Cade's ahead of that schedule.
He certainly is.
And they've made small moves. You want to add a Hartenstein, a Caruso. Like, there are moves Langdon's going to have to make along the way to push this team forward. But I don't know that it's, you got to add Zion or you're wasting the opportunity.
There are a lot of bright, shiny objects that you could get, and it would make this team better. And would it speed up the process? Would it give you better odds at winning a championship? Sure. But there can be an argument made for this team was able to develop in the absence of Jaden Ivey. Then you insert him and you make it even better. That is certainly a valid argument. I'm not going to say that that can't be the path. We're seeing it with OKC. But the question is, will Jaden Ivey when back, have a similar impact? Different players, different styles, different bodies than Chet Holmgren. Will he have a similar impact when he returns to move this team forward and be a team that can finish out a game? Maybe it's just the growth and the experience that they needed to be in that series with the Knicks, having those 20-point leads, 18-point leads, but they wasted a great opportunity.
I would ask Pistons fans how you view this offseason, because it feels pivotal. Langdon acknowledged there's expectations. There are some names that will be bantied about. Shams, big NBA insider of the ESPN, said this could be the craziest NBA offseason ever.
And then followed it with no examples.
No examples, and kind of couched it with could be and hypothetically maybe. But there's a lot of names. Look, if Giannis stakes a claim to Pegasus downtown and says, I want to be in Greektown, I want to be in Detroit, yes. My answer is yes. But shy of that, I really do think there's an example in front of us of staying the course and developing your current crop. Asar Thompson had the blood clot issue, has not had a full ramp up. We were very happy with him at the end of the season. Duren turning a corner. Ivy was starting to turn a corner before his injury. If they said, hey, we want to follow the OKC blueprint, run it back one more year and see if we have the ingredients, would you be opposed to that?
No, as long as we're seeing complementary pieces added by Trajan Langdon.
And he's shown, like Beasley was a complementary piece, Schroeder at the deadline. These are small moves.
And both need to be re-signed if that's the path that Trajan Langdon wants to go. And so it really is, can they do it without adding a superstar? Yeah, I mean, it can be done. Is it going to happen? I mean, we have no idea. We don't know what this team looks like when Jaden Ivey is healthy. All we know is, as this team was finding its way, they weren't the same team with Jaden Ivey as they were at the end of the year. It doesn't mean they wouldn't have gotten there. Doesn't mean that instead of 44, maybe they would have had, I don't know, maybe they would have had 48. Maybe they would have had 50. Who knows? And what does it look like next year? Will Cade be better next year than this year? I think we could. That's a safe assumption to say.
I'm expecting that, yeah.
Will, the rest of this roster be better of those guys? Will Asar Thompson be better? Ron Holland II, will he be better?
That's another name we didn't mention, yeah.
So, I think that there is a maturation process that will make this team better by default. Is it good enough to get to the Eastern Conference Finals and ultimately to the NBA championship opportunity?
To the fans out there, do you have a hard-line stance that the Pistons have to do something bold this offseason? Because the other argument has been presented in the afternoon that this Eastern Conference is wide open. And I acknowledge that, right, with the Jason Tatum injury.
Sure.
But Boston Celtics, first of all, aren't in it right now. And without Tatum next year, aren't going to be a favorite to win the East. So who is? It's open. It's there for the Pistons to step up. Does it have to be a bold move from the outside? 248-539-9797.
It's almost too impossible to ask that question because it doesn't have to be a bold move, but there needs to be moves. You're going to have to add to this roster. You need to add a shooter. You need to add another starting scorer. You need to have somebody that can sit there and knock down threes that's actually going to start the game.
So the grocery list would be you need a three-point shooter, you need a secondary ball handler, and you probably need a stretch four. Well, if you bring back Beasley and you find terms that are fair for Schroeder, you're still looking for a stretch four, but this doesn't have to turn into Lauri Markkanen has to come to Detroit or our championship will never happen.
No, but then what role does Jaden Ivey fill? Because he's not a knockdown three-point shooter.
No, he'd probably be a secondary ball handler. So
right.
You don't bring back Schroeder, and you're banking on Ivy stepping into a full, healthy season.
So Ivy does add another dimension to this offense because he is as quick and as fast as you're going to find in this league. His ability to be explosive, and I don't think, and maybe it takes a little while for him to get that explosiveness back, but it's not like coming back from, like he didn't tear his Achilles. That's going to be a big-time question for Jason Tatum, and because of what his game is like, how does it affect his game? I think the bones are going to heal. I think Jaden Ivey will be as explosive as he was, but is that going to be enough to open up this offense or help unlock more of this offense for Cade and the other cast of characters that are going to take the court?
I mean, the biggest growth is going to have to be from Cade. He has to take the SGA leap, or this Thunder comparison is bunk. It doesn't work. It doesn't matter.
Well, and so some of it is just in terms of, we mentioned it with Halliburton, right? It's an amazing stat line. The most amazing thing to me was 0 turnovers. With, what was it, 12 assists?
15 assists.
And you look at the game, last night with OKC, and part of it is what you're seeing SGA do. It's 40 points. It's 10 assists. And I mean, so I'm looking at 2 nights ago. It was 5 turnovers. Last night he had 2 turnovers. Like that's I think where Cade really needs to take that next step, is protecting the basketball.
I just would tell people SGA did not happen overnight. He is in his 7th season. He just won MVP in his 7th season. He didn't make an All-Star appearance until his 5th season, and the Thunder didn't make the playoffs, I believe, until his 6th. So this idea, Cade's ahead of that schedule. And Cade had the pedigree of a number 1 pick. And Cade's getting a taste of the playoffs and should be better next season. Like Halliburton, Ticket Texture points this out. Halliburton's someone who I think benefited from previous postseason runs, and now the game's slowing down for him. Mm-hmm. If that happens for Cade, you got the straw that stirs the drink. You can follow the OKC blueprint.
So I think they've got to make some sort of deal to get what would be a number 2, or maybe they're bordering on a 3. I mean, if you look at the larger landscape in sports right now, the OKC got SGA in a trade.
Who's their number 2 that they had to go out and get?
That's to be determined here, I think, a little bit. You can argue Williams or Holmgren. Holmgren has worked out. People, he wasn't a super like prospect, like a flag, but Holmgren, if you got the Holmgren good, you knew you were getting a pretty sure thing.
He's
right?
seen as kind of that alien, right? The tall, lanky shooter.
Right. I mean, people forget though the Pacers got Halliburton in a trade.
Yep.
If you want to broaden this in sports, the Panthers got Kachuk in a trade.
Yep.
These are successful teams. The Philadelphia Eagles got A.J. Brown in a trade. You got to go get a guy. You got to kind of get somebody over in a trade a little bit. That's what's happening right now. That's how these teams are winning in sports. You're getting that additional piece. You're using either capital or players who may be overrated on your team, not as good as people think. Because look, I know in the free agent market, right, or not free agent, but potential. Is Sabonis free agent, or would that be a trade?
It'd be a trade.
That'd be a trade, right? So that's something we've speculated on. Well, who won the trade? Pacers won the trade.
Going away.
Right. So there's got to be some sort of deal out there. I'll refer back to the Pistons, how they were built when they won it in 2004. They got ripped, right? They traded Stack.
Yeah.
I mean, that wasn't a for sure trade, but you have to take
the 04 Pistons are the ultimate story of finding pieces from the wreckage. I mean, Ben Wallace was a throw-in, right? I mean, Rip Hamilton, you're right, you're sending out Stackhouse, eventually adding Rasheed Wallace.
I mean, it remains to be seen. I look, to me, the Pistons shouldn't force something this offseason.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Don't if there's something there to be had, like a reference that I just made with all these different trades in sports, you go do it. Because I think how you win championships is actually, everybody gets caught up in free agency. I think savvy trades.
Yeah. I think it's an interesting conversation just because I know the narrative is go add Trey Hendrickson. I've been pushing the Bregman thing to a nauseating degree. I don't feel that way with the Pistons. I don't feel like they got to go do something, hard line stance or else. I think the Thunder are showing you there is another blueprint that could play out exactly in that way. It's 97-1.
Hey, in sports, and we've seen it with our football team, our basketball team. We saw it with the grounds crew. When you have an injury, it sure seems personal. And the same goes for life. That's where injury attorney David Feminino steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal. That someone is David Feminino. He's got the slogan. I've said it. He says it. Get David, get paid. It's not just a slogan. It's a promise to take care of you. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell him to call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
I wonder if the Thunder are making the case for the Pistons to run it back. Ticket text, phone calls, 248-539-9797. The case is simple. The Thunder are building around one singular star with homegrown talent and a defensive spine. They play in a smaller market with a raucous crowd, and 2 years ago they weren't even in the playoffs, and now they're playing in the finals. That's the case. They've added some complementary pieces. No one's saying don't add a Hartenstein or a Caruso. But that would be the case to see what you've got from Asar Thompson for a full season and Ivy for a full season and Duren in this new, turning the corner for a full season. That would be the case to hold firm. And I know the case is we always want more. We want to get better. We make the case for the Lions to go add Trey Hendrickson. We make the case for the Tigers to go add a third baseman. We make the case, hey, Red Wings, go make a splash in free agency. I don't have the hard line stance for the Pistons. I'm not turning down Giannis if he wants to come and play here. But I don't feel like it's a must that the Pistons have to go do something this offseason to capitalize in the East. They have a progression in front of them with a young roster and a blueprint that OKC has demonstrated. 248-539-9797. Texter says, Jim sold me. Build from within. Add few additions here and there. Another texter says, don't mortgage the future to win now. They're building for sustained success. Let the guys grow and make a move in a year. But there are people who push back. You can't fall in love with your own. Says they are role players. They might not get better. Don't stand pat. Are we sure Cade Cunningham is even on Halliburton's level, let alone SGA's level?
Well, right now, no.
No,
but
not
can
right.
be, yeah.
SGA at 23 had never made an All-Star game and never received an MVP vote and had never played in a playoff game. So I'm not willing to doom Cade to this life of this is his peak. Absolutely, Cade Cunningham is capable of doing what SGA's doing and what Halliburton's doing. What else we got here? Young core for the Pistons is not as good. They don't have the ceiling that the Thunder have. That's not the way to do it. If they stand pat, it'd be a mistake, and they would miss the playoffs next year.
Well, I don't think they're at risk of missing the playoffs. I think it's more of how much higher can they go? Like what type of seed will they get? And then when they get into the postseason, what type of player will Cade Cunningham be in the postseason next year?
If Cade was to take a leap, I'm not afraid of the Knicks. Right? He hits a couple more shots in that series. Is it a different series? Fewer turnovers in the crunch time moments. All those games were close.
Mm-hmm.
If Ivy's out there, do they beat the Knicks? If Stewart's out there, do they beat the Knicks? I mean, the Knicks are in the Eastern Conference Finals. So it's like if the Pistons ran it back, the Pistons couldn't make the Eastern Conference Finals next year.
You're talking about the Thunder and how they're built, revisiting the Paul George trade.
Yeah.
They got Jalen Williams out of that. And Holmgren was the number 2 overpick.
The pick
they got
used.
from the Clippers.
Yes.
They took Jalen Williams 1 pick ahead of Jalen Duren. What would the Pistons look like with Jalen Williams?
I know.
You just can't copycat something. Like I don't believe in complete blueprints.
No, they're going to have to do it their own way. And but what does that look like? And if it's simply so, Jaden Ivey, as I dig a little bit more into his stats, like he was having a good season.
Yeah, like 17 a night.
Yeah, 17 a night.
Chet's 15 a night. Different players, but Jaden Ivey was shooting 40% behind the arc. But what you need is more volume at that percentage. Yes.
And so, can he remain at that percentage while shooting more volume? If he can, I mean, then he solves that issue.
Yeah, a couple of them, shooting and secondary ball handler. All right, coming up at 8:35, you may have seen it happen at the ballpark. Workplace injury. Eesh. We'll get to it. First, Heather with the news.
Well, the Michigan Supreme Court has declined to hear arguments in the case against Oxford Community Schools and its legal responsibility leading up to that awful 2021 mass shooting. Parents of survivors and the 4 students who were killed have been working to hold the school district accountable, and of course the officials at the school as well, for failures they say led to the shooting. But this decision by the Michigan Supreme Court means that the families have now reached basically the end of their appeal attempts. Yeah. This is it. And of course, everyone involved is saddened by this finding. The father of Tate Meir said, It is horrible that there will be no charge coming out of this tragedy. The attorney who is representing the victims called it a very sad day. A long vacant Sears store in Metro Detroit is getting a pretty big redo. So the manager at 12 Oaks Mall in Novi confirmed construction is actually already underway for 3 new attractions that will be at that old Sears location that shut down, I believe, in 2019. So there's going to be a round 1 bowling and arcade. There's going to be a clothing retailer, Primark. And then there's also going to be a Dick's House of Sports. It's not Dick's Sporting Goods. It's going to still offer clothing and sporting equipment, but it's also going to have a rock climbing wall, a track, batting cages, a golf simulator, and also they say a field that can be transformed into an ice rink.
Oh, so it's going to be a much larger
venue. I mean, it's an attraction and not just a store to go shopping in. So
do they have more of those?
It's just a bigger Dick's.
Oh, okay, John.
It's a house of Dick's.
A house. Heather, that's a high five. I'll give you that one. You took it to a whole new level.
Well, it's called Dick's House of Sports. It's in the name.
Hey, my mission is done here. I have 100% corrupted you.
It's a house of what now?
She already said it.
It's in the name of the store.
I know, Heather. I know.
It's right there. Anyway, these are expected to open in 2026.
All right. Sounds exciting.
Yeah. So the leaders of Detroit's Belle Isle are considering creating a public square that would encourage visitors to walk instead of drive to all of the various popular sites within the park. So the Belle Isle Commons would be centered around like the biggest attractions, the aquarium and the conservatory. And they say those are the places most visitors to Belle Isle go.
Yeah.
And then they're working with the Michigan DNR to plan walkable pathways to all of the other attractions. It's right now in the conceptual phase, so nothing's set in stone, but it sounds like they're going to finish this idea and then present it to the public and see what people think. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with this.
No.
I don't know why you wouldn't want to be able to walk to some locations.
Sure. Makes all the sense in the world.
It sure does. We're going to talk about it next. The strange injury that took place at Comerica Park yesterday to a grounds crew member went down with something pretty gnarly, a knee injury, a leg injury. We don't really know. I keep looking for updates.
Yes.
Can't find one.
Lower body
But he
injury.
was just, raking the dirt.
Yeah.
Boom, went down. Apparently just pop, blew out a knee. Had to be carted off the field.
Yes.
And he also flipped the bird because he didn't want to be filmed, apparently.
Sorry, buddy, you're going to be on camera. You're on a
Yeah.
baseball field. There's
Yeah.
a reason for the delay. They got to show it.
See, I want to hear from this guy.
Me too.
Who are you?
Probably have to dump him.
Might have
Or
to.
not, because it's silent. But
Yes.
Seems pretty vulgar. Anyway, it does lead us into the conversation we want to have next, which is
Workplace injuries. What are the gruesome workplace injuries that you have either had or witnessed?
you sent us a photo.
Yeah. My workplace injury.
yeah,
We'll get into it.
I've seen that before. It's nasty.
And Heather, you worked at the ballpark.
I've had an injury.
We'll get to it next. 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather. If you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and you bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead and take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Flips off the crowd. Didn't want to be shown on camera. I don't know what that was, but it was a workplace injury at Comerica Park. They had to stop the game to let this guy whose leg exploded get medical attention. I don't know. His knee twisted sideways, if you believe what Cole Keith saw. And it got us thinking, hey, John, you're not a stranger to that situation.
No, I've had a couple of workplace injuries. Obviously, my workplace was on the football field. And
would you consider that a hazardous work environment?
At times, whether it was at practice or so. I've had a number of them. I could share them throughout the course of this segment, but we do want to hear from all of our listeners workplace injuries you've either had or seen. And the one, Greg, are we tweeting that one out? It's out. It's at Costa and Jansen on X.
Is it where your ankle is all?
Yeah, I took a hit from somebody fell on me from behind, and I heard and felt the snap, crackle, pop, and I looked down, and it's kind of one of those things too where you know nothing good happened from those noises, but it hurt worse obviously when I actually saw that my leg, as I was laying on the ground, knee was up, but my foot was pointed 90 degrees to the right, not in the direction it was supposed to go. And so that is by far my worst workplace injury. I've had a number of them, but had a compound fracture. Bone was sticking out one side. They reset it on the field, and that was probably the worst pain because Bubba, who was our trainer, Bubba is awesome. Bubba was laying across the top of me, and one of the assistant trainers actually had to hold my shoulder pads underneath while the doctor said, this is going to hurt. I'm like, okay. And then he pulled it out, put it back in, and...
Is it the most pain you've ever been
in? For one moment, yeah. And so, obviously, we get back into the locker room. I get hit with with some of the good stuff, and then it's no longer the worst pain I ever felt. Off to dreamland.
You're floating.
Yes. But that was the end of my season for that year. So, and we have it out on Twitter now. So just as an example of something, if you would like to share with us your worst workplace injury, as we saw it happen with the grounds crew yesterday at Comerica.
Did you see stuff like that when you worked at the ballpark, Heather?
Not like this. I mean, I never considered my workplace to be dangerous, right? Like, I'm not a player. I'm not out on the field like you were, John. But I did have one injury at Comerica Park. It wasn't even an injury, I got to say, but it was treated like an injury. Like I had to be not carted, but wheeled off in a wheelchair. Oh. I was hit in like the sternum, like right in the center of my chest with a ball. And I don't even remember the situation because it wasn't like a foul ball. It was like, I don't even know what happened, but it was a freak thing. I was right before I was going to do something on camera. I was crouched down right next to the dugout.
Yeah.
And I was talking to my contestant. So I was not really focused on the game like I should have been. And the ball came flying through like a very, very small hole within like the railing of the dugout. And it went right. And I had a crescent-shaped bruise right on my chest. Sternum. And they had to I had to go get treated. I had to go get looked at to make sure. Like, they had to treat it like an injury, even though I didn't feel injury. And then everyone was scaring me in the stands because they're like, if you get hit hard enough in the chest, you could have a heart attack. Stop. And I'm like, oh, okay. And I felt fine, but then I was getting anxious because everyone was telling me I could have a heart attack.
Are you okay? You're like, yeah, I'm fine. Are you okay, though?
Yeah. And I'm like, I think so. Am I? I don't know.
Jim, any paper cuts?
See, working in the world of radio, you have to be very careful for paper cuts.
Yeah, you slice those papers on air.
Before I worked here, my first job ever was at Meijer, and I worked in the meat department. We had those blades
like where this is going.
They cut stuff in the meat grinders and stuff. And no, I didn't chop off a finger or anything.
Oh, no.
No.
You still have all 10 digits?
All 10 of them. Although there were moments where I thought it could happen.
Yeah.
If I was careless and turn off a machine or something, but I don't have anything gruesome.
Yeah. Ew. No blowing your drums. Too loud.
Ah!
Yeah.
Let's get to Tom and Hamtramck, and we want more of your stories on this. Tom, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, young guys. How you doing?
Good.
What's up?
Well, I worked at a steel company, and they would take these rolls of steel off of the the trucks, and we would put them on a thing called a slitter, where they would cut it down to size. Like they would cut the one size 1.5 inches, the other size maybe 1 inch, and they have a guardrail that you're supposed to stand behind. Well, this one guy went on the other side of the guardrail, and when they were cut, that edge of it snapped and just practically cut his whole leg completely off. It was just a horrifying scene.
Oh, so
I mean, it was very dangerous. He knew better not to stand over the other side of the protective rail, but he went in there to adjust something, and it was just a horrible scene. We had to rush him to the hospital. The EMS came, but it was just a nasty, nasty thing that I ever seen. And I played hockey and everything. I've seen everything, but that one took the cake.
Who had to pick up his leg?
Well, it dangled.
Oh.
Okay, I mean, it dangled. There was no picking up. It dangled, and they put him like on the stretcher. We were ready to take him, but the EMS came, and his leg, it just was dangling. And like I said, I'm 78, and I've seen a lot of injuries, and this is the most horrifying thing I've ever seen.
I can imagine.
What a first phone call to take on this.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you knocked that one out of the park. Thank you.
Sheesh. Legs dangling?
Yeah.
Sam and Macomb, I don't know how you follow that up, but what do you got? You're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good morning, Sam.
Good. I think I could follow it up a little bit. So I work in a pizzeria, and this was during like that COVID stretch in 2020 when I was just working crazy hours. So we have a dough stretcher, and you always run the dough through there. And I've cleaned it for 15 years, easy. Well, I was cleaning it, and I accidentally slipped, and I ran my hand right through the dough stretcher.
Yeah.
So what happened?
Yeah.
So
you got a really long hand?
crushed
Like, what's
3
going on?
fingers that ran right in and flattened it. I pulled it out. It was so bad, I didn't know what to do, so I just wrapped it up in a rag, hopped in my truck, and just drove right to the hospital.
Do you still have your fingers?
Yeah, so the whole time I'm thinking, like, I lost them for sure. I'm thinking in my head how I can work without my 3 fingers. But they ended up laying my hand down, and they gave me 15 stitches and stitched each cap of my fingertips back on.
Oh, wow.
We said we wanted gruesome work injuries. Yeah. This 2 for 2.
How long were you off of work?
No, it was very rough.
Yeah. Well, thanks for calling there, Sam.
Yeah, Sam. I mean,
glad they were able to put everything back in place.
Yikes.
In the moment, he's going, how am I going to work?
Yeah.
My whole life's changing. Stupid dough stretcher.
Yeah.
Ticket Texters says, I work at a car dealership service department. New guy used his knee to leverage a big truck tire to lift it, and he blew out his knee at 8 a.m.
Ooh.
Working out in Colorado building bridges, saw a guy fall from a 20-foot drop onto a metal fence and shattered the left side of his body. He had 3 metal rods impale him. Now,
wow.
Says, I don't do that job anymore. Now I work on floors. Signed, Austin.
So that guy didn't live, I take it? I mean, 3
it's
metal
amazing
rods impale him?
It's amazing what the human body can sustain.
He was impaled 3 times?
Yes. Depends where the impalement happens.
I guess.
Miss any vital organs.
Yikes.
My friend at work was attacked by a Canadian goose this year in the parking lot. He tripped and broke his arm.
Oh, my gosh.
That's a little more on the light, fun side. I broke my wrist working at the First House of Dicks. I worked in 2 different cabinet places, and I've seen 2 guys cut a finger off on table saws. Yeah, I'm sure we're
table saws
get
can be tricky. Yeah,
Let's
I've
get back.
come close a couple of times.
Back to the phones where we have Jesse in Garden City. Jesse, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
So 2011, I was working on some windmills, wind turbines. I was out in Maryland for a local company here, and a guy went up before me, and he took our rope all the way up, and he left all the hatch doors going up. So I'm climbing up the ladder, and next thing I know, a shackle came down over 100 feet, cracked through my hard hat, fractured my skull, ricocheted from there, and then blew out my left bicep.
Oh my God,
man!
On the ladder, mind you, which didn't black out, kind of like came back to, climbed down, didn't know really what happened and took my hard hat off and then just pool of blood flying from my head.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yep.
How you doing
good
now?
morning.
Yeah.
How are you?
Yeah.
Doing great. Don't work in construction anymore at Rocket Mortgage, but hey, we're here, man.
Any long-term effects from it?
Not yet.
Just a fear of shackles.
Yeah, right.
Not yet. Yeah. That's
Not yet. It was one of the smaller ones. John, you probably are familiar, though, because, those little, they're probably 2.5 pounds up to 5,
Yeah.
but coming over 100 feet at that speed.
Yeah.
If I would have looked up or if it hit anything, I would, let's see you later.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, well.
Hey, have a great
Good
day,
luck.
guys.
Yeah,
I was
you
gonna say.
too. Yeah.
Better day today than that day. Okay, so we have a bunch of calls and ticket texts. We are going to talk baseball at 9 o'clock, but story from the baseball game was grounds crew member sidelined, knee twisted the wrong way, flipped off the crowd. Workplace injuries. We'll get to it 97.1.
Hey, FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you could make the smarter play during the NBA playoffs with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's consistently hitting that over, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things really get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win something big. If you don't already have a FanDuel account, it's not too late to get in on all the action. You're going to get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit and join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, 9 o'clock, we're going to talk about the baseball. Right now, we're talking about what happened at the baseball game. 9 o'clock, we'll talk about the conversation on everybody's mind with this Tigers team. Right now, we're talking about the poor guy in the grounds crew.
Yeah.
His knee twisted the wrong way or something, and they had to pause the game and get him medical attention. He clearly didn't want to be shown on camera and told everybody they were number one.
Yes.
And we've been talking about some workplace issues that you've had. John, you cited a couple playing in the NFL, one in particular.
Yes.
Your leg was pointing the wrong way.
Mm-hmm. Just my foot. Leg was okay.
Right. And Heather talked about getting hit with a baseball at Comerica Park.
Yep.
Right in the sternum.
Yeah.
Nowhere near as gruesome as some of the calls we've taken already.
No.
People losing
my foot
limbs.
was still attached.
Yeah. Mike in South Lyon, you're up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Good morning.
So when I was 21, I worked for a landscaping company, and I'm not a very large human being, about 125 pounds, dripping wet. And for whatever reason that day, our trailer was not operable. So our boss said, you need to deliver this 700-pound serviceberry tree off the back of a dump truck. This dump truck we called Grande Rojo was a 1987 speed stick shift, and it didn't move very fast. We got the tree off the back of the truck with little effort because it was 700 pounds. But by the time it hit that tree dolly, the tree dolly came back and smashed me in the face, shattered 2 teeth, pushed them back about a quarter of an inch.
Oh, no.
I couldn't even close my mouth without those shattered teeth touching my bottom teeth. So basically, I was just an open-mouthed fish at this point, spitting my teeth out into the grass. No. Then my coworker proceeded to drive me to the hospital in this very stellar dump truck while I'm bleeding all over myself. And we met up with my boss. He just got a nice new Cadillac, and the first thing he says to me is, don't bleed on my car.
Oh.
So there wasn't much I could do. We get to the hospital, and the next day they had to sew my teeth together, or wire my mouth shut, pull my teeth forward, and I got a couple nice new fake teeth. Later down the line, though, in 2018, I was about to get married, and I ended up getting an abscess on one of those front teeth, and the doctor said, well, we're going to have to pull your tooth 3 months before my wedding.
Well, at least it wasn't on your wedding day.
No, but, I had a nice little flipper tooth for that wedding. It made the picture interesting, to say the least. So,
man.
Yeah, it was a good time. And being a young person, I wasn't about to sue them, and I didn't know any better, and I should have, because at that point, I paid out of pocket for an implant, a bone graft surgery, and multiple appointments to get the new implant put in. So,
well,
what a journey.
Yeah. How's the smile now?
Oh God, yeah. Well, he's gone through his fair share of dental issues.
I did. As I saw that one on the screen there, I knew that would make Heather's skin curl a little bit.
I don't like the teeth thing. And
Really?
I have nightmares about spitting my teeth out. Yes,
Yeah.
when he said that he was spitting them into the grass, it makes me just like.
So that's like one of the more common, recurring dreams, right?
Yeah.
Is the teeth thing?
I have that dream.
I don't get that one. The other one people get a lot is you're back in school.
Oh, I get that one all the
and you
time.
haven't studied and you have to pass
all
this class.
of the time. It's like, oh, you're about to graduate, but I never went to math class. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I have that all the time.
Really?
Yeah. Or I can't remember my locker combination.
Yeah.
That happens to me a lot.
I used to get that. I don't feel like I've had those.
Or there's Jim.
That's the other kind of dream you have. John in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, hey, how are you guys doing? First time caller. I worked at a plant with a girl, and when she turned around, her ponytail had real long, pretty hair, got stuck in the machine at the plant, and it slowly pulled her hair in and pulled all her scalp off of her head.
Nope.
Yeah. Slowly, one of the machines that you have to close the gate, that slowly pulled it in.
There was no way to hit the stop button?
It, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
No, and they did not want to take care of her until about 8 years later. They finally took care of her, and she's retired now.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
I've
so
heard those stories before.
Yeah, they pay for like all her wigs, everything now, but that was the worst accident I ever seen.
Oh my God.
All right, sorry to tell you guys that. It was slowly though. It wasn't like a quick pull either. We were trying to stop the machine, and there was we didn't have a cutter. It was just nothing. We couldn't cut it. It was so quick that it would have dragged us all in. Luckily, that pulled away, and she got away from the machine.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
it could have been
luckily
worse.
she survived.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Luckily she survived. Very pretty girl too. Yeah.
Hold her.
All right, I'm sorry to bother you guys.
No, we asked you.
we asked
you. It's not your fault.
Hold her scalp off. Which is worse, the
What?
leg or the scalp?
Scalp in
It's
my
the scalp.
mind?
Oh, because especially since it was a little slower.
Yeah, too. That you have to like. You know it's coming and you can't stop it, and you're panicking, and the anticipation of what it's gonna feel like.
A lot of people curling up right now.
I'm sorry, guys. I know this is not your ideal drive into work. We're gonna talk Tiger baseball after the update. Just a couple more to wrap this up, okay?
Yeah, let's keep
John,
going.
dealer's choice. Where do you want to go here?
Let's. I mean, I hey, I got the foot injury. Let's go with Kurt in Holly.
Kurt, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, you guys. How you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, when I got home from the service, I got a job down in Dexter at a steel plant, and one of the guys was driving a high-low. And when you're sitting in a high-low, you get the brake pedal and the gas pedal, and then there's like the step to get up into it.
Mm-hmm.
He had his left foot still in the step well, with kind of his toe hanging out. And as he was driving through, he got a bit too close to an I-beam, and it grabbed the toe of his boot and rolled his leg down the side of the high-low in between the beam, severed his leg from just about 3 or 4 inches above his knee.
Wow! Wow! It ripped his leg off.
It ripped his leg off.
It was hanging by threads of tendon.
I don't need to. Okay.
Yeah,
Kurt, I'm sorry. We're gonna.
Yeah, no, we get the threads. Yeah, it's okay.
That's all right. Don't need to pick. Last one on this, and it's because I think we have to take this phone call. Todd in Beverly Hills.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
So I'm actually a workers' compensation attorney. I've been representing injured workers for 32 plus years now, so I've seen just about everything, but probably the one that sticks out in my mind the most is I had a client that was impaled through the junk.
Oh, no.
And as part of his case, ended up sending me pictures from the ER.
What was he impaled with?
I think it was I believe it was rebar.
Oh, and did it? Did he end up with both, or none, or one? Like, what was the outcome?
I believe he ended up losing one of his testicles. But the bigger issue was it went through not only his junk but also through his leg. So he had nerve damage issues afterwards. So it was pretty gruesome. You can't unsee that when they send you pictures.
No, you can't. Can't unthink it either.
Impaled through the junk. That's probably the one to end on.
I was looking at it going, like, I didn't think it was impaled through the junk. I thought it was like somehow junk impaled him.
Like a piece of like some
kind of
junk?
I don't know, maybe it was a trash worker or something like that. Junk,
his junk.
No, his junk. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, they say you only need one, right?
Look, if you're the guy at Comerica Park,
just try to look on the positive side of things.
If you're the guy at Comerica Park yesterday, could have been so much worse, as evidenced by our callers today. Your knee twisted weird. Could have been worse, all right, in terms of workplace injuries. Let's talk about the baseball team that just keeps finding ways to win. Change the subject. I'm seeing your ticket text, people. We will do that after Luke Sloan's beautiful sports update. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Tigers off today before hitting the road for a 7-game road trip starting in Kansas City tomorrow night. Detroit winners of 4 straight atop baseball at 37-20 after a 4-3 win over the Giants at Comerica Park yesterday. Colt Keith, Justin Henry Malloy each driving into Jackson Jobe over 4 2/3, 3 earned runs, but his velocity was a little bit down. He did not talk to reporters after the game. Tigers finish up the homestand 4-3 before the off day today. Day 2 of OTAs for the Lions in Allen Park. Tackle Panay Sewell says that the new young guys in the room, guards Tate Ratledge and Miles Frazier, are fitting in well so far. Lions enter OTAs with 80% of their roster back from last year, 4th highest in the NFL. Pistons Vice Chairman Arn Tellem is optimistic about Detroit's bid to land a WNBA expansion team. That team would begin play in 2028. Nashville, Philadelphia also competing for a franchise. Michigan State President Kevin Guskowitz saying this week the school's got 7 finalists to be its new athletic director, saying the job description seeks out, quotes, someone who can run a major corporation. And the defending Stanley Cup champion Panthers headed to their 3rd straight Stanley Cup final after beating the Hurricanes 5-3 last night to clinch the Eastern Conference. At the Corba Health Sports Desk, where I'm going to walk around work very carefully today, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, there is one ticket text that we do need to read to wrap up our conversation.
That sounds good.
And then we'll talk Tiger baseball.
I got to tie a bow on this one.
Okay. My husband's eyelid was torn off from a wood splinter flying from a saw table. The surgeon used skin from his genitals to replace the eyelid. Now my husband is cockeyed. And with that, let's talk about this baseball team.
Oh, are you giving an option? Hey, where do you want us to take the skin from? Like, that wouldn't be top of the list. Wouldn't be your
first choice, second, third.
No, but
10th,
hey, at
30th.
least your wife has a great sense of humor.
Tiger baseball. Saturday night, you may have started to panic. They were losing to the Guardians. They had blown it in extras to the Guardians. They had lost 3 in a row to the Cleveland Guardians. Yet, they end up winning the homestand. Won 4 straight. You had the Scooble start plus the sweep of the Giants. They end up further up than when they started the series against the Cleveland Guardians. And if you're someone out there waiting for the other shoe to drop, I don't think it's happening.
No, because this has proven to be a very resilient, very consistent, very gritty, determined baseball team, and maybe the best definition right now in Major League Baseball. Maybe not the best team. They have the best record. And, I mean, you could obviously argue a number of other teams having more talent and more experience and bigger superstars. But it may be the best team in baseball because they're not relying – yes, they rely on Scooble. They rely on Riley Green. At times, it's Kerry Carpenter. At times, it's Spencer Torkelson. At times, now it's Colt Keith. It's been Trey Sweeney. It's been Javier Baez. Like, there have been a number of individuals, even those that just have a cup of coffee. Akil Baddoo with some great catches.
In a pinch.
I mean, it's they have proven to be a team that is, one, selfless, and anyone can step up at any moment, and they've had them step up at key moments.
To what end? The superlatives are noted. To what end?
Well, the end needs to be the World Series.
I was going to ask you, is that the expectation now for this baseball team?
Yeah, it is the expectation. You adjust expectations. We came into the season and we thought, they're going to be a couple below, a couple above, right around 500. We adjusted our expectations early on to say that this was not a team. I was at 80 wins. I said, okay, let's do 10 better and let's go 90 or better. I'm not going to adjust to 100 wins. I think that's kind of ridiculous. But they're on pace
for 105.
For 105.
Yeah.
But I think that this is a season where, and history shows that it can happen, that it should end in the World Series.
When you talk to people, they say, they're going to the World Series. We haven't even really hit summer. Like, Memorial Day is the start of summer, and it's where people's heads are at. It's the question in everybody's mind is, yeah, I'm getting some 06 vibes. We had a guy calling earlier and say, could they win 105 games, which would be a franchise record, right? Modern record.
Right.
Everybody's mind is on World Series. They've completely swept us up and captivated us. And it's because if at any point you're waiting to see, well, this injury is going to really do them in, and how sustainable is this performance? And they just keep chugging along. Like Jackson Jobe, there's a little scary thing yesterday. The velo's down. He doesn't speak after the game. Could it be something serious? I don't know. I'm also not panicked. I didn't think they were getting a full year out of Jobe anyway. They were going to have to send him down at some point or shut him down or give him breaks and breathers.
Which they've already done.
And they've already done some of that. They have Alex Cobb eventually who's supposed to be here, right? Reese Olson's coming back eventually. Like, they just seem to always have the depth to backfill. Like, last year's team scratched and clawed, but in doing so, they built some scar tissue. Like, this team feels like they've got a real identity to them now.
Yeah, they've built up some calluses.
Yeah.
And it's a team that nothing seems to faze them. You lose 3 out of 4 to a division foe, a division rival, who knocked you out of the postseason last year. And we asked AJ Hinch about that. How does a team bounce back from that? And his answer was as good as you can have. Well, you hand the ball to Tarek Skubal. Yeah. He gets you back right. And that's what an ace is supposed to do. And he did. And then you have the San Francisco Giants. They come to town. They're a team that is scratching and clawing for every win because they're trying to keep pace with who most people think is the best team in baseball, and that's the LA Dodgers. So they are looking to get any wins that they can possibly get. They are fighting for their lives in their division, and the Detroit Tigers sweep them in a series.
So our question to you guys is the question in everybody's mind. Like, will this team make the World Series? The expectation, based on what you've seen, where are you at?
I'll give you 2 examples. 84. Best record in the American League, and I think in Major League Baseball at that time. Okay.
Yep.
With into that 50-game mark.
The 50-game mark in 84, they're in first place.
And they end up obviously winning the World Series. In 2006, best record after that 50-game mark, and we know where that season ended. Now, it didn't end with the ultimate prize, but it ended in the World Series. Fast forward to 2024. Best record in baseball through the 50-game mark.
Expect to at least be in the World Series. And again, the Dodgers are a super team. I'm not telling you I'm picking the Tigers in a 7-game series.
But they don't have to beat the Dodgers to get to the World Series.
No, and the Dodgers may not be there. You don't know. I mean, but postseason baseball can be incredibly fickle. We have seen that firsthand in Detroit, where we've had loaded lineups get to the World Series and can't get a big knock. I mean, last year's team got in the postseason, had them right where we wanted them. Game 4 in Detroit. Couldn't get a big knock. Game 5, Skubal on the mound, couldn't get a big knock. It doesn't always work out your way. We know that. But this team doesn't have these giant flaws. They don't have an Achilles heel or a big weakness. And it feels like they're going to keep pushing this thing along. They should win their division. They should have home playoff games. I don't think anybody in the American League is better than them.
No. I mean, you go down the list of, division leaders. First of all, they don't have the record that the Tigers have. But then you look and you say, okay, well, the Yankees, they're first place in the AL East. Well, they beat them in a series. And you look at, is it still the Seattle Mariners? Yeah. And Seattle Mariners and the Houston Astros basically tied in the AL West. And okay, you lost the series to the Astros, but you beat the Mariners. Like it is, and you knocked out the Astros in last year's postseason.
Yeah, I think the anticipation here is eventually Parker Meadows, right? And eventually you get to the deadline. They'll do something. Yeah. I mean, the question of whether it would be what we all want, right? We always want the big splash. They'll add a bullpen arm, and they may add a bat if the price is right. They've got the capital to do it. They've got these top 100 prospects. They're the best record in baseball. They're, of course, going to add at the deadline in some way. They should only reinforce your belief of what they're capable of.
And so going into the season, we thought, okay, if they could be a 500 team, can they add at the deadline? Will they add at the deadline?
Right.
And that was going to be a question. Now the expectations have not just changed for the record, for the expectations of the end of the season.
Yeah.
The expectations have changed for Scott Harris.
It's not going to be will they buy, it's what will they buy.
Right. And they should. They should go out there, and whether it's a relief pitcher, we've talked about that. Whether it's a bat, you mentioned a certain prospect yesterday, and there are going to be options for them as teams underperform, and they are looking to find ways to get better for future years, they're going to unload some of their players, which is what happens. You got sellers, you got buyers. The Tigers should definitely be buyers, and it's the adventure of getting to the end of the season. Part of that adventure and the expectations changing is for Scott Harris and the trade deadline.
How about this? This is Harvey taking his kids to school on the ticket text. Says the MLB playoffs are not a one and done. They're a series at a time. What have the Tigers done 90% of the year? Win series. In that way, they are built for postseason. The Tigers will win the World Series if we don't see Cleveland in the playoffs, from an unnamed texter.
I know that's going to be a common sentiment. They're going to play Cleveland many times throughout the course of the year. All right, they had a 4-game series. I think they play them 9 more times.
4th of July, I think, is the next stretch in
right.
Cleveland.
In Cleveland, 3-game stretch.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see if there is a Cleveland problem.
So the issue, Cleveland has super bullpen arms that are built for the postseason. They also have a couple guys who are
just really good baseball players.
Right. In the batter's box, Quan, he finds a way to get contact and get on base. And Jose Ramirez, he does this to everybody, but he's in our division, so I feel like we get the worst of it. This guy clobbers the baseball in the postseason. He did it.
Does it all season.
Already this season against Detroit and Comerica. Tex says, I'm concerned about Riley Green. 3 hits one day, 4 strikeouts the next. He's too inconsistent. That's art in center line. Riley Green has had a hell of a month of May.
Right, but that's where I argue that this is the best team in baseball, because when Riley Green strikes out 3 times, that's when Kerry Carpenter leads off with a home run. Or it's Colt Keith getting hot at the right time. It's always somebody that steps up. And sure, there's going to be days. We've seen them have days where all the bats are dead. It's a long season. You're going to have those days, but it's how do you respond to those? And the Tigers have always responded by getting the backs going again and having great pitching on the mound.
It's easy to respond when it's not one guy that has to do the responding. It's easier when you're a deeper baseball team. They're unquestionably deeper than the team that made the run last year. They weren't getting anything from Torkelson a year ago. They weren't getting anything from Baez a year ago. Their rotation was 1.5 dudes. This year, we're like, I don't know, it's 4 or 5? Do they even have enough spots for all the arms? And then you start adding depth at the deadline. They're a much deeper baseball team. When you get to the playoffs and you have no easy outs in your lineup, or very few easy outs in your lineup, you make people work. You do the little things like first to third. That's the formula to steal games in a series. And it's why the Tigers keep winning all the series they play. So with you guys, it's a question in everybody's mind. World Series, it's 97-1.
Hey, are you unhappy with the way you look? Maybe you're unhappy with the way you feel, and you're carrying around too much weight. It's not just the physical weight, it's the emotional weight sometimes that you're carrying around. Now picture yourself in 40 days, 40 pounds lighter. That's right. You could lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal U. And I know the program really works because in those 40 days, I lost 50 pounds with Ideal U. Book today, and Ideal U is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value. And it's absolutely free. And what you'll find out is how much fat you have, how much muscle mass, bone mass, water weight, all of that stuff. And then you're going to assign you a weight loss coach. You're going to construct a plan that works for you. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal U is different than other weight loss companies because it works and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy in your own skin, but getting into those clothes, maybe taking some pictures this summer. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your free body composition analysis. As I mentioned, it's a $150 value, absolutely free.
the progression has been awesome. We start the year going, I think our baseball team could hover around 500.
Mm-hmm.
Mess around and see what happens. Well, they're messing around all right. Very quickly did we say, you know what, actually, it's a 90-win ball club.
Yeah.
And they've made that look like too low of a bar. They're pacing for 105. We go, I think they're going to win this division, and they may even win this division going away.
It's quite possible. I mean, they lose 3 or 4 to the Guardians.
And they end up gaining or creating more separation when the homestand's over.
Mm-hmm.
So you start to really think about this and you wonder where it's all headed. Do we need to raise the bar yet again? And that's why we invoked World Series today. Not guaranteeing it or declaring it or anything. No one's discoing this morning. But they earn more of this, right? They push the envelope. The more they win, the more we dream. And John, who in the American League intimidates you? Well, is it Cleveland? I know people bring that up. I think Detroit's a better baseball team.
Well, it's the more they win, but it's the more ways that they win.
Good point.
They didn't really should not have earned that win. They ultimately did earn that win yesterday, but it kind of stole it. And when you're able to win the games you're supposed to win, steal a few here and there, that's where you start building a 17 games above 500. I still can't believe 57 games into the season, when we started this with, there'll be 2 above, 2 below. What are they going to do in center field? What are they going to do at the bats? And now we're talking about a team that is 17 games above 500.
Yeah, I think too.
Pinch me.
Yeah, pinch me. 17 games over 500, and we're not even in June yet.
Yeah.
It's a hell of a start, but it also feels sustainable because they feel like a deeper team. Like if you ask me, what's my biggest reason I'm confident that the Tigers are winning this division, they'll be a force in the postseason, and they'd be my pick to play in the World Series, it wouldn't be because I grew up in Detroit. It would be because I'm watching the depth of this baseball team shine, and that's how you get winning in different ways. You could say it's Javi. That's your biggest reason for confidence, but it's really not. It's Javi and Torque, right? It's not Javi and Torque. It's Javi, Torque, and Mize. And it's not even those 3. It's finding Dylan Dingler through the injury to Jake Rogers.
Yeah.
It's
guys that have stepped up.
Jay Hen yesterday, 2 outs, 2 strikes. The guy's borderline on the roster. He might not be on the roster when everybody's healthy. What does he do? He delivers a big knock. Colt Keith, why is he batting in the 3 spot? It didn't make sense when they started doing it, but he's clobbered the baseball all month May.
And it's not the first time Jay Hen has done that. He made a big single earlier in the season to a walk-off win.
And how about Gleyber Torres, who they didn't have last year either, who's playing better than he did in a Yankee uniform? Tommy Kahnle, you already had a deep bullpen, feels deeper because of Kahnle. And the idea here is the depth doesn't stop on May 29th. The depth will stop post-deadline, but even then we watch him call up relievers out of nowhere. Who is Chase Lee? Guy had a 9 ERA in AAA Toledo.
Yeah.
He's throwing 88 miles an hour. No one can hit him. I mean, this is what they do. They have found depth. They've cultivated and curated depth, and it's what makes them a dangerous ball club. Let's get to Greg in Westland. Greg, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I brought up the point. I don't think anybody's covered just how important these close games are with a young team that we have. I mean, they're coming back. They're finding ways to win, and that only helps for your postseason to get the pressure off.
Yeah, because the postseason we know is a different animal.
Yeah,
those pressurized
the confidence
moments.
to know you can win these games.
Yeah.
Yep. They're not afraid of anybody. I got to say that.
No doubt. I mean, look at these opponents they've beaten series this season. I mean,
yep.
Look around.
And the ones they have coming up, right? It's at Kansas City for 3 games. Like it's a division opponent. Got to go out there and show that you are the better team anytime you play the division opponents. But then it's an opportunity after the Sox series. They got 4 in Chicago. They play the Cubs. Baltimore, all right. Baltimore's not having a great season. Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, like you're going to be tested. There are going to be some series that you are expected to win,
of course.
But then when you play those teams like the Giants, that are in a similar situation where they're a good team, they're fighting for their division, you come away sweeping them in a series. It just shows how consistent this team is.
So super quick, Jim, knee-jerk reaction. I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Okay.
I'm making an observation that people are suspect of this more than they were in 06 at the same time. Why?
Well, because they don't have the names that are established.
They had 06 to compare, had Pudge, right?
Yeah.
Kenny Rogers.
Yeah, but in May of 06,
They had
Pudge
Maglio.
Pudge was established. You would be saying in this world where we're so cynical versus then that Maglio can't be trusted. He's still coming off a knee injury.
Right.
We need more. It's not a big enough sample size. I don't know. It just seems like people aren't quite enjoying this. And actually, if you connect it to last year's finish, there's even more there than the 06 team had at this time. I can tell you right now, this just isn't the same as then, and I don't know why.
Well, because
are we more cynical as like a country, a world, a people?
Well, no,
JV was a rookie. I can't trust that. I mean,
It's the track record of Javi Baez in Detroit. It's the track record of Spencer Torkelson. It's the track record of some of these guys that maybe it's just hard for individuals to believe that they can trust Torque or Baez or insert almost any name.
Day by day, they'll just keep dragging you in. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Okay, so Terry Bradshaw doesn't want to see Aaron Rodgers on the Steelers. So he spoke to this radio show in Arkansas, 103.7 The Buzz, on Tuesday, and called the idea of the Steelers trying to sign Rodgers a joke.
Oh, anytime he's the football version of Barkley and Shaq.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing I would say, and I love the shots at Aaron Rodgers. What's your plan at quarterback, Pittsburgh?
Well, and I think that's the bigger question that football alumni have. Everybody else has that is watching the Pittsburgh Steelers. Are you really going to sign a guy for 1 year when you've been one of the most consistent franchises? But this is your plan,
I say this, they kind of
with or without?
back themselves into a corner.
Yeah.
Mike Vrabel was forced to answer some questions this week after some viral videos showed Stephon Diggs on a boat party with his new girl, Cardi B, and a whole bunch of women. And in one of the photos, he's like handing out this baggie of some unknown pink
substance
powder, an unknown substance. So Vrabel was asked about this boat party and the powder by a media member during a recent press conference. You expecting him? Not if he's not here.
That's the perfect answer.
Yeah.
Finally, a Detroit man is facing several charges, including murder, after he caused that fatal car crash while fleeing warrant officers over the weekend. So 33-year-old Anthony Greer Jr. was going 72 miles per hour in a 40-mile-per-hour zone. This was on Van Dyke near Miller on Saturday evening. And when police attempted to pull him over and he didn't stop, he then started to drive on the sidewalk. He was driving in the middle turn lane. He ran numerous red lights, reached speeds of more than 100 miles per hour. And even though officers, were doing the things they were trained to do, deployed stop sticks, that didn't deter him. He continued on. He ultimately hit two vehicles at an intersection, including one vehicle being driven by a 71-year-old woman named Wendy Drew. She was taken to the hospital where she was pronounced dead. She leaves behind a husband, 5 children, and 23 grandchildren.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. This guy fled on foot but was eventually caught. So he was charged with second-degree murder, first-degree fleeing police, and assaulting, resisting, obstructing a police officer. And he's got a slew of prior convictions, and he's got an open court case after being charged with carrying a concealed firearm and warrant back in March. Warren Police did hold a press conference as well to address the concerns about these police chases in the city. He did say that this chase and all the other chases that his officers engage in are reviewed to ensure that they comply with the department policy. He did note that the officers involved in this chase are currently on administrative leave per that policy.
Sad.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, we got Dear John coming up next. That's Heather with the news. We'll get life advice from John Jansen. End the hour with a lesson that the Pistons can learn from the playoffs and a poll question that we've been monitoring to see what you guys think. A Red Wings top target. We'll get to that. It's 97.1.
Hey, summer is heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Made with real brewed tea and real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. So it's really easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are this weekend. Look for the can with the sunset stripes, sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe that real value comes from building strong communities and relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go. And their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me and my family over the years, and why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. Visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Some housekeeping to wrap up the show. We've got Dear John reaction. We got a poll question, and want to tie in a little bit of what happened last night to what we're dealing with locally here. Yeah, the Panthers win. They're going back to the Stanley Cup for the third year in a row. They're led in goals by Sam Bennett, who is a pending free agent. And we asked the question, Marner or Bennett? Marner will cost more. Factor that in. Who would you rather have? 44% of our audience said they'd rather have Sam Bennett. He's that gritty playoff style player.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still team Marner. Marner's the better player. Marner was point per game in the playoffs. I think a lot of the narratives on Marner are false.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that he's soft, he's a Selke finalist almost every year. That's for the best two-way forward in hockey. His down year, he's point per game in the playoffs. In terms of assists, it's not like he's a secondary assist merchant. He's getting a lot of primary assists. The only guys with more are McDavid, McKinnon, and Kucherov. He's a bona fide superstar. What I wouldn't want to do is pay Sam Bennett a premium to be yet another overpaid middle six forward. And he's better than Kopp and Comfort, but I feel like we'd essentially just be doing more of that. Hey, he's a responsible two-way player who brings a little grit and can kill penalties. He's got a little more offensive upside, but this is his first 50-point season. Marner trips out of bed and gets 100. Like, to me, it's not close. If I'm going for one of them, it's Marner. And if I can't get Marner, the player I want from the Panthers is actually Aaron Ekblad. Windsor native, right shot D, physical, tenacious, can play the power play. Everything we talk about this team needing, sandpaper, grit, production, leadership, Ekblad would be the Panther I would take over Bennett.
Yeah, I mean, because that's what one of the things that this team sorely needs is better defense. And you could talk about the goalie situation. Yeah. That's a giant question mark. What are they even doing? But to make the goalies better, to help them out, you need better defense. And Ekblad would be that guy.
Leader, defense, grit, checks a lot of boxes. He can't fix the whole roster. He's not going to play goalie. He's not going to score 30. But he would be a big addition for Yzerman this offseason. And how about this? You got to want to come here. Where's number 5 because he grew up a Red Wing fan, idolizing Nick Lidstrom? If Florida doesn't bring him back, I think it only stands to reason Detroit would be a destination he'd want to play.
Could be.
With the NBA, got the Oklahoma City Thunder in the NBA Finals. And we are always looking to see our teams make a big move. The Thunder present the case to hold, to not do something crazy this offseason for the Pistons. The Thunder have one great guard, SGA, who's on the ascent, and they've surrounded him with homegrown drafted players. They have a defensive first mentality. They are the best defense in basketball, and they've done this organically. 2 years ago, they had a losing record. Now they're in the NBA Finals. The don't overreact, knee-jerk, make a move just to make a move. I think they've provided the case right in front of us. And Cade's got to turn into SGA, but SGA wasn't SGA at 23 years old.
And you also need support like they're getting in Oklahoma City. And yes, could it be the fact that Jaden Ivey, when healthy, creates that support? But you're also going to have it. You may not go out and sign that Giannis or any other big names that we've talked about, but you're still going to have to sign high-quality complementary pieces.
Oh, I don't say this to let Trajan Langdon off the hook. I mean, I think, yes, you got to decide. Are we bringing Beasley back? If Ivey's taking the Schroeder role, we still need help in the front court. Like, there's still moves that need to be made. And I'm not turning down Giannis. I mean, if he planted a flag at the center of Greektown, yeah, we'll come get him. But I don't think he's going to come to Detroit. Now, what I don't want to do is go, I got to get something. Give me Zion. No, I'll just run it back. I'll try to follow this blueprint for one more year and see a full year of Asar. Can he take a leap to be kind of a Jalen Williams type of player? That wing on defense that's a menace. Jalen Williams not a great three-point shooter. That's the other secret. The Thunder aren't a great three-point shooting team. SGA's not. Chet's not. There's a blueprint for the Pistons to follow here. There's not one size fits all. You don't have to rush out and do something this offseason.
Right, and it doesn't necessarily have to be the OKC blueprint. It doesn't have to be you got to have 3 superstars to win blueprint. It's going to be whatever works for the Pistons, and it may be a healthy Jaden Ivey.
Yeah.
It could be as simple as that. Who knows? And he was a 40% three-point shooter last year, but the volume is going to have to go way up if that's going to be the case. And he's going to have to remain at that 40% mark or right around there.
I think you're always open to all NBA talent, but if it's not there, you see what Ivy's got, see what Asar's got, see what Duran's got. And you probably can't keep them all, but you make a more informed decision after making a step forward next season. Because I do think all said and done, running it back, they'll be better next year. And I look at the East and think almost by default, they'll be better next year.
Mm-hmm.
Some ticket text on Dear John.
Okay.
The first two questions show what kind of world we live in. The kid's dad obviously didn't give him the speech about doing a good job with the lawn. And the second is so simple. Don't take things without asking. That's Gerald in the D, referencing The Leftovers.
Regarding the speech about doing a good job, that speech may have happened, but you also, I mean, if this is an 8 or a 9 or a 10-year-old kid, there needs to be a follow-up of, when the dad comes over, is this what you meant by a good job? Because there's areas that aren't mowed. It's haphazard. Like, okay, here's what a good job means. Sometimes you got to define it for them. And I think the other thing is you also need to define the value. Because if a young individual comes to the door and says, I want to mow your yard for $10, I know that it costs more than that, should cost more than that.
Yeah.
And so you're also not just teaching doing a good job, but you also have to teach them how to value their work. And so I would probably say, hey, this is going to take me longer than an hour. I'll pay you $20, $25, and this is how it needs to be done. Here's your value. Here's the job. Now go do it.
Say it, John. You know you'd never play for the Cleveland Browns. Ohio's terrible.
Yeah, it doesn't mean I have to live there year round, and the walleye fishing is really good in Lake Erie.
I think people are I love this question. When I heard the question, I'm like, this is one I want to hear from John. What is John going to say? I think what people are failing to maybe really understand and grasp is that when you get to the level of playing in the NFL, it's a job.
Yeah.
You're making a living. That takes incredible precedence and maybe priority over lots of other things that you might think about petty rivalries or anything.
Right.
It's about, okay, I'm 32. I'm going to get my last contract. I don't give a crap where I play.
Yeah,
Someone's going to pay me
amount of dollars.
A 2-year, $8 million contract. I'm taking it.
Mm-hmm. Or it could be a combination of, well, I'm going to make just a touch less here, but hey, they were in the NFC or AFC championship game last year. We got a chance to take it a step further. And it's always about, whenever you're relocating, you think about the area you're going to live in.
100%.
When I said Houston, we had some texts call in about, well, you said you didn't want to live in Miami because it's hot and sweaty. Well, the bass fishing and the hunting around Houston is amazing. One of my best friends was drafted in the expansion draft to Houston. I spent nearly every other weekend in the offseason down there, and we hit so many Great Lakes. Not the Great Lakes, but terrific lakes
that are great.
Yes. Galveston. Great time, too.
I'd love to see Galveston.
Yeah.
I've seen the renovation shows in Galveston. So
You'd love it.
What's the agenda today?
I was before the show, I was trying to figure out something with the Tigers, and I realized I backed myself into a corner, and I'm really mad about it. And I'll explain coming up. I need help. I need help to get out of this corner, but it's about our first place baseball team.
Nobody puts Doug in a corner.
Nobody puts Doug.
I put myself in a corner.
Oh
boy.
Well,
got to fight your way out.
Sorry, baby.
I'll get to it coming up.
Carson Anderson, 97.1.
It's got that look out there today. It's got that look. It's not supposed to rain. It's kind of got that look, doesn't it?
It's more. It has that look more now than it did 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. And I really, really don't want it to rain today because last week it was raining and I did not Thursday mow. And then I was out of town for the weekend. And instead of mowing on Monday or Tuesday, which I guess we had some rain, but I could have mowed on Monday, I've let it go. So I got a 2-week growth, Thursday mow. I'm really wanting to do the Thursday mow thing today.
Have you thought of waxing?
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. You meant grass. I thought there was
He's talking about landscaping, not manscaping.
Thank you, Kang. I appreciate that. I thought letting it go for 2 weeks and just didn't know. Here's the other thing. Boy playing baseball tonight?
No.
Oh, you got away with it.
Yeah. All good.
Did you play last night?
No.
Wow, a cold night?
Yeah. Yeah. Typically, if it's a terrible day, we got a baseball game. So, no, they play Tuesday. They play Saturday now. So.
I think you maybe, I don't want to jinx anything for you.
Well, we may have good weather for a baseball game.
Maybe. I don't know. I haven't looked that far ahead, but.
My count was 6 good weather games out of 37 now.
Finish on a high note.
How about just good weather for us people
right,
in Michigan?
I guess it's supposed to be nicer next week, but we've been.
Oh, what's that, next week?
Yeah. Next week is scheduled indeed for next week.
I mean, this is so bad.
Yeah.
It's just pathetic. It ruins everything. Come on.
I mean, obviously, this is way better than the dead of winter, and we could bundle up if we so choose. I mean, it's not like that cold out, but it's just gray. To me, it's the grayness. It's a constant grayness.
Yes. I feel depressed, man.
Tigers played yesterday afternoon. We'll get to that in a minute. Anything exciting last night in the Gator household? Wednesday night?
No, not really. I mean, I was doing some cleaning, did some laundry, Doug. Thank you.
All right, laundry.
Thank you very much.
I did some laundry.
Yeah, did some laundry.
Yeah.
Thought about folding shirts and then said, no, that's.
So you just washed?
I washed
you
and
dried?
Yeah. And then,
So wait, what did you do? Did you just throw them?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. When it comes to folding, I am the worst. I just put it off like nobody's business. I set them on either like on a chair, neatly on a chair, like drape them on top of each other so they're all in the same kind of direction there. And I get to it when I get to it. If I get to it, it's a lot of t-shirts, right?
Okay, so you don't leave them permanently on a chair instead of using like a dresser or drawers.
What do you mean permanently?
Is there
not permanently?
Is this a chair? Like, where's the chair?
Well,
What
there's
room?
a couple different places where shirts can accumulate.
Is there like elliptical or exercise bike you use?
There's a treadmill.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
Those are good for hanging things.
That's a great
Yes.
spot
Yep.
to drape the shirts across.
Yep.
There is a chair next to my bed, like a nice easy chair type chair. That's where a lot of things go.
So at any given time,
And
if
maybe
someone
sometimes they just go into the closet. I have a walk-in closet that has like a dresser island type thing that I kind of drape them on top of there too.
So at any given time, if somebody walks into your bedroom, there could be a stack of T-shirts just laid out on top of a chair and on top of the island.
Oh yeah,
dresser.
There's a lot of mess in my room on any given day, and then there comes that glorious day where I get inspired and start cleaning. And it looks fantastic for about 2 days, and then I get to that same.
How often does said glorious day come along?
I mean, it's like once a week or so.
Okay.
Or so.
When's the next Haley's Comet, Doug?
Just think about stuff that wouldn't fly in my house.
Yeah,
think about folding laundry.
I only have myself to complain to.
That's
so.
true.
But the dog is giving me some judgment lately. So
they just looking at your side eye.
Yeah, she's like, "When are you going to do?
When are you going to do this?
You know, I can't sit on that chair if you're going to put the shirts on there, let alone your jeans."
Sometimes I wonder if you and I are even of the same species. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so Tigers win again. I got to tell you, this is so much stinking fun. Because when you watch them play, you like, okay, they're winning because they're a better baseball team. Like they
how is it that this team actually won the game?
Well, they're a better baseball team than you are. And they won on a day where obviously Jackson Jobe, I mean, we don't know what's brewing there, but the bullpen got the job done. And Canely was just fantastic, and they had some clutch hits.
Clutch defense, too. I mean, you get the pop-up. I mean, and Canely with the pop-up with 2 on, second and third, nobody out. I mean, that's a play. How
about
what they've been able to do?
I mean, look, we're not going to do San Francisco radio here, but with runners on second and third and 1 out, Bob Melvin was determined to have Christian Kloss bunt. Like, I could see trying to get him with a squeeze bunt once, but then he came back and had him bunt again. They had runners on second and third. And after the first bunt failed, he went back to it again. Are you trying to move the runners over to fourth and fifth base? Like, what are you trying to accomplish there?
Throwing chaos? I don't know, man. I mean, if you're trying to get an AJ Hinch team to all of a sudden lose their fundamental skills, good luck with that. I mean, because I think that's probably what you're trying. You're trying to obviously score the run, create a little chaos. Maybe the ball gets thrown around because you're rushing things. But to do that to a team that is as good as the Tigers, it's not likely. It's not wise.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like a very
Giants
weird play.
Giants were flustered all series long.
Yep.
They were they let the umpires get into their heads and under their skin, and it affected them in certain degrees. The Tigers just kept doing what the Tigers do. Plug along. Hey, it's not working. All right, it's all right, guys. Next inning. Not working. It's all right, guys. Next inning. Next inning. And the next inning happens, and first thing you get an error, and then everybody starts rediscovering how great it is to be a Tiger when you have a chance to win a game. And Colt Keith delivers. Justin Henry Malloy delivers again.
Yep.
It's just it's so much stinking fun to watch this team. 37-20 now. Back on top in the percentages with the best record in baseball by a very slim margin, but the 649 over 648 win percentage works. This is a really good baseball team. Clearly, Jackson Jobe didn't have his best stuff yesterday. His team picked him up, right? He wasn't awful, but he was getting hit and then didn't have the greatest control. But his team came up with some big defensive plays than they needed to, limited the damage to 3 runs, and then took care of business. They just got the job done. And Brebbia comes in for one at bat, gets the guy. And I couldn't have been happier because I'm not a big John Brebbia fan. I don't think he's particularly good. And when I'm talking about replacing guys in the bullpen or finding guys at the trade deadline, he's like the first guy I'm thinking of. But good for him getting that job done. He can take pride in knowing he was part of the reason this team won the game. And that's what this team is about. Every single player on this roster has a spot, has a reason for why they're there.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Was it Brebbia the one that got touched up for the catcher? Yeah, it was catcher's interference and then a bloop. So he did get the 1 out, and he came back next inning, and it was a catcher's interference in the bloop single. And I'm like, I'm not a Brebbia guy, but that wasn't really his fault. No. All right. As I said during the crosstalk, I kind of backed myself into a weird corner, and I'll explain. And I think everybody's going to roll their eyes at me, but that's why I'm seeking your help. I need help, Gator. This man needs help.
What, they ran out of kale and you had to go with iceberg lettuce?
It's I'll get to it in a few minutes. Tigers related. Attention golfers, let Twin Peaks be your new 19th hole. If you're not out hitting the links on these hot summer days, why not? Cool off after your round at your local Twin Peaks. Why go to Twin Peaks? That's easy. For starters, nothing cools you off better than their 29-degree draft beer or cider. They pour all your favorite drafts at a bone-chilling 29 degrees into a mug that's been freezing for a minimum of 6 hours. There isn't a golf course in the state that can offer that up. Now pair that with food from a scratch kitchen, and you'll want to stay there. You won't want to stay at the course, rather, for a hot dog again. Hand-smashed and seared burgers, house-smoked brisket and ribs, hand-breaded chicken tenders and boneless wings. You got the fresh salads with the homemade dressings. They got it all to help you recoup after a long day on the course. Bring in your scorecard and receive a free chips and queso appetizer to pair with those beers. How about that? What makes it even better, wall-to-wall TV, so you're not missing any of your favorite teams in action. And you got the beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. Soccer fans, make sure you head to your favorite lodge Saturday for the Champions League final. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 the ticket. 248-539-9797. Let's go to D in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hi, D.
What's up, DK? Gator Kane. What's going on, fellas?
Come on, D.
Hey, D.
Hey, bro, check this out real quick. Can anybody truthfully say that they saw this coming with this Tigers team?
Well,
20 games.
When? Could they truthfully have said it last August? No.
Okay, DK, that's what I'm trying to get at. No big free agent signing, no big trades, a couple of moves here and there. Now, here we are, damn near 20 games over 500, DK. Think about this, bro. Time the All-Star game get here, we could be 50 games in the win column, maybe more than that at the All-Star game, DK. Who saw this coming, man? This is a shock. This is a surprise. This is an early Christmas present, if you ask me, bro.
Well, I mean, I think people thought they had a really good chance to be good. This good, I would say, I would not be being truthful if I thought they'd be this good, and I don't think Gator you would either.
Nobody, DK.
Yeah.
Hey, one more thing. I don't know if you guys noticed, but my man Tommy Caney, did I say his name right?
Canely.
The reliever.
Yeah.
Canely. Bro, he be rocking them socks.
Oh, yeah.
Them dark, bro, he be rocking them socks with the old English D on it. I wish Kerry Carpenter would switch over. Baez, even Torque, everybody, put them socks on, baby, because they look damn good. And guess what, DK? Love the show, bro. Have a good one.
Thanks, D. I love the way D thinks. And I would say this about the socks. Do I love the look? Yes. For most of the Tigers, I'd say whatever you've been doing, keep doing it.
Right.
If you haven't worn high socks, don't. If you're in a slump and you want to break out of wear the high socks. But I agree. I think the high socks look sweet.
I haven't noticed them yet.
Okay.
But I do like the high sock.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
the high stirrup.
He's got some swag or aura, as the kids would say, Doug, to his sock game.
Aura.
The sock game's got the
sock game has aura.
Yeah, it's got some of the stripes. I can't believe you haven't noticed, Gator. You watch every Tigers game. He's got the Old English D.
Yep. Oh, it's a good look.
I gotta see if I can find.
Take a gander. They do have highlights available on the internet, so you can check it out. You can see them. I think Wenzel Perez also had the high socks, and Carpenter. I don't know if he's got them. He's had them. He said he thinks Carpenter should do it. I thought Carpenter did, but I guess this probably isn't germane to the rest of the show. But yeah, I do like the look of the high
fashion.
Socks. We're a very fashion-forward program here from 10 to 2.
All right, so I don't see a picture of him with the Tigers wearing a high sock, but with the Yankees. So are we just talking like all the way up to the knee?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, it'd be odd if he was wearing the Old English D on his socks when he was with the Yankees.
Well, I
would find that to be strange.
Doug, I just wanted to see if the style was what we were talking about.
Gotcha. Well, we'll get to that during a commercial break. So let me explain what I started doing today. I was trying to figure this team out I was like, okay, they're a little strange, right? They've got one flashy player, Skubal.
Mm-hmm.
One superstar, Skubal. And then they've got a bunch of dudes that just do their job, right? I mean, they all kind of know their role. They're smartly used. They're put in situations to be successful. There's guys that are in the lineup twice a week, and the next thing you know, Justin Henry Malloy has the game-winning hit. There is malleability. Like the manager can do all kinds of different things.
Lots of versatility.
Yep. And yet they're resilient. They're extraordinarily resilient. And the more I started thinking about my description of the Tigers, and I really didn't want to say this. In fact, it made me go look up the definition. Strong and determined in dealing with unpleasant situations. I hate it, but I came up with gritty. And I'm like, no, we're not doing it again.
Wow.
We're not doing it again.
Wow.
That's the definition of gritty. And we're not.
Look at this.
This is so ridiculous.
Look at you.
Every team in Detroit isn't gritty.
Delving into new territory. Doug Carr.
See, as I started describing, I'm getting this, and I'm getting
Trailblazer.
I know, right? It's terrible. It's awful. And I refuse to accept it.
You should be an author.
And this
or a poet.
But this is where I ask for the audience's help. What word or sentence would you use to describe this team? Because we're not going gritty. I know they've used the gritty Tigers thing. Everybody in Detroit can't.
The gritty kitties.
Yeah, everybody in Detroit can't be gritty.
And yet, everybody in Detroit is pretty gritty.
Well, can we do something else? Let's do something else. Let's see. Let's what do you got? Is there has to be like the gritty thing? You know, I got it, but in a lot of ways, many winning teams are resilient. They do dig down and find.
There's a word.
Yeah, maybe that's just it. It's been said so much. We got to do something else, right?
So the word that often goes with gritty is gutty.
Yeah.
What's wrong with gutty?
It's too much like gritty.
Okay. How about the word determined?
It could be. It could be. Is that what you think? You think that they're just a determined?
No, I think they're very gritty. They are literally, but it's just I think they're very businesslike.
Yeah.
There's so many words you could use to describe this team. I don't know if there's one that encompasses it all. I mean, a style of play is yeah. I mean, obviously gritty works.
You see?
No, I know it works, but I mean, you could do so many other things. Like I've said, we use resilient, we use determined, we use professional. It's they business like yeoman. I mean, they just go out and do their job. They're blue collar. They're going to work. Why don't you use that one instead?
So what's funny, right? Maybe we've just reached a point in our lives where everything's been used. Yes, they're good in the corners.
They're the Russian Five. Let's go.
Everything's been used in this town, and we're getting to the point in our lives where everything is. But what are they? If they're not gritty, which we could, I guess we could all agree we're going to do it again, and we've done it already with this team. But is there something else we can use to describe them?
It's so funny because this morning I heard on the morning show they were talking about the hockey game last night, and Sam Bennett had a goal, and he's a free agent at the end of the season here. And they asked the question, would you rather Sam Bennett or Mitch Marner? And 44% of the people, responded saying they'd like Sam Bennett. He's cheaper and all this.
Right.
But the other thing that you have to say about Sam Bennett is he's gritty.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we love. Maybe we just embrace it.
Well, maybe we do. Maybe we just say from here on out, all Detroit teams all the time are gritty. If they're winning, they're gritty. But
we've seen teams that weren't, right? Like
feels really weak.
The Detroit Red Wings, when they were winning Stanley Cups and competing for Stanley Cups year after year for the 20-year run there, part of it was gritty, sure, but they were flashier. That team in the 97, 98, 2002 teams, those were flashy teams. They had tons of talent, and they flashed it in front of you all the time, and you were in awe of it. So we have had different routes to get there, but by and large, why not embrace it?
Well, we can, and maybe we will when it's all said and done. But I just thought,
you did coin a new word.
Right, exactly. But you see why I said I need some help. Is there anything else that better embodies what this team is? It doesn't have to be a word. It can be a sentence. But how would you describe this Tiger team? 248-539-9797.
Prickly.
Maybe.
Abrasive. Sandpaper.
They're young. They're hungry. It's there's a lot of similarities between them and the Pistons, really.
Yes.
Because it's like they're too young to know any better. Oh, wait, I'm not playing today. Am I supposed to be mad? Am I supposed to be mad I'm not playing?
Right.
Because I'm not.
I'm cool cheering on my teammates.
Yeah, we're gonna go. I'll probably play. I'm just not in the starting line. I don't know.
Oh, Dever said I should be mad.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. What word or sentence would you use how would you describe this? I don't even know if we need to limit it to a sentence, but how would you describe this Tiger team? Because I landed on the word gritty again today, and I'm like, all right, there's got to be something else. Every team in Detroit that wins isn't gritty. I mean, maybe they are, and maybe I need to accept it. But it feels a little cliche now, doesn't it?
It kind of does, yeah. And yet I don't have too much of a problem. I understand what you're saying. I don't have too much of a problem. If anything, I just like throwing the extra word in and say gritty-gutty.
Right.
Because I've been saying that for years about a friend of mine. But I do like the term gritty-gutty.
248-539-9797. Blaine, you're on 97.1 and Ticket. What's up, Blaine?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
What's up?
So a word to describe the Tigers, much like Cade Cunningham, I'd say ethical.
Yeah.
Like you said, the numbers don't pop out at you. They don't have a superstar outside of Skubal. So they're just playing some ethical baseball. They don't score a bunch of runs. They win with pitching. It's just a good brand of baseball.
It really is. It feels old school. It feels, there's what jumps off the charts is Skubal.
But here's what's going to surprise you and surprise Blaine. Only 3 teams in baseball have scored more runs.
I know. I realize that.
They do score runs.
They do score runs.
That's fair.
They do hit well. It's just there are some of their parts. I mean, they're ranked 11th in batting average. They're 4th in runs scored. Their OPS is 10th in all of baseball. I mean, they're top 10 in a ton of these offensive categories before you even get to pitching. But it's surprising because we talked a little bit yesterday, because they don't have the name. There's not a Shohei Ohtani, a Soto. There's an Aaron Judge or a Bregman or any of those guys. Bryce Harper. What they have is a bunch of players that have elevated their play from a year ago significantly, and that's where they're at. You got a couple guys you think okay, these are who they are. I think Kerry Carpenter is a solid hitter. If he can hit lefties, even better. Riley Green is an all-star. We know what Riley Green is, but Torkelson. Lots of doubt on him before the season began. Baez, tons of doubt on him before the season began. And all these other guys, you're like, I don't know, is Dingler good? Sweeney good? McKinstry good? No, how much are we valuing Veerling and all this? And the guys just take a step forward and play better.
Yep. It's just kind of, you sort of expect Dodgers, Yankees, Cubs, Boston with these flashy rosters to be exceptionally good. It's not quite as, this is like just a different way to do it, and it's obviously working. I mean, you look at last year was Dodgers and Yankees filled with stars and big names. A couple of years ago, the Astros did it, and the Astros had, I think, 4 all-stars. I'd have to look back. What was it, 2 years ago? The Texas Diamondback. I have to go see how many all-stars Texas had. I just feel like we're not going to be a team that has, a ton of all-stars. We might have more than probably 2, maybe 3. Maybe we get a third one in there.
Here's another word I would use.
I know more will get consideration than ever before.
Well, they're going to get tons of consideration for guys. Like Torres will get consideration. Dingler's going to get consideration. Baez will get consideration. Torque and Riley Green, all these guys will, right?
Yeah.
But there's not one guy that stands out among the offensive group, like head and shoulders, like he screams he's got to be, unless you start comparing it to other players in baseball, and maybe it's just Gleyber Torres that's like that. But the other word I would throw at this team, I wanted to make sure I'm not stealing anyone's thunder, and I'm not. They're smart, right? They're getting the most out of what they have right now, and they're last in baseball. Last in stolen bases. They don't have great overall team speed, but what they have is great overall team intelligence and aggressiveness. Taking first to third, doing it at a higher percentage rate than anybody else in baseball, and doing it more often on a percentage basis than anybody else in baseball, that sets them up for success. You go from first to third on a base hit, and now there's one out. You got a chance to bring the run in on a chopper or a fly ball, rather than just depending on getting another timely hit.
Right.
And that's the way that this team has played. They played incredibly smart. They played very sound baseball, not throwing a ball around too much with committing too many errors. You don't see too many wild pitches or pass balls or any of that crap. They just get the job done, and they have great pitching that starts with that.
Yeah, it's funny. I look back at that Texas team 2 years ago. They had 4 starters in the All-Star game. Like, teams that are winning World Series and doing it typically aren't doing it like the Tigers do. The Tigers also have been very timely with their hitting. That has helped all this. They're 4th in Major League Baseball in batting average of runners in scoring position. So they're putting the ball in play and moving runners over and getting them across the plate. 248-539-9797. Jim is next in Utica. What's up, Jim?
Yes, Doug Gator. I agree with everything you guys are saying. The word grit is overused and overworked. And I'm thinking hard ballers. Sounds obvious, right?
When I play hardball.
Start out hard ballers. We start out as a kid with wiffle balls, go up to rubber balls, softball. Eventually you're going to put on mask and cups and hardball. But hard is also difficult, right? Yeah. They're hard to play against.
They are hard to play against.
Pardon?
They are hard to play against.
Yeah, without question.
When the other team has a weakness, they'll exploit it. If we have a perceived weakness, they somehow find a way to cover it up. They're a hard team to play against. They're hard ballers.
That's interesting. I mean, I agree that they are a hard team to play against. I'm not sure if hard ballers is.
They're gritty. You can't escape.
I feel like I can't. But it is.
They're gritty, man.
It does apply, I guess. And maybe I just surrender to it.
Oh.
248-539-9797. Let's go to David in Detroit. You're on 97 a ticket. Hi, David.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I can't concede the gritty thing, and like you said, it's been too overused. So I think of this team as stacked. It's literally stacked with the right components to get the thing done. And if you think of it as a Jenga tower, if the darn thing falls over, then they rebuild the stack again and again until they get it right. And this time, they've gotten it right for a sustained period of time. So I think of them as stacked with talent, stacked with the passion, stacked with, a component of the gritty, because the gritty is just one of the things that sort of makes up the character of how this team is working right now.
Interesting description. I mean, you got a lot going on there, but it's funny. I really think Detroiters can't get away from the gritty thing.
We might have to concede.
Yeah.
I mean, we're still trying, right?
Yes, we are trying.
But I definitely don't think stacked is the right word. Stacked to me seems like the Dodgers are stacked. We're like unstacked.
Yeah.
Short stack.
Yeah, right. Not stacked.
Side dished.
Yeah, stacked. You know who's stacked? The Lions actually are stacked. Like, they got guys everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, that roster's stacked. But
those Red Wings Stanley Cup teams were stacked.
Yes. And I want to make something clear here too. I don't want this to come across as disrespect for the talent on the roster, because they are very talented. They're really good at what they do. But you're not going to see people, oh, sweet, I got a Justin Henry Malloy rookie card in other towns.
No.
But if you get an Ohtani rookie card, I mean, I guess that's a really unfair comparison. But you are do other towns look at our roster and go, well, of course they're good. I doubt it.
But it's also the players are performing. Some of them are performing much better than expected. So you start to look at that lineup, and you can recognize, okay, yeah, it's better than average. Mm-hmm. It really is, because the players are they playing above their heads? I don't know if they're playing. That's what we're still trying to figure out.
Yeah,
are they playing above their heads, or is this simply the right trajectory? I mean, Torkelson was a 1-1. He's supposed to slug the ball, and he does now.
Yeah,
he's tweaked his game, and good for him for figuring things out. Riley Green was, a high first-round pick. He's supposed to be good, and he is. Then he started getting into different territory with guys like Kerry Carper, whatever he was, 17th round pick, and really didn't hit that well in college. And how the hell did he do this? But they've gotten other players. You start thinking about the other offseason acquisitions. The Gleyber Torres acquisition is so fantastic for this team.
Sure is.
And he was a good player in New York. It's not like he was a dog player in New York, comes to the Tigers and they magically resurrect his career. No, he was good in New York. He's having a heck of a season here with the Tigers. He's just picking up where he left off. He's good.
248-539-9797. Derek in Monroe, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Derek.
Hi, how's it going?
Good.
I wanted to bring up a possibility that they might trade Jake Rogers at the trade deadline because they got Dylan Dingler now. They're not really playing him.
Well, he's going to play. He's going to play a lot. Jake Rogers is going to play a lot. AJ Hinch said yesterday morning on our morning show. I don't know if you heard it. He said it's going to be like every two Dingler
one
days.
game per series.
Yeah, and maybe 2 out of 5, 1 out of 3, something like that. But I think you need 2 catchers.
Well, you have to. Every team does and they use them like that because catchers get beat up. You're not going to catch 150 games in a season. That's just not going to happen. So, but to your question about would they trade Jake Rogers? I mean, here's where they could. They could because they've got a couple of kind of big time catching prospects that are playing at single A and double A right now, but they're still a ways away from getting here. But Nito did a nice job. Tomas Nito, when Jake was hurt, he was just fine as a backup for them.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would hang on to him. I'm not sure that Jake Rogers would fetch something in return that would help this team win now more than Jake Rogers as a number 2 catcher would help them.
Probably
win
not. I mean, he's a below average hitter and he's an above average defender in all the metrics.
Great at framing pitches.
Yeah, and he might be that glue guy that there's no way that they would say goodbye to Jake Rogers at this point.
And sneaky fast.
He gives it his all, man. You got to appreciate that. You know what that is?
No question.
Grit. That's showing grit.
Speaking of Jake Rogers, what about just I don't know if he coined it, but he kind of got, he got the credit for it, seemed like, when he said, don't let the Tigers get hot, right?
Yeah.
Maybe the Tigers are just hot, man. They're hot.
How about they're just good?
Well, we know that,
Yeah,
but we're trying to
But it's better than just being hot. Hot.
It is.
Hot describes you're going to cool off.
Yes,
exactly.
But I'm trying to come up with something that goes on a towel, guys.
It's fair enough.
You can't just say Tigers are good on a towel.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're marketing right now.
Yes.
And we're also trying not to say Tigers are gritty again. We're trying to. I mean, like I said, we may just have to surrender to it. All our teams that are good are gritty. 248-539-9797. There's a word or sentence you would use other than gritty to describe our Tigers. 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. Brands that you trust, like Trex and TimberTech and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Look, I was, trying to figure out how would we describe these Tigers this morning, and we're sitting here talking about them, and we kept landing on the word gritty, and I'm like, okay, I know they've been called the gritty Tigers before, and that whole thing. Every team in Detroit, are we just going to surrender to the fact that they're gritty? Or is there another better word that you would use to describe them, or sentence you would use to describe them? As Kang said, that would look good on a towel. We got Patrick and Lyndon here next on 97 the ticket. Hi, Patrick.
Hey, what's up, Doug and Gator? Love the show.
Thank you.
So I took my son down to Sunday and Monday's game for his 14th birthday.
Wow.
I was 14 and 84, so I told him I have tenacity.
Oh, with
just
a D,
like we did in 84.
With a D on the end, huh?
With a D, tenacity.
Or tenacious.
So I told him, this is the year, man. This is the pick of destiny. I feel like we're going to go all the way, just like we did in 84.
So something symmetrical about them doing it when you were 14, and now this season when your son is 14. And I'm not sure how to counter that argument. I think it's locked up.
Plus, you went all tenacious D.
Yeah. Yep.
Tenacious D.
Yep.
And
No,
the
they've
pick,
been
destiny of the pick. Yeah.
They are tenacious. There's just so many things. By the way, all these words that are getting used, kicked around to describe them. There's so many things that I think every coach wants their team to be: relentless, tenacious, gritty, resilient. All these.
So latch onto it. Let's go. We got a bunch of words there. That's good. You want to avoid gritty? Here you go. Tenacious is great.
Got a whole bunch of other ones.
Determined, hardy.
Let's go to
resolute.
Ed next on 97 the ticket. What's up, Ed?
I was calling about. I was at the game yesterday. The Tigers batted in 8 innings. That's 24 outs. 16 of them were strikeouts. They win the game. The day before, the same thing. 13 strikeouts. They win that game. I think they're kind of on the lucky side. This is going to eventually catch up with them. All these strikeouts with men, especially on second and third.
Well, they're one of the best teams in baseball with runners on second and third, but they do strike out a lot. That is absolutely true. And yet, because they have been, if they're not striking out, they've been putting the ball in play and getting hits. I think they're 4th in the majors. Hold on, give me a second. They are the top team in the American League in terms of batting average with runners in scoring position.
And they've struck out the fourth most times in baseball.
They do strike out a lot. You're right.
How about in the last, let's say the last 10 or 15 games, where are they batting at with runners on second and third?
I'd have to.
I mean, isolate. I don't know myself, but I got to think it's bad.
Well, I mean, they did go through a losing streak, so it's going to skew things a little bit. But now they're on a 4-game win streak, so.
Yeah. I mean, the two games you mentioned, they did win them both.
I say they win the games, but they got all these strikeouts, and this is eventually going to catch up with them.
So, Ed, the thing about it is, and I don't, nobody likes the strikeouts, but let's also not hold them up to a perfect standard. As I've said a million times, there's really no perfect team. Teams have their flaws. Right now, the Tigers' flaws are way outweighed by their strengths, and their flaws are far fewer and less punitive than just about everybody else's.
Look, I think strikeouts can be alarming at times, and we've seen this team strike out a lot at times. But as long as they're scoring, you put up with it, because some of that is a result of that. I mean, you're swinging. You're looking to put the ball in play, and they have. It's up to the Tigers to make adjustments. It's up for other teams to make adjustments too. Meanwhile, they've scored the 4th most runs in baseball while striking out the 4th most. So it's give and take. The caller doesn't think that's sustainable. They're 37-20. You go back over the last 100 games, it's an amazing record for the last 100 games.
Yeah.
So maybe it is sustainable. As long as you're getting a timely hit, which is what they kind of prey on, it works.
Well, do they counter that? Let me just look at something. Because what really matters, all right, so this is interesting. The Tigers, do you have the Tigers strikeout numbers in front of you?
Yes.
How many times they struck out as a team?
510.
Okay. So they have struck out 495 batters. They're top 4 in the majors in striking the other team out. So they're able to counterbalance a little bit because of what they do to you. That helps them overcome that.
Well, and we've said all along, their pitching is great.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Rod is next. Hi, Rod.
Hi, how
hold
you
on.
doing?
Sorry, Rod. I'm going to cut you off. We're going to reject the idea that the word to describe the Tigers is lucky. As the previous caller, like he wanted to use the word lucky. We're flat rejecting that. Sorry, Rod. Go ahead.
Yes, that's all right. Well, I've been listening, and so I like the tenacious Tigers. As opposed to ethical, I think they're more tactical. As far as hardballers, I just think they're ballsy. And I think that overachievers, they are gutsy overachievers.
So
overachieving that means that you're saying they're playing above their heads. And I don't know if that's the case.
You know, maybe the best thing because one of the things I was thinking about, I think A.J. Hinch and this staff get the most out of what they have. I think they're used at optimal times to have players be successful. And I guess maybe the more I keep circling back, they're well coached. It's not just the manager. It's hitting coach, pitching coach.
Coaches, hitting coaches, pitching coaches.
Yeah, sorry.
A bunch of
it's everybody. I think they're really well coached because I don't think of them as overachieving, but I do think that they are getting the most. Whatever Zach McKinstry has in him, whatever his potential is, he's reaching it. And it's not true of everybody, but I think it's true of enough of them.
Well, you're also seeing a young team that's starting to develop, right?
Mm-hmm.
Colt Keith has had an awesome month of May. Like he's hitting, I wrote these numbers down in my show sheet, but he's hitting like 280 something with a 860 OPS in the month of May. I mean, that's good to see. He has hit 11 extra base hits in his 71 at bats this season. You know, all the while he's playing three different positions. You know, two positions on the field between first and second base, and he's also DHing. They're trying to find ways for him to play. But now that this team is getting healthier, it's harder to. Plus, with the reinsertion of a good Spencer Torkelson into this lineup, now that you really are shuffling along, and when you get more outfielders get healthy, then what do you do with Kerry Carpenter and all this? I mean, there's a lot of balancing that goes on a daily basis with A.J. Hinch because he's got all these bats he wants to use, but you have to be judicious about it.
Let's go to Ashton next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ashton.
How you doing, sir?
Good.
So I think, from last year, seeing us, get far into the playoffs, I think we have what it takes to get to the World Series. I really do think we can make a good run. And we are a really good team right now. We have a grit-going team. We've got rid of some players, and we've got some good players on our team. I really do think we can go really far.
Okay, you really think so? Is there anything specific? Why they have good players is what you offered up, but is there anything else?
I think our players are doing good, and I think our coaching staff is doing really good. And I know we had a really good year last year, and then we had to end it, really sorry. But I think it's all up to the coaches and all to the team members. We're doing real good this year. We really got a good record. And I think if we all just keep doing what we're doing, we can make it to the World Series.
Thank you. 248-539-9797.
I got the word or words for the towel.
Okay.
Tigers. Jared Goff. All right, mail me my check.
Yeah, there you go.
That's funny. Let's go to Greg in Detroit. You're next. Hi, Greg.
Hi, guys. That was funny.
Yeah, that's good.
But guys, I really want to say, I don't think grit to me is overused because grit is more symbolically kind of associated with where the city comes from, and it's like our teams are taking on the personality to where the city comes from, and that you can say Detroit has been a grit city from where it comes from to go through the economic diversity that the city has gone through, and you can symbolically or look at it how our teams have progressed. The Lions. 3 years ago, almost making it to the playoffs, grit ball associated with a city because it's a blue-collar town. So I think grit is more so than fitting. And even with the Tigers, from coming from last year, what happened at the end of last year to now is symbolic to where the city's come from. And even with the Pistons, of course, from where they came from last year to where they are now. And it takes some intestinal fortitude with that, which is a personality and identity of the city of Detroit. So I don't think it could ever be used, but I do think that if there's a progression of winning and the mindset begins to change, then maybe the word will grow and mature to something else. But right now, I think all our teams.
You're accepting it.
Yeah,
They're gritty.
absolutely.
They're just gritty. Okay. Hey, I mean, you might be right. Like I said, we may have to just surrender to the fact that this team actually also is gritty. I was laughing this morning. I'm like, God, it feels like it applies. Is this just too cliche to do? So we're looking for other descriptions or sentences you would use to describe what is currently the best team in baseball. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Tigers off today. They hit the road tomorrow for a 7-game road trip starting in Kansas City tomorrow night. Detroit's won 4 straight games atop baseball at 37-20. This after a 4-3 win over the Giants yesterday. Colt Keith, Justin Henry, Malloy driving in a pair each that game. Jackson Jobe, 3 earned runs over 4 2/3, but his velocity was down about a mile an hour and a half, and he did not talk to reporters after the game. The Tigers finish up that homestand at 4-3 before the off day today. ESPN releasing its updated list of the top 50 prospects in baseball. 3 Tigers on it. Max Clark at 8, Kevin McGonigal at 11, and Bryce Rayner at 22. Pistons Vice Chairman Arn Tellem says he's, quote, optimistic about Detroit's bid to land a WNBA expansion team. That team would begin play in 2028. Nashville and Philly also competing for a franchise. The defending Stanley Cup champion Panthers headed now to their 3rd straight final. They beat the Hurricanes 5-3 last night, clinching the East. And former Red Wing and Spartan David Booth will finish his career in Australia. Don't think about hockey when you think about Australia, but the former NHL 30-goal scorer signed with the Melbourne Ice. At the Corva Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We haven't talked about it, but did you see Alex Bregman's injury by chance?
I did not.
Okay. So I'm drawing a straight line, okay, between 2 things. Between a something that happened and my conclusion. Straight line. Bregman rips a ball to left at Fenway Park. And he's out for the extended period. They think it's a rather severe quadriceps injury. Rips a ball to left. Charges out of the batter's box. Ball bounces up against the Green Monster, and he's held to a Green Monster single, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he rounds first, running hard, thinking double, puts the brakes on awkwardly, and hurts his quadricep. That same ball hitting Detroit's an easy double. He chose Boston.
I see what you do.
You chose Boston. Oh. You got hurt. Straight line. Straight line.
There you go. What about the person on the grounds crew yesterday?
We'll get to that later. That was weird because that looked like it was actually rather significant. And I mean, you can hurt yourself doing anything, and it obviously went viral for reasons other than why he got hurt. But we will talk about it. We will talk about it a little bit later on. But yeah, the Bregman injury. The Bregman injury is obviously a setback. Probably wouldn't happen in Detroit because you wouldn't be putting the brakes on there because you would have had a stand-up double.
Now,
Just
so
saying.
If they said how long he's going to be, is he going to
I
place in
haven't
the IL?
seen how long. The only thing I saw is he's expected to be out for a significant period. But they just called up Marcelo Meyer. They put Bregman on the injured list. Let's see here. I don't know which injured list it is, how long it is, but yeah. Bregman was placed on the 10-day injured list. Okay, right quad strain.
So there you go. Strain. So good for him that he didn't tear it, but nonetheless, he's going to be on the shelf for at least 10 days.
Yep,
maybe more. But look, they're bringing up good. They've got a couple of prospects here in Boston that are just pounding on the door to get up here. So.
Meanwhile, I just keep waiting for something to turn around so I don't look as stupid. And I'm like, okay, let's see. 0 for 4, 0 for 4, 0 for 3, 0 for 2, 0 for 4. Anthony Santander, can you get a hit? Doesn't impact the Tigers at all, but
hey, just makes the Tigers look smarter.
Yeah, for not going after him.
I mean, they went after him, but not full force.
Really,
he's like, I thought I was going to go to Detroit. Well, no, not really.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. All right, we started this thing because, if you describe this Tiger team, it's hard not to circle back and land on the word grit again. And is there any other better description for the Tigers? And maybe there's not. Maybe we just surrender to the fact that all our teams that are winning are doing it in a gritty fashion, or they all have grit. And maybe grit is really, quite frankly, in many ways, just embodies what winning teams do. The better players, it comes across as gritty when you're down and they come back, or they're just better. Like I I don't know how else to put it other than maybe they are just gritty or is grit in something that's embodied in winning teams. But if you got anything better than grit, or how would you describe the team, I guess is what we're doing. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Bill, who's next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Bill.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Good morning. I appreciate you having me on. My word for the Tigers is raw. You know, if you think about it, like Gator mentioned earlier, you know, the heyday back in the Wings, they had a bunch of flashy guys. This is not that team. You know, This is a bunch of raw, blue-collar Detroit dudes that are going to roll up their sleeves, do the little things. They're going to bust out the tattoos and get to work. And I love them for it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what tattoos have to do it. The thing about raw is it feels to me when you're raw, you're not performing as well as you will someday.
Yeah, you're like the embryonic stages of your career.
This team feels
it's unrefined.
They're performing.
And you know what's unrefined, Doug?
What?
Grit.
See, you laughed at me at the beginning of the show, but...
Well, it all comes back to it because it's the perfect word.
I know.
The Lions just used it first.
Ray is next on 97 the ticket. What's up, Ray?
Hey, I kind of, these guys remind me of the going to work Pistons. They just take care of business. They're all puzzle pieces that AJ Hinch is working really well with, and he, you know, McKinstry and Baez and Trey Sweeney, all these guys, they would be nothing. They're all unheralded, but they're just coming together. The going to work Pistons were the same way with Chauncey and Ben. They were really nothing until they all kind of got together and started working together.
I think there is definitely some similarities because being unheralded and just getting it done. But the difference with the Pistons and the Tigers is the Pistons were plucked from all other organizations, and they were, you know, kind of cobbled together. The Tigers, in large part, have been homegrown, but they are still that same type of unheralded group, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing, though, that he brought up, and maybe it's just they're the embodiment of a team, and that the puzzle pieces really do fit well together the way those Piston teams did. The players, the way that their style of play complements one another. There's, you know, for any shortcomings that McKinstry has at third, they can be made up for by Ibanez at third or Javi Baez at third, or you know what I'm saying. They can get more out of the position, and maybe third base isn't the best example, but you can always put somebody productive or a chance to be productive at every position on any given day because the puzzle pieces fit so well. You're not good against righties. I am. You're not a great defender. Well, you won't play at the end. We'll put a better defender in. And they really, truly embody what it means to be a team. 248-539-9797. Couple more on this. Rob is next. Hi, Rob.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Yeah, I would use the word hungry. Because I look at the way this team is built and the way they put together this team, and how some of these players are on their comeback from, you know, injuries or disappointing seasons. But I use the word hungry. I look at this team, and I kind of compare them to the 2012 Giants when they beat us in the World Series that year. But I just say they're hungrier than all these other teams. They got more to prove. They're younger. They're well coached. They do everything the right way for the most part. I just think that they're hungry.
Well, there's no question any team that hasn't won a championship is hungry. But you know what else maybe? Any team that doesn't have guys that have had the money cannon contract yet, a big free agent contract. I mean, we got Baez.
Yeah. That's it.
And that you are hungry to win a championship. You're also hungry for the windfall free agent contract. And I would, I'm workshopping a theory here. Do you think it's possible that one of the reasons that hunger is driven by so few guys that have hit that big contract? Because they're all playing for it. They all want it.
Sure, I think it's part of it.
Yeah. And I would suspect that number, am I wrong, outside of Baez, has anybody else had that massive contract?
Not a massive contract, but they've got guys that are making, more
Decent
than $10
money.
million.
Yeah.
We look at some of those players, and Jack Flaherty and others, and they gave Kenta Maeda the money. And you're right. It's a bunch of guys that are, like I said earlier, in the embryonic stages of the career, or they've been cast off from other teams, or the Tigers, they maybe not cast off. The Tigers just took advantage, and we'll take a shot on this guy. I mean, the Veerling McKinstry thing to me is still amazing how that's kind of worked out. Now, Veerling hasn't played much this year. He just came back, and now he's back on the IL, but he played so well for this team last year, and he's being counted on for doing the same thing this year.
Let's take one more on this. Rob, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Rob.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good.
So I kind of liken it to they're like the thumb. They're pretty okay. Unless you've been to the thumb, you don't really know what it's about.
I feel like that's doing a disservice to the team.
I mean, you're making me laugh, Rob.
The thumb's okay.
Thumb's okay.
Fine.
It's not
but
bad.
The Tigers are better than just okay or better
I
than
think
just
they
fine.
are. You made me laugh, Rob, but I do think unless the thumb is, I think we've established the thumb's okay.
Yeah, I do want to give credit. Somebody was on hold, and we're moving on here, but they had the word scrappy. And it's kind of what they are. They're scrappy.
Which is probably just another way to say gritty, but sure.
Everything is another way to say gritty. We're trying not to say gritty, so you come up with the other word.
Oh, you're right.
Scrappy works.
French Quarter jailbreak, day 13 on the run. Update next, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Carson Anderson, 97, won a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Thanks for all of the phone calls we got in trying to figure out what's the new word or term you would use to describe the Detroit Tigers if it's not grit. Because I just feel like Dan Campbell brought it in, we're going to have grit. And then every Detroit team that started to win, what have we done? We've tagged them with the word grit.
He needs to be asked this question is AJ Hinch.
Yeah, it might be a good one.
Dying to hear what his response would be to this. But if he starts speaking like Dan Campbell,
I think he'd use one of the things. I think he'd say they're really well coached guys.
You think so? Yeah, right. Yeah, well, they are.
Yep.
They are.
In which case, he would be right.
It's an organizational thing.
They got a stupid day off.
Yeah, isn't it? It is stupid.
It is really stupid. There should be no days off.
I have no Thursday entertainment.
When your baseball team is good, I hate days off. Stupid day off. And then they go to Kansas City, take on a pretty decent Royal team. But, of course, they just swept a pretty decent Giants team. So, let's keep getting it done.
I mean, I suppose I could watch the Pacers take down the Knicks tonight.
So that could be enjoyable. God, I just wish it was anybody but the Pacers. I really do. It just – because now I'm not rooting for the Knicks. Let me be clear on that. But you've done for people who don't know, Gator has done an exceptionally good job of compartmentalizing his disdain for the Knicks. He also does not like the Pacers.
Nope.
But you can focus on the Knicks losing without acknowledging the Pacers winning, and I don't know how you do that.
I mean, I gave it up a little bit for it's hard to ignore what Halliburton did the last game, but just to see Jalen Brunson on the losing side, you just hate to see that. It's just so awful.
There was
the injustices in the world that are going on right now currently with him having to suffer a loss.
Yeah. There was a meme going around of a class of Jalen Brunson flop from earlier in the Indiana series, and underneath it said, "Your move, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander."
Well, the fact that the Pacer fans have taken up the Piston fans chant, the flopper,
right.
That's awesome, right? Yeah, it's the Pistons got that going. So, a little homage to the Pistons there.
Okay, we'll take credit for that.
Game recognizing game.
All right, French Quarter jailbreak on the run. Day 13, 2 fugitives still on the run. The two are domestic abuse suspect Antoine Massey and 4-time convicted killer Derek Groves. Officials did announce that there were more arrests for people helping the escaped convicts, which originally was 10. 8 have been apprehended, but Groves and Massey remain at large. 31-year-old Dashani Massey and 2 other women were charged. Lanika Van Buren and Diamond White, all accused of helping the escaped inmates. Now, Van Buren, I believe, was the last name of one of the other escapees. But Scott, 13 days. One of these guys is the dude with all the facial tattoos. He has got to be getting help because there's no way he's just rolling around Louisiana or any other southern state without getting recognized.
Where do you think he is?
I think he's holed up in the basement somewhere.
I think so.
Yes.
Give me a state.
I think he's in Louisiana.
I think
he immediately ran for cover. Somebody's helping out. The problem is that if you're an escaped convict, what you need is somebody that nobody knows that you know them helping you out. Because the first thing they do is go search the house of all your relatives and friends.
Oh, yeah.
So you have to...
Known accomplices.
So imagine threading this needle. You have to have a close friend that's willing to harbor you as an escaped convict, but nobody knows they're your close friend.
That's tough.
I don't know that I have anybody in my life that I am a close friend with would say, yeah, I'll break the law to help you stay on the lam, but I haven't told anybody else about this friend.
Right, I mean, that's nobody in this room, so you're on your own.
Yeah.
I suspect that they're out of state.
You think so?
They're out of Louisiana. I think if you hit the ground and you don't stop running, you keep going, get as far away as you can for as long as you can until you have to hole up, right? So I think it's more than just one state adjacent too.
if I had to predict, Doug,
Okay.
I think everybody would assume you're going to go west through Texas and get to the border.
Yep.
I'm going to say the opposite. I think he's fleeing towards Florida.
So I just noticed on Twitch, a listener, Thug Aim, says Doug underestimates the number of people with face tattoos in Louisiana. That's the other thing, is where can you blend in with a face tattoo? Where's the best place to go to hide? If
it's
it
easier,
might be
days.
back to prison.
Well, it might be right. I think he's on his way or is already in the state of Florida. That's my guess.
I like the way you think, Gator.
Thank you.
I agree with you.
I mean, it's the crazy of Florida.
I think he's going east, not west. And I think Florida's a good state to get it's Florida man, right?
You're exactly right.
Blend in with Florida
You
man.
can blend in with all the other crazy that goes on in Florida.
Yeah.
You got face tattoos? Oh, okay. Hold my beer while
right?
I'm taking bath salts and out in the middle of the Okeechobee or whatever. Good luck.
The other dude, I look at some of these guys, like he's got 4 counts of murder. If you got 4 counts of murder, you're spending the rest of your life in prison. I understand the escape. Anything less than that.
Yeah, but do you have 6 pet pythons?
I do not.
No. Do you have a panther that you call Kitty? I mean, it's nothing compared to Florida.
So you're just saying go to Florida.
Yeah.
Go to Florida.
Oh, you killed some people. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, we'll keep you updated on the gentlemen who are gentlemen. I use the
don't
term
say
gentlemen.
That. No, sir.
The individuals.
Dude.
Sir.
Yeah, these escapees are gritty. That's what I like to call them. There's no other way to put it.
I know.
Scrappy.
Gritty. Hardened criminals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're hard ballers.
That's a different kind of hardballer, right?
They're tenacious. They are not ethical. We had that.
Yeah, these are unethical prisoners. Yeah.
Aren't these the guys that one of these guys is like broken out of 4 jails already?
Yeah,
or
one of them going back to being a juvenile. He left some juvenile detainee home at 16, and he's been breaking out of places since.
Resilient.
I suppose that's one way to put it. 248-539-9797. All right, we will bring up off the field stuff with the Tigers. I mean, I guess it was technically on the field with the grounds crew member that got hurt yesterday and then did something that went viral. We'll get to that today at 11:31 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson, 97 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Okay, so something happened with this poor grounds crew member yesterday at Comerica Park. On the field, it looked like they were raking the field between innings, and coming out of the commercial break, I had the game on in the background, and I saw they were wheeling him away on a cart, but at one point when he was getting helped, I don't know if they did this because it was that bad. They put a towel over his leg.
Right.
Yeah. And Colt Keith had a quote after the game. Evan Petzold had this. Beat writer for the Free Press. I watched the whole thing. Actually, it was pretty gross. I saw his kneecap on the side of his knee. He was screaming. It was terrible. And then I saw him pop it back in.
Oh, okay. All right.
Saw that today. Kind of an experience. I hope he's all right. Oof. Yeah. Not good.
So, but how does it happen when you're on the grounds crew and he looks like he's 30?
I don't know.
Like, this isn't like man walking at 60 ruptures his Achilles. This is like dude in prime physical peak condition of his life, walking off the field with a dirt rake.
I'm not sure.
And his knee dislocates?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how it could have happened. I mean, it felt bad for the guy. Well, now the cameras zoomed in on him, and he gave the camera the bird. And, he seemed to be in a lot of discomfort and apparently didn't appreciate that there was a camera.
Was that what he was giving the bird to? Because the angle I saw was like from behind him. So I suppose there was a camera in front of him.
You can come look at this angle.
No, I'll trust you. I'll trust you. I'd say that's what it is.
Maybe it was somebody beyond the camera said something, but he was not pleased.
Yeah, maybe not the best thing in the world to flip off the camera.
Probably not. I mean, I always feel a little bit for people that probably had no intention of going viral, but he has gone viral, and now he might be like, uh-oh. Perhaps I shouldn't have done that.
Well, when you're in horrific pain. Maybe it's not painful having your knee move from one side of the leg to the other. Maybe it's not all that painful. Maybe
Scott, I would suspect that it is. I would suspect that it's rather painful. Wow. Yeah, not sure how it happens, but that was pretty grim. And there's no update on his condition. The only thing I saw out of it was the Colt Keith thing. 248-539-9797. Jeremy is on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Jeremy.
Hi, how you doing, guys? Great show as always.
Thank you.
Sure. I was at the game yesterday. I was sitting right by the first baseline, about 6 rows back. So I saw it at the time. I wasn't sure if it was real or not, but as he crossed first base, it looks like his feet just gave out from under him. He went up and then went down on his butt. So, but you could tell that he was in a lot of pain.
That's scary. I mean, so he was just walking.
Yeah, he was walking, and the grounds crew was coming off the field, and he was coming over first base. And as he walked over first base, his legs just gave out. I mean, his feet went up in front of him, and he hit the ground.
So he was stepping over first base, you said?
Yeah, it looked like he was stepping over first base, and it just it was unreal, I mean, just happened so quick, but his feet gave out, and boom, he hit the ground, and then you could tell he was wincing. He was in a lot of pain.
That sucks. I mean, that's really, really bad luck. So no change of direction? I was thinking, did he make a sudden move?
Yeah, I really couldn't tell, and then it took a long time for the cart to come out to get him off the field. I mean, they had a bunch of EMS people running out with, towels and medical stuff, but the cart took a long time to come from the bullpen to get him off the field. And then when they pulled him up, he seemed like he was okay. He was able to hop on the cart. So I don't think it was anything serious, but I don't know,
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for the update.
Yeah, the description from Colt Keith sounded pretty gross.
Right?
Kneecap on one side, and they had to pop it back into place. Ooh, if that's an accurate description.
He's going to be out of disc golf for a while.
No, if it's an accurate description, you know what that is. Gritty.
They're going to put a grounds crew member on the IL. This guy on the 10-day
I think
IL.
he's probably I think he's definitely on a 10-day IL.
Okay, but it got us talking in the office. Do you think it would be an awesome job or not to work at a stadium? So Ford Field, LCA, obviously Comerica. We got Jimmy John's, big house, Spartan Stadium. Do you think those being close to it, getting paid, being, right there, do you think it's a fun job or do you think it's terrible?
I mean, it depends on the job, obviously. Being part of the grounds crew is probably one of the better jobs maybe that you could have, working at a stadium, because you're actually, during the game, you can come out there and do something, as opposed to just being behind the scenes the whole time and working in the bowels of the stadium.
It'd be fun to be on the field for sure. But and during the game, when the game's being played, is the grounds crew off doing other things in the stadium, or are they just watching the game? Because if they're just watching the game, then now it's a really cool job. You get to watch the game.
Yeah, but if they're indoors and it's 95 degrees outside and all this, and maybe it's not air conditioned where you're at, it could get a little sweaty.
Yeah. Well,
but again, it's just, as far as the grounds crew is concerned, that might be the creme de la creme, right?
Yeah, might be the best in-stadium
job you can have in a stadium, but otherwise, is it all that great?
Well, 248-539-9797. I'm intrigued because I'm sure a lot of people have worked at stadiums, had various jobs, and some are probably better than others. But like when we go down there to do the shows from Comerica Park, we'll get down there at 10 a.m. and there'll be people walking up, getting ready to do their jobs at Comerica Park. I mean, think about a vendor walking around slinging hot dogs or beers or whatever. You can sort of pay attention to the game, but you do have a job to do.
Right.
So,
yeah, some days are probably better than others.
Yeah, I would imagine. So, we did this last week because I wanted to be a long-haul trucker.
Most ridiculous thing I've ever
heard. I really think I do want to do it after I retire. And one of the things, I actually have made some contacts now, so
yeah,
I might be able to live this dream.
Okay.
But is working at a stadium
not even close
sound like a great job or not? Is it a good job or not? 248-539-9797. The worst job, the thing that I would hate the most, is when games are over, the people that have to clean up stadiums.
Oh, yeah.
Because you wouldn't be like, that looks terrible, A, and B, if people would just throw their trash away.
Right. Can you imagine if you had to haul that across, the country?
In the back of a truck?
Right.
Do they have electric big rigs?
I don't know if they have electric big rigs.
They
That's
do.
great.
They do.
Doug
Yeah.
going 60. And like the weakest horn.
The batteries are massive.
Sweet.
Oh, have fun. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your open line calls. Brian is in Detroit, 997 won a ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
It's going great.
So I work as an usher at Comerica Park, and I just picked it up as like a side gig because I'm a teacher normally.
Yep.
So during the weekends or in the summer when I'm not teaching, I get to watch all the games for free, and I love the job. It's been a lot of fun.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I just have to tell fans where their seats are, and then I get to stand there and watch the games.
How much time? I mean, do you literally get to watch like 90% of the game, 50% of the game?
Well, it depends on what section you're given during the day, but I would say I get to watch 100% of the game.
Really?
Most days.
Oh,
yeah. So, like, if you're the lower bowl, you're just stand there, help a couple people, but you're just standing there on the concourse just watching the entire game. And that goes for playoffs, too. So that was all I got paid to go to the playoff games.
That's pretty awesome.
Okay. Oh, and the side effect is the concerts, too. You get to go to all the concerts.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Is there any downside? Like, what's the worst part about that job?
Well, for me, I live out near Novi, so it's just the commute there and back.
Yeah.
But other than that, actually being at the ballpark is awesome. Supervisors are great. Most fans are awesome, but it's awesome.
You get your steps in, Brian?
What was that?
To get your steps in?
Yeah, I definitely get my steps in. Definitely. But it's a good gig.
All right, cool. It's cool working at a stadium. 248-539-9797. Shane and Canton, you're next. Hi, Shane.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing great.
All right, Shane.
Good. I used to work at Comerica Park the first 2 years it was open, and I worked in the Tiger Den where I was a server.
Yep.
And
you'd be done by the second inning. You get there 3 hours before the game starts, but then you're done by the second inning. I used to just go out and sit anywhere in the stands and just watch the game.
Really?
So I watched every game for like 2 years.
So was there ever times where you were beyond the second inning, or was that just sort of the average?
Yeah, because you know they would ask a server, "Hey, who wants to stay on?" And in case someone comes back in here. Well, I just wanted to go out. I just wanted to leave, so I just used to go out in the stadium, and they said, "Just don't be an idiot. Don't get out there and be drunk and belligerent and stuff. Just
good rules to live by in a lot of ways.
Be drunk and joyous
for more than just your job. I would think it would apply. But yeah, okay, cool. 248-539-9797. Kyle and Canton, you're on 97. What a ticket. What's up, Kyle?
Hey, I used to work with an old timer, a real good guy, and he set his plan up before retirement and got himself a part-time gig at U of M on a fixed income, couldn't afford going to the games, so he got a part-time gig, got to go to all the football games and talk to him even years later, and he still does it. And it was just his way to be able to go to the games, couldn't afford to go, but worked them and worked the bleachers, and the only thing he had to deal with was the cold, he said. He didn't like the cold, but other than that, it was absolutely wonderful, he says.
Kyle, I'm not sure you told us what he actually did.
Oh, he was just a seating people at U of M. So he would go there and help people to their seats and just kind of direct people around. And that was his gig, just an usher, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, gotcha. So we're getting good reviews here working in stadiums. Tony in St. Clair Shores. Hi, Tony.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
I was an usher at Joe Louis. I did 2 Red Wing games. I did a SmackDown event, and I did a Weezer concert. The Weezer concert, they wanted me to secure this door, and the band I didn't know was outside smoking weed, and they knocked on the door, and I wouldn't let them in because I never knew who they were. So I had to get my supervisor to let them in, and they were cursing at me all the time leading up to their concert. And I don't know, but all these reviews sound good. But when I was hired to be an usher at Joe Louis, all I did was take tickets at the door, and they said it would take you 2 years to get in the arena. All I did was take tickets, and then you had to count the tickets after, and that made no sense to me. All they were doing was keeping you out of the stadium from watching the game. It was I quit within a couple weeks. It was awful.
Didn't like counting the tickets or Weezer.
But
here's a but.
Yeah.
But I got the SmackDown was really cool because we got to at the start of the event, you're sitting inside, and The Rock came up to me, and he had a tank top, shorts, and sandals, and we were bullshitting like if.
Okay.
All right. Fair enough.
You could. I didn't see that one coming, I'll tell you that. 248-539-9797. Coming up next hour, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, we just passed the 100-day mark to the next NFL season, and with that, a major website did 100 predictions for the 100 days for the coming season, including a Trey Hendrickson prediction and some Lions mentions. We will get to that today at 12:05. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming your way at 12:35. We started talking about dude who unfortunately got injured.
Doo-doo?
The dude who unfortunately got injured at Comerica Park working the grounds yesterday, and Colt Keith, it sounded like a dislocated kneecap or something. But, and then we got talking about whether or not working at a stadium would be a cool job. 248-539-9797.
Security's got to be a bad job. You ever notice those guys, they have to watch the crowd. So their back is actually to the game the entire time.
It would suck.
I think those... Because you see those guys get blown up on the sidelines because they're not paying attention to the game, and
unless
they get
you're in
run over.
Fenway Park, then you can just cheer on.
Oh, yeah.
That's the whole.
They encourage officers to do that.
I'm not sure he was security. I think that was just a cop. But yes, an SOB. Let's get back to your phone calls. With all respect to Dave in Ann Arbor. Hi, Dave.
Dave in Redford.
Okay,
sure.
It says Ann Arbor, but whatever. Go ahead.
I worked for the Tigers as security years ago, and I absolutely hated it. I should have learned during orientation when they told us, some of you will be inside the building, some of you will be outside. If you ever are in the spaces where the Tigers are, do not talk to them. Do not give them direct eye contact. That was number one. They stuck me at the Mount Calm ramp, which at the time was where the people could smoke inside the stadium. Mm-hmm. I'm not a smoker. There was no television monitor there, so I couldn't see the game, and all of the smokers that couldn't see the game while they were smoking complained to me about it.
Yep.
And then the worst was the concerts. I think it was R. Kelly. I know Nas was on the bill. R. Kelly didn't show up until 11:30 at night. And it was pouring rain, and they had us security working the gates before the concert to let people in. It was pouring rain. We had to send everybody back to their cars with their umbrellas, everybody, or else we were taking them and throwing them away, which ticked off the entire crowd. And then once I got moved inside, so many people were complaining, then they started letting people in with umbrellas. So all of the people that I had sent to their car because they couldn't bring their umbrella in, saw all the people in the stadium with the umbrellas, and they remembered I was the one, so I had to deal with that.
God, that's fun.
And then I was there for 6 hours at my spot without a break, and my immediate supervisor walked by, and I said, when is somebody going to relieve me? I need to use the bathroom. And his response, and this is a direct quote, Mr. Ilitch does not believe in breaks.
Oh,
wow.
And so I told him, I said, well, I do, and if somebody's not here in 15 minutes, then I'm leaving. So I just absolutely hated it.
Yeah, I understand why. As Kang just said, security, probably not fun.
No, I mean, because you're having to deal with people that are upset. That's what you have to deal with. You got people that got into a fight. Now you got to break it up. You got people that are complaining because they think somebody, abused them or whatever. You got to deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
You're in a no-win situation. Nobody's like, oh, thank you for being here. Unless you're the person who just got pounded by the other guy and you took him away.
Security helped you out. Gary's on a cell and on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Gary?
Hi, guys. Great show, and I got a great story. My mom used to work at Old Tiger Stadium, and she worked at the concession stand where the Tigers would come off the field and head under the grandstand and head to the locker room out of their dugout. Well, she would put hamburgers and hot dogs for the players, so she got to know all the Tigers. And I was in the hospital at St. John's on Ross and I-94, and I had pneumonia, and I was in the oxygen tent. And my mom says, hey, Cash, could you do me a favor and sign a ball for my son? He's not doing good. And anyways, he says, Dottie, what hospital is he at? And my mom says, well, he's at St. John's over on Ross and 94. He goes, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Well, that night, I'm in bed, and this guy walks up and lifts up the oxygen tent. And he looks at me with a big smile. He goes, do you know who I am? I go, you're Norm Cash. And he goes, and he sticks the bat next to me in the bed. And he says, I want you to get better. It was a beautiful thing that he did. Anyway,
cool.
That's what I want to share with you guys.
That's a great story, and what a great gesture. Thought we were going to lose him there for a second. He was.
Well, it's something that can
All right.
get you emotional, Doug.
248-539-9797. Well, I mean, he was getting emotional.
Look, you got to have that kind of resolve if you're going to be a trucker. So I got it. Don't let the dream die.
I'm not.
Don't let the dream die.
I'm not going to let you laugh me out of doing this.
No, let your daughter laugh you out of doing this. Easy.
Let's go to Rich. We got studio visitors today. Let's go to Rich on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Rich.
Oh, hey, guys. How you doing?
All right, Rich.
It was back late 80s, and it's still in high school, and I used to work at the Pontiac Silverdome when the, obviously the Lions, but when the Pistons had the wars with the Celtics and what have you. And probably the best part about the job, we were like to stock concession stands. So we'd sit in the commissary. If someone ran out of hot dog buns, be like, hey, run some buns up to 318. Well, we would just never come back and go watch the games. And we actually had tunnel access, through the basketball. So, halftime when the teams are coming, off the bus, we would always be, right next to them in the tunnel. It was like one time, Jordan was going on the floor. I put my hand up. I'm like, put on a show, Mike. And, he gave me a high five, walking out into the gym. It was great.
So you'd go deliver hot dog buns and never go back to work?
Yeah. Well, we were working, but we just would never go back to the commissary because my buddy's uncle who got us a job, he was like third in charge. So we just would just sit there and watch all the games.
You took advantage of the nepotism. Nice job. Way to go.
248-539-9797.
There's that work ethic.
So anyway, if is it cool to have a job at Comerica Park, LCA, Ford Field, Big House, Spartan Stadium? Because I'm going to guess
Briggs.
No, see,
Silverdome.
stop. The reason I'm
the original Coliseum.
I'm mentioning the stadiums that they play in now because I'm going to guess
Olympia.
that You're hijacking it. You're hijacking it. Yes. Please tell us how terrible the work conditions were back in 1954. Is that what we're trolling for, Scott?
I don't know what we're getting.
That's what you're trolling for. Is it cool to work at Comerica Park, LCA, Ford Field, Chrysler Center, the Breslin Center, Jimmy John's Field? Not is it cool? What was it like when you helped open up the Olympia? Like, because I bet work conditions have changed dramatically.
Well, what about even some of the smaller venues, like working the Fox Theater?
It could be good. It could be good.
Lots of good shows come through there.
Because I feel bad for you, because I seriously, I don't think anybody gave a damn about working conditions back in the Briggs Stadium days. I bet most of the jobs were awful. Unless your uncle was third in charge.
Right. Well, then work is a relative word.
All right. 248-539-9797. Kevin, you're next. Hi, Kevin.
How you doing?
What's up?
Well, you said hi to me, Doug, for about 9 years at all the Michigan home games. I first of all was the fan man for the defense coming off the field. I turned the missed fans on when they would come off, and I would turn them off when they go on the field. So I was on the sidelines every game, which was completely awesome because I basically got to watch the games the whole game. But that was fantastic.
So wait a second. I love this job description. When the offense was on the field, you turned the fans on to keep the defense cool. When the defense went on the field, you turned them off.
That was it.
How much
for
training?
9 years.
How much training did this job take?
Well, the pay wasn't too good.
Well,
but every Saturday coming down that tunnel, I thought I was playing. Man, it was awesome walking down, and literally got to all the people I worked with saw me on TV all the time because I was on the field on the sidelines every game, and that was it. That was it. But I also worked at the for Comerica in guest services.
Yeah.
And I'm retired, and thank God I don't need the money, but it wasn't too good. There's about 98% of the posts that you can work. You can't see the game. You got to come in a couple hours early. You got to stay a couple hours later when everybody's leaving. So I love being in the ballparks. I'm a sports freak, but the Comerica gig wasn't too good. And worked for the Lions too for a couple years, and you could hide pretty good at the Lion games to see a lot of the games. But I'd rather watch them at home, so I haven't worked for them the last couple of years for the Lions or the Tigers.
There you go. Well, I think any job, first of all, being on the field probably pretty sweet. Ice level, if you can see the ice. Field level, Comerica, Ford Field, Big House, Spartan Stadium.
Yeah, but the people that have to have their back to the action, that sucks.
Yes.
Just sucks.
Yep. Thank you for all your calls. Do appreciate it. 248-539-9797. Coming up, we got some predictions for the NFL season, including a Trey Hendrickson prediction, some Lions mentions. We'll get to that today at 12:05. Another edition, Are You Going to Eat That, at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. We're less than 24 hours from racing on the streets of downtown Detroit as the 2025 Grand Prix gets started with free pre-day tomorrow. The drivers are in town now. Practice laps will be turned starting tomorrow. The father-son duo of Bobby and Graham Rahal among the teams aiming for victory lane on Sunday. Now, Bobby, the owner of Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing, says that racing in Detroit go hand in hand. In 1992, Bobby won the inaugural Detroit Grand Prix on Belle Isle. Then in 2017, Graham swept the weekend. The heavy favorite on Sunday is Indy 500 champ Alex Palou. Day 2 of OTAs for the Lions in Allen Park. Aiden Hutchinson, who's been fully cleared, was back on the field yesterday. Detroit goes into OTAs with 80% of its roster back from last year, fourth highest in the NFL. 8 Michigan golf courses ranked among the 100 best in the nation as ranked by Golf Digest. Arcadia Bluffs number 16, Forest Dunes 37. Then the South Course at Arcadia Bluffs is number 53. And the Tigers off tonight. They open up a 7-game road trip at Kansas City tomorrow night. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So you heard the beginning of that update there, the discussion regarding the Detroit Grand Prix. I'll say this about the Grand Prix that is actually I think we caught a bit of a break. The fact that we have the race the Sunday immediately after the Indy 500, I think puts more eyeballs on it because you have, IndyCar takes the stage on Sunday, and obviously there's a lot of racing last weekend with the Formula One, IndyCar, and NASCAR, but it's the biggest event in IndyCar, so it's kind of top of mind. And the next weekend they're in Detroit. This is I think the last 4 Detroit Grand Prix have come the immediate Sunday after the Indy 500. For a while there, it was 2 Sundays after. I really like our position on the calendar here.
Do you?
Yeah, just because I think it's top of mind. And this is the 3rd race back downtown. There are the grandstands have been sold out the first 2 years, but the free viewing is pretty accessible to people. So, because you remember when the Rocket Mortgage Classic had like this terrible date. I think it was the week before the British Open, and most of the big names were like, we're going over early anyway.
Right.
And it was, I hate this term, so disrespectful, but it felt like leftovers is what you got. Now we're, I think, dead smack in the middle. We got a better spot on the calendar between the U.S. Open and the British Open. So it's no longer, we got a better spot on the calendar. I think this is a great spot for the Detroit Grand Prix, and I think that's a great spot for the Rocket Mortgage Classic. Maybe somebody who knows more about.
Yeah, the Rocket Classic is at the end of June.
Yep.
Then the following week, it's the John Deere Classic, and then the following week, it's the Scottish Open, and then you get the British Open isn't until the middle of July 17th through the 20th. So they got, I think it's 3 weeks off between. So maybe, just maybe, we'll get some bigger names coming.
Yep.
But we got the U.S. Open coming up in a couple weeks. So between the U.S. Open and the British Open, I think it's a good spot.
Gator, we just had a local college football start time announced.
Let me guess. Michigan and Ohio State's a noon start.
No, I think that's been announced. It is Michigan.
Oh, is it a Michigan State game? You know when it is?
Do not.
Oh, you don't.
He knows.
Yeah,
I do not know what time the Michigan
State.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You tweeted it out years ago, the schedule for the next 10 years.
Didn't we have that pinned for a while?
I think we did.
Yeah. I think we've unpinned it.
Yeah.
The joke was over. But from Michigan football's Twitter account, Michigan and Oklahoma will kick off on Saturday, September 6th at 7:30 p.m. on ABC.
Oh, a night game.
Yep.
How do you feel about that?
I don't love night games.
No?
But, I dislike them less on the road. Dislike them less on the road, so.
And this one's on the road?
Oh, crap. We got another one. Michigan's opener against New Mexico State. Sorry, New Mexico. Regular old New Mexico. That will be Saturday, August 30th, 7:30 on NBC. That I don't love.
No?
Nope.
Huh. Starting the season at night.
So
back-to-back night games.
Back-to-back night games to open up the season.
All right.
Lame.
They want to go to the trifecta? Put Central at night too? No?
Please be a noon Big Ten start. Big Ten Network. Noon Big Ten Network, please. Please.
Well, so that's at least 2 night games.
Yep. I don't think they have limits on them anymore.
Well, Lord knows Michigan State's been thrust into the night game schedule. So
we got some start times for Michigan State.
Uh-oh.
How many Peacock games?
They open on Friday, as they are known to do, August 29th, 7 o'clock against Western Michigan. Week 2.
Boston College
at Michigan State. NBC, 7:30 p.m.
Great.
Saturday, September 13th.
Youngstown State, here we come.
Youngstown State, Michigan State, BTN, 3:30. Central and Michigan, noon start.
Wow, they're coming fast and furious now.
Saturday, September 20th.
Michigan State at USC?
Start time not released. Michigan at Nebraska. CBS, 3:30.
That makes sense. I mean, it's a different time zone, right?
Yep. Any others here? They got a lot of ors. I don't know why they put these. Okay. Saturday, October 11th, UCLA at Michigan State.
Yep.
Network to be determined. It will kick off at noon.
Oh, that's unfair to UCLA. It just is, right?
The least of your concerns.
Yeah, I don't have to worry about it.
Do you want some ors? Michigan State at Indiana will be noon, 3:30 or 4. Probably don't.
3:30 or 4, that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not much of an or.
It's 3 separate start times. But, yeah, I think that's it for the local teams, what's been announced.
Okay, I was going to say, what about the last game against Maryland at Ford Field?
The only start time for Saturday, November 29th is Ohio State at Michigan will be noon on Fox. So.
Don't want to do a night game, huh?
No. They did not.
Don't want to do an afternoon game, huh?
Well, they're doing it directly at noon.
I said afternoon.
No, they didn't want to do it. Maybe it could be at 5.
5 sounds great.
Yeah. I think that would be good for Michigan, Ohio State this year. 5. Anyway, there you go. Those are the released start times from the
I think I see what you did there.
Yeah.
5.
How many people caught that? All right, so it was
4 years of futility for Ohio State and counting. Is that what you're doing?
Yes. Sports Illustrated, predictions for the coming season.
National championship, but yeah.
I don't mind that. Big Ten, let's go.
Yeah.
Sports Illustrated, coming season. These are predictions. It was 100 predictions, 100 days out, so it was a couple days old. Trey Hendrickson, here's the Trey Hendrickson prediction.
Oh, the embattled Rochester from Cincinnati, yes.
Prediction 28 is that Trey Hendrickson will ultimately cave. The alternative is to become Hassan Reddick, which for a player entering his age 31 season cannot be appealing. By taking the Bengals' reported current offer, Hendrickson can upgrade his salary by nearly $12 million, and while still being underpaid, improve upon his prospects for next season. Next offseason more by staying in Cincinnati. Then he could go as a year-to-year mercenary for less on another roster.
So making $12 million more. What would that up his salary to then? Close to 30 then.
Yeah, I think
it'd
be close to 30, yeah.
He was offered 29 by Cincy. So if that's caving to get a $12 million raise for your last year there,
yep,
take it.
Yep.
If you're not, I mean, he's still able to work a trade, and they have not worked any trade, and it doesn't sound like there's any interest because teams are just too much against the cap and they can't work it.
Next up, prediction 74. Penei Sewell will win the inaugural Protector of the Year award. With offensive linemen finally having an award to celebrate individual accomplishments, the first big man to grace the stage of the NFL honors will be Lions tackle Penei Sewell. One interesting wrinkle will come from Jason Kelsey assisting the committee to elect the Protector of the Year after his former teammate Lane Johnson took issue with an overrating of the Lions' young star tackle. I didn't know that. Did he really? Prediction 76. Jahmyr Gibbs will win Offensive Player of the Year.
Wow.
Gibbs will end up rushing for 1,700 yards and adding another 800 receiving yards as he takes on a more complete role in the Lions' dominant backfield. While David Montgomery is an integral part of the two-headed monster, the Lions are more versatile and threatening with Gibbs on the field. This will become evident in the clutch this season. Okay, I'll take that. Protector of the Year and Offensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, no, that sounds good.
Prediction number 92. Amid a culture, this is a Aaron Glenn prediction. Amid a cultural rebuild centered around selflessness, Jets coach Aaron Glenn will forcibly retire Jumbotron diva and attention hog fireman Ed.
Oh, boy. Really? This sounds like one of my bold-ass predictions. And I love it.
I knew you would. That's
going to
why
stop all the attention of Fireman Ed?
Yep.
Yes. I'm here for that.
Yep.
I knew Aaron Glenn was the right choice.
Yep. Prediction number 57. The Detroit Lions.
You went through all 100 of these, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I just took them. I just took the ones that I went through 100 golf courses, too. We'll get to that later.
Great.
Yep. The Detroit Lions will win 10 games. Those wins will come against Chicago, Cleveland, Kansas City, Tampa, Washington, the Giants, Dallas, Pittsburgh, Minnesota, and at Chicago.
So, beating the Bears twice.
And swept by Green Bay.
Interesting.
Yep. Don't love that.
Well, it's the 10 win prediction. It's interesting. That seems low.
And finally, prediction number 1, the Buffalo Bills will defeat the Philadelphia Eagles in the Super Bowl. Predicting the Eagles' return to the big game is a begrudging move on my part, but it's all recognition that nearly all of the NFC frontrunners have brutal schedules. Philadelphia is the one team that can handle the rigors of such a slate and win ugly consistently, enough to make the dance. Meanwhile, the Bills have an amenable schedule that includes the Browns, Falcons, Panthers, and Saints, as well as multiple cracks at the bottom rung of the AFC East. This slate will keep Josh Allen healthy, and when Buffalo needs him the most. So there you go. I don't love that prediction. I don't love the 10 wins either. Of course, the over-under is 10.5. So, and it is a tough schedule.
This is true. But Buffalo finally getting off the schneid, winning a Super Bowl.
Not the end of the world. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We will get to more of your open line calls coming up. Also, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? That coming up today at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the very latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine your live bets and prop bets into same-game parlays. I don't do a lot of those, but here's something I would do if I were you. If you haven't joined FanDuel yet, you can join right now at FanDuel.com/Doug and get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So what you do is you join, make a $5 deposit, you go find yourself a heavy favorite, bet them on the money line, and you get the $200 in bonus bets. Not bad. Then you can do with those whatever you want. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. The first online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. We opened the show with Tiger Talk, and obviously not everybody can sit through all 4 hours of the show. We appreciate those that do. But just another win yesterday, man. Just another outing where they, as I said at the beginning, I watched it and I go, oh, they're winning because they're better than the team they're playing. And it seems like they do all the little things a little bit better. The Giants did something yesterday that was Tiger-like. On that little bloop to left field off of Brevia, that guy got from first to third, and the batter hustled down to second. They set themselves up, and that's the kind of stuff the Tigers have done all season long, and then they completely botched it, right? The Tigers went and got Canely, first pitch swinging, pop up to shallow left. Second batter, they seemed determined to bunt when they had runners on second and third. That's the tying run and the go-ahead run. There's one out. Okay, I can see trying to run a squeeze to get the tying run across. Give up the out, take the run. Now you're tied. You might be saying, we trust our bullpen better than yours. Plus, we're going to the top of our order. It was the 9-hitter that they were doing it with. I was shocked when he squared the bunt a second time because you weren't going to catch him napping. I mean, maybe you would because you wouldn't expect it. I was laughing thinking, are they trying to move the runners over to fourth and fifth base?
Look, I don't know. You got runners in scoring position. A base hit gives you the lead.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't know why you're messing around with bunting in that situation. It just doesn't seem wise. But look, Bob Melvin, he's really good at what he does. He knows what his bench is, who he's got coming off the bench, what the tendencies are for his players against certain pitchers. Like all that goes into effect. But that is a head scratcher. Why you don't let somebody just swing away when you're one swing away from taking the lead.
Now maybe 9-hitter is why they did it, but Canely brilliantly got out of that. And you know what's interesting? Excluding opening days, the Tigers tweeted this out. A member of their PR staff, excluding opening days, before are the highest attended weekday games at Comerica Park since the start of 2018. The highest attended weekday game was a game against Philadelphia on June 24th of 2019, 33,735. Again, excluding opening days, the second was Monday's game against San Francisco. So Memorial Day holiday, 31,640. Yesterday was the third highest attendance for a weekday game at Comerica Park, excluding opening days, since 2018, 31,602. People are showing up to see this team. Bravo. People are showing up to see this team, which is awesome.
It is awesome. And at this time of the year when and the weather has not been cooperative, schools aren't out yet, and it's great to see. When you get the number over 30,000, it's big. I get Monday was Memorial Day, but to have a 31,000 attendance figure yesterday, that's impressive. Middle of the week, end of May, a gloomy day, a rainy day, a misty day, or whatever the heck it was yesterday. So that's great. That's awesome. But when you're 37-20 now, this is a team worth watching. And what's the record going to be when they return home again?
So, the yesterday was some sort of kids' day, some sort of science day. They showed, did you see that when it looked like they were blowing stuff up on the field before the game?
I did not see that.
It was pretty funny. But you could tell it was a kids' day listening to the radio broadcast.
Oh, with the
you
announcing?
Could really tell. No, you could hear the kids were loud.
Because they were making noise. Yeah,
kids were really, really loud, and their voices, they're at a different pitch than your typical hum of a stadium crowd.
A little bit higher pitched. Yeah.
Exactly.
So they're on they're going to start a 7-game road trip. They start in Kansas City tomorrow night, and then go to Chicago for 4 against the White Sox starting on Monday. 7 more games. White Sox aren't very good.
No.
Kansas City is fair. I mean, they're a better than 500 baseball team, but the Tigers are best team in baseball. I mean, what's reasonable to expect? 5-2?
I'm at that point. Yeah, win.
They could be. So if we say that, I mean that's 20 games above 500.
Yeah.
When they return home against the Cubs on Friday, June 6th, if that's the case.
I think, by the way, in the last week, this is crazy. When you start doing record stuff, Tom Milliken of the morning show came up and told me this. In the last week, the Tigers have increased their lead over Cleveland.
Yes.
Cleveland won 3 in a row against Detroit, and the Tigers in the last week have increased their lead over Cleveland.
Yeah. Well, Tigers then went on a 4-game win streak, including one over Cleveland, so that cancels one of those games out.
Yep.
And then Cleveland had to run into the Dodgers. Well, they beat the Dodgers last night, but they're still 6 games out.
So, Gator, I got a question for you regarding the scheduling announcements we did a little bit earlier.
For college football?
Yes.
Yes.
And we gave you some of the Michigan and Michigan State start times. Michigan's first 2 games will be night games against New Mexico and against Oklahoma. The Oklahoma game being a night game doesn't really shock me. The Michigan-New Mexico game at night. One of the games that was not announced for that Saturday was Ohio State, Texas. Now, didn't Ohio State, that game is in Columbus. Didn't they just have a politician that wants to sue over Fox big noon kickoffs?
Because they don't want noon starts? Was that it?
Yep. One of the reasons why look, I love the noon start personally. I like to say, if I don't speak on my own behalf, who will? But the number one thing I want is that Ohio State, Texas. I hope it's a noon start in Columbus.
Just to be spiteful?
Just to be able to watch it.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure. Just to be able to watch it.
Well, yeah, if it's a 3:30 start, we're going to be on the air, so I won't be able to get to see it.
Doesn't hurt that it's spiteful, too.
I mean, sure.
It's against what Ohio State wants.
I don't care that much about it, but yes. Was that Michigan State Western game always going to be a Friday, or did that just get announced? Was that a fresh announcement?
I think it's now the official announcement. I thought that was something although they have, the ESPN schedule has it on a Saturday, but clearly this is a Friday night game. I think this was always rumored to be a Friday night game.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel about that tradition?
I mean, to start the season, it's fine.
Yeah.
But I'm less likely to go up to East Lansing to watch a night game because I'm not spending the night, and I don't want to come home at 4:00 in the morning. You know what I mean?
Understand. 248-539-9797. Mark is next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Mark.
How you doing, guys?
What's up?
I just wanted to talk about the game yesterday. I had the privilege to attend it, and the kids in the crowd, you could just tell by hearing them cheering randomly when the scoreboard shows, get loud, and it was like a middle school cafeteria. They were so loud, and they brought such good energy. It almost gave you a little goosebumps. So, and they stayed to the end of the game, which was fantastic. It was outstanding. It was a great game yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, look, the one of the things about kids I noticed that when they're at games, when the ball gets hit, they go crazy. Even if it's like a little looper out towards shortstop, it's clearly going to be caught. Anytime the ball gets hit, they go nuts. And
you know how hard it is to hit a baseball, Doug?
It's very hard, and it's worthy of cheering for. I do have an update now. Texas at Ohio State. We got a start time.
3:30.
Noon on Fox. Billable hours, Gator. Billable hours.
All right.
Yep. So that's good. All right. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up today at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, both the Florida Panthers and Oklahoma City Thunder have advanced in their respective sports. Panthers taking care of Carolina. They're really good.
Yeah, they really are.
Yep.
Defending Stanley Cup champions for a reason.
Mm-hmm. Carolina jumped out to a 2-0 lead. Florida responded, bang, bang, 2-2, went on to win 5-3. So there was a little bit of drama in that game. There was no drama in the NBA.
None.
Yep. I was kind of thinking maybe Minnesota could make it interesting. They could not. The score at the end of the first quarter was 26-9. The score at half was 65-32.
It's hard to come back.
Yep.
But it's the NBA. You give them a chance.
Well, it was really testing the limits of comebacks, right? So tonight we've got Knicks and Pacers. With the Pacers, have a chance to deliver the knockout punch to the Knicks, which I'm here for. I hope it happens. And then I hope they get trounced by Oklahoma City in the NBA Finals.
That would be great.
Yep.
That's the perfect scenario.
Yep. If the Knicks come back and win this series, it will feed into every NBA conspiracy theory ever because the NBA didn't want an Indiana-Oklahoma City final. There is no way
right, 100%.
New York will come back and win this series without it absolutely fanning the flames with rocket fuel that the league has fixed.
Have you seen the spread for tonight's game?
I have not.
What do you think the spread would be? It's in New York.
I'll say Knicks by 1.
The Knicks.
How about Kang?
Oh, I'm sorry. Kang, do you know this?
I don't know it. I will say Pacers by 2.
The Pacers, see how I did that, change it up for you?
Yep.
Are a +4 underdog for tonight's game.
Kang, you should jump all over those points.
$1?
It's a stave game.
Yep.
Maybe 13? If I accidental $13?
Yeah, and it happened once, and it came through. My accidental $13 bet, it came through, but fat thumbs almost cost me. All right, Gator, are you ready for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
You know I am.
Here we go. Scott Doritos is bringing back some discontinued flavors. We will start with this one. Doritos has a tangy ketchup that'll be hitting shelves. It brings the sweet and tangy flavor of the tomato condiment to the beloved corn chip. Scott, the tangy ketchup. Are you going to eat that?
A Doritos corn chip, tangy ketchup?
Yep.
I'll try it. I mean, I'm not jazzed about it, but I'll try it.
Kang,
I have to see if it's lit.
Kang, would you try this?
Otherwise, if it's mid, then you're gonna stop eating.
Yeah,
That's
no,
right.
exactly.
I don't eat mid things.
No. Yeah, I'll try it, but I'm kind of with Gator. It's not like I can't wait. But our Canadian friends love ketchup chips.
They do.
Right? Yeah.
They do, and I'm not a particular fan of them, so I'm out on this.
You hate Canadians?
Yes, I'm not a fan of Canadians. Next up, Doritos is also bringing back hot mustard. These mustard-flavored chips deliver a punch of heat and tangy yellow mustard flavor. Gator, the hot mustard.
Yeah, I'll try it. I love hot mustard, whether it's the Chinese hot mustard or if it's just, some sort of hot mustard you dip pretzels into. I like hot mustard.
Kang?
Yeah, I'm not a mustard guy, so I'm out. Like the only times I ever tried mustard flavored, like something like this, would be the pretzels ones. Those are actually okay.
I'm in on hot mustard. I'll give this one a shot. The Doritos hot mustard. And finally, they have a tangy pickle flavor coming out. The tangy pickle chip is simply vinegary dill forward chip described as a bag of crunch sour punch. Gator, the tangy pickle Dorito.
At first I was thinking maybe I'll give it a chance. Is this like an offshoot of Cool Ranch, something like that? But it's not. This is sour, and I like pickles, but I don't want a pickle chip, so I'm going to say no. I'm out.
Kang, I think I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm not a pickle guy.
Yeah. I'm out on this too. Moving on, Chick-fil-A. So 3 no's on the tangy pickle. Chick-fil-A is bringing back its peach milkshake. It is how it's described. It is a peach milkshake. Gator, The Chick-fil-A peach milkshake. Are you going to eat that?
Okay, here's the thing. I would never order it, but I would have a sip. Like if somebody wanted one, I'm like, I got to try it. But I would never order it. It's a no.
I don't know if it's
I
a
think
no.
it's a no.
Okay.
Yeah, I would
That's
never
a no.
order it.
Kang, you peach milkshake?
Yeah, based on Gators, what you gave Gator, like just trying it is a no. Yeah, I'm out. Because I would try it, but I would not order it.
Yeah, it's nothing you would ever order. But if let's say your wife is like she wanted to give me the peach milkshake, and she offered it to me because I'm not even thinking about you. I would try the peach milkshake if your wife offered it to me.
See, if you were married, this would be the other way around. They're always eating our food.
Right, exactly.
Dating back to the fall of 1992 at Willow Tree Apartments in a peach schnapps incident. I have not had anything peach flavored since, and this will not break the streak.
I think that people that have an aversion to peach flavor, this is not scientific, but I'm going to guess that the rate is at 91.7% of the people that have the aversion to peach flavoring is because of a peach schnapps incident at some point in their life.
Next up, Twix is releasing a new Snickerdoodle flavor.
Yep.
Don't you want to hear about it first?
I mean, you could tell me even more, but yes, I'm all about this.
Snickerdoodle Twix doesn't use cinnamon-flavored cookies. Instead, it is made the traditional way, cookies, gooey caramel, and smooth chocolate, but with the addition of a new cinnamon, sugar, caramel swirl.
Okay, if I have to.
That sweet, slightly spicy caramel provides all the Snickerdoodle goodness you enjoy in the Twix bar that you already love. Gator, you're clearly a yes.
Game on.
Mm-hmm.
This sounds delicious. I'm with you, Gator.
Yeah, come on.
Can you save me one, please?
Yes, because your wife is going to let me try the peach shake. Doug, come on, you're on board.
I'm not, and here's why. It doesn't sound better to me than a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup or the M&M's peanut flavored. So if I get candy or the pretzel M&Ms, I want it to be on par with those. This doesn't really.
All right, let me ask you this. I think I know the answer, but I'm going to ask it. So Reese's Peanut Butter Cup over just a regular Twix to begin with for you?
Yes.
Kang, Reese's Peanut Butter Cup or a Twix?
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I agree with Doug on something eating here.
Wow. But you're willing to try this.
Yes, I'm definitely willing to try this. Because Doug's bar is weird. To me, if it's good or it sounds good, I want to try it.
To me, if it's doing something I don't do very often, like get a candy bar, it's going to be one I love. And I know I love. I'm not going to experiment with something new. However, you have no idea, you saying that you agree with me on this, how big a W that feels like for me right now.
I don't feel good about it. But, I mean, you were right on this. I like the peanut butter cup better. It's subjective.
I love the peanut butter cup, but I'd go for a Twix over peanut butter
You're a
cup.
big Twix fan.
I like the cookie
Right or left?
Right.
Tell me when you're done with your Twix analysis.
I guess we're done.
By the way, just real quick, on a total aside, my mom watches the show. She watches the show on Twix.
On Twix, nice.
Next up.
Twix.
Next up, 7-Up is coming up with a Shirley Temple flavor. Exactly what it sounds like. It's a
7-Up with grenadine in it?
Yeah. Scott the Gator Anderson, do you want the 7-Up Shirley Temple flavor?
My standard response to any of the soft drink flavors is if it comes in a zero sugar, I'll try it more than likely. But yeah, I mean, it brings back a memory to when I was a child and I had the Shirley Temple. You thought you're having some kind of awesome cocktail with your parents, but it's really just 7-Up and grenadine.
Yep.
Yeah, I would try it if it were zero sugar.
Kang, you?
I'm a fan of pop. I'll try it just based on that. But with that being said, I don't even know what a Shirley Temple tastes like. Like, what does it taste like?
It was basically, it was ginger ale, I think, and a little bit of grenadine. So it's like a sweet cherry type flavor, or strawberry, cherry, whatever the heck grenadine is. It's a red syrup they would throw in drinks.
Yeah, it's non-alcoholic, right?
Right.
But I feel like nowadays there's a lot more options for like non-alcoholic beers. Does anyone order a Shirley Temple? Or you have to order like a, I don't know.
I always think they're just for kids, but
yeah, I would too.
Anyway, I would probably not. Although this does sound like something that'd be good to mix a drink in, make it an adult one.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Throw a little whiskey in there.
Yeah.
See what happens.
Finally, this actually showed up in our pantry. I've yet to try it. I don't know who bought this, but Oreo cookie has come out with a protein bar.
All right, but it's Oreo.
An Oreo cookie protein bar. I'll read the description. The new Builder's Oreo flavored protein bar delivers 20 grams of plant-based protein in a convenient grab-and-go format. This is the person who tried it. I recently got a chance to try a sample, and I have to say the taste blew me away. While there aren't actual Oreo cookies in the bar, the homage to the original is spot on. The bar features 2 distinct layers, a creamy, dense top, and a crunchy chocolate-flavored bottom that mimics Oreo's dark wafer texture. It's coated in a thin layer of chocolate flavor and finished with a white chocolate-style drizzle for the subtle black and white contrast. Scott, the Oreo cookie protein bar.
I think the obvious question that has to be asked when it comes to you describing protein bars, and Ken, correct me if I'm wrong, is it pliable?
Yeah, how much bend do we got here?
Yeah. I'm not sure if you've ever had a Builder's bar. They don't have any bend. So if it's a Builder's bar, then I would say probably
it's like
not.
to have crunch. It's not likely to be wrapped around your finger because it's got that awful texture, the stuff that you like.
Pastries are pliable. That's all it was. Was a pastry.
No, pastries are flaky and delicious. What you brought in that week
let's revisit that because we're up against the clock. The Oreo protein bar.
Yeah, I'll try it.
All of that bitching to
I
say
had
yes.
it over. I had to make fun of you for the pliable protein bar you brought in before. Yes.
Can you?
No, I'm sure this is chalky for sure. I don't want any of it.
No.
Vanilla is hard to do with protein flavor
it
because
is.
it's like that awful fake vanilla
Yeah,
flavor.
and if it's Builders, it definitely tastes like drywall,
But
right?
But it's got the Oreo name to it.
It's just the name.
I'll try it.
I'll probably try one before 5 o'clock tonight.
Oh boy.
I noticed from the pantry this morning. Like, we got these? So there we go. And that'll
And nobody's
conclude.
had one yet, huh?
I don't know. Does anybody have one? My daughter says no. It is Carson Anderson on a Thursday. Coming up, we got a lot of love on this list. We'll get to that today at 102 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, things are going to start heating up. Just look at the future forecast. And believe me, when it does, you're going to be sorry if you haven't gotten somebody coming over to your house yet. If your air conditioning isn't working or if you got a pool in the backyard, you want to make sure it's going to be running warm, do the right thing. Call the awesome folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling to check on everything and make sure that it's running properly. In fact, they're going to come over to my house tomorrow after the show and take a look at my AC and my furnace, and hopefully everything's running smoothly. And if not, they're going to take care of it because that's what they do. The red, white, and blue trucks, they're on their way. Just call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or schedule an appointment at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
The more I think about it, the more I'm intrigued by that hot mustard flavored Dorito chip.
Yeah, hot mustard is. I'm a big fan. In fact, the turkey burger I brought in Tuesday that you saw that smelled like tuna. That was the day before. We grilled them over at my parents' house, and my dad had some sort of hot mustard. So good. So good.
I wonder if, and this is for you and other people too, however they want to do this. If you get the hot mustard Dorito chip and you crush them up and encrust chicken or encrust a fish with that.
Not a bad idea.
I wonder how that would taste.
Yep. I don't hate that. In fact, I kind of like that.
There we go.
I may try that. Don't you do a lot with Triscuits?
If I were to make, I've done it before if I made a meatloaf, or if it was a turkey meatloaf and turkey burgers. When I've done that, I've used Triscuits. Yeah, okay. Crush those up and use that as the breading along with an egg, and there you go.
All right, Gator, do you remember we got a call yesterday, somebody speculating that the Tigers 7-8-9 hitters might be the most productive 7-8-9 hitters in the league?
Yes. And we said, well, that's a lot of research to do, but we'll check it out.
Well, I've got the research here in front of me.
Oh.
Just the American League, okay?
Okay.
7-8-9 for the Tigers are third in the majors in runs scored.
In the majors or the American?
I'm sorry, in the American League. I apologize. 86 runs have been produced they've crossed the plate 86 times, 7-8-9. They have hit 14 home runs, which is 8th in the American League, middle of the package. They have 74 RBIs, which is 2nd in the American League, behind the Yankees 7-8-9 hitters, who are ridiculous. And they have a combined 3 different hitters. The OPS is 2040. So you're adding them all up, which is 5th in the American League.
Okay.
The Yankees are 2nd in runs scored, 1st in home runs, 1st in RBIs, and 2nd in OPS. So Tigers are roughly, they're near the top half, but not the best. But they are getting production out of 1 through 9, and that is very helpful, to say the least. And you know what's been well documented? Baez, Torque, and Mize. They're like in this special category. Many people didn't even think they'd make the roster, right? And it wouldn't have been surprised if none of them made the roster. If Mize got hurt, Baez got released, and Torque started the season in AAA. That wouldn't have been a shocker. In fact, if you'd said all 3 of them make it or none of them make it, I think more people would have bet none of them over all 3 of them make it.
Well, I think the toughest one is swallowing the amount of money in Baez's contract. So I would have gone the other way on that because of that. But I understand. The point being made is that, these guys were not counted on to be big-time contributors to this season by Tiger fans going into the season. Javi Baez was coming off another horrible year, coming off hip surgery. Who knew what to expect? Torkelson, coming off a very disappointing year. And then the news that he had lost out on his starting job at first base because they were going to move Colt Keith over there because they signed Gleyber Torres to play second. Yeah, and then Casey Mize was, can you stay healthy and show me something? And fortunately, Casey Mize has stayed relatively healthy. He's made 8 starts this year. His ERA is fantastic. His WHIP is just over 1. I think he leads the Tigers in wins. You've got Torkelson, who's just doing phenomenally well at the plate in terms of OPS. It's well over 800, just under 900, I believe. And then Javi Baez has just been revelation, not only with his play at the plate, but more importantly, what he's done at center field. While the Tigers have waited for outfielders to get healthy, he has played a brilliant center field.
So the crazy thing about this is I would describe those 3 as extreme career resurrections, sizable surprises. Who would you say is just a standard, everyday, normal, pleasant surprise? Because if you talk about surprises for the Tigers, these 3 run away with it, because they're extreme examples. Who would be just a normal, average, everyday pleasant surprise?
I think the
standard pleasant surprise.
Dylan Dingler.
Okay.
Is a pleasant surprise to see that he's hitting the ball and he's just hitting lasers out in there in the field.
Mm-hmm.
Not walking, but he's hitting.
Yeah.
And his play behind the plate has been very good. He's handling the staff just fine while Jake Rogers was out. And he's earned the right to play the majority of the games at catcher, which is what's going to happen, hopefully, for the rest of the season.
I got to tell you, mine's kind of weird, but I go back to a very important stat. Games I watched. I'm going to go Justin Henry Malloy. I feel like Justin Henry Malloy has more big hits per plate appearance than anybody else.
If ever there was a player that qualified for you in the games I watched category, it's Justin Henry Malloy. Because if you look at his season stats, they're not impressive.
No.
But in games you watch, without a doubt, he comes up with that big hit. And not only that, but he's got this great discipline at the plate, maybe perhaps too disciplined at the plate because he takes a lot of strikes as well, but he draws a ton of walks. So his on-base percentage is very good. Batting average, not so much. The OPS is in the 600s. I mean, it's nothing special there. But yes, again, yesterday, delivering in the toughest of situations. I go back to when he won the game for the Tigers in the walk-off fashion like a week and a half ago. And A.J. Hinch said after the game, he's like, we just put him in the most difficult situations, and he knows that's his job to get something done, and he does.
Was that against Aroldis Chapman?
I believe.
Was that
that series? I think.
Yeah, it was a back-to-back nights. He'd pitch the second night. They put Justin Henry Malloy in with 2 outs. He singles to center field to win the game. He's got 16 RBIs and 20 hits. I'm going to guess that a .8 run produced per hit is a pretty damn good ratio.
What do you think about it? If you have 150 hits in a season, if you're driving in 120 runs, that's really impressive.
So while Justin Henry Malloy, probably the only thing he does off the charts is walk, but his RBI per hit ratio is really good. Who would be your standard, everyday, normal, just regular old plain pleasant surprise? By categorizing it that way, we eliminate Torque Baez and Spencer Torkelson.
Torque Baez and Mize.
It's Torque Baez and Mize. I'm sorry. Yeah, duh. All extreme examples of surprises. But there's a lot to choose from the Tigers. So 248-539-9797. Series at Kansas City starts tomorrow night. 6-game lead over the Gribe as it stands right now. Stupid off days, can't stand off days when your baseball team is A, hot, and B, playing well. But I guess you got to take them every once in a while. You've never been to that park in Kansas City, have you?
No, never been to Kansas City.
What's crazy about it is people that go there rave about it.
Mm-hmm.
On television, they have the waterfall. Everything else looks like one of those cookie-cutter 80s stadiums.
I think it used to. I think if you look at it now, it's different. Because I agree. Like back in the day, watching the game when George Brett was playing, they had was this waterfall. It was kind of a unique feature, but it was nothing else around the park. Now, when I watch the games at Kansas City, yes, there's still the waterfall, but it seems like they've just filled in the space with a lot more. I could be wrong, but that's the way it comes across to me. Is I feel it's totally different than what it was in the 80s.
I think the reviews far exceed the visual aesthetics from seeing it on TV, but everybody raves about Kauffman Stadium. When they go there, they see it, they just love it. I'm like, it must have elite barbecue or a million bathrooms or something.
The beer's colder.
Might be.
Women are hotter. What is it?
Well, the more beer you drink.
No,
better is it. Not always true. 248-539-9797.
Kind of most of it.
There's something called desperation effect, which is the later in the day you get has a greater impact than
perfect
how
storm.
much you drink.
Perfect storm.
But anyway, hear nothing but great things about Kauffman Stadium. But if you want to give your average, everyday, regular old, standard, pleasant surprise, not Baez, Torque, Mize, Torque, or Baez, who would it be? 248-539-9797. All right, we got a lot of love on the list. Who was left out? We'll get to that today in the 1 o'clock hour here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Kickoff times are starting to roll in for college football teams. Michigan State has announced that their opener against Western Michigan has once again moved to Friday, August 29th, the date with a start time of 7 p.m. on FS1. That makes it 11 of the last 15 years the Spartans will begin their season on a Friday. As for Michigan, for the first time in history, they'll open their first 2 games at night. August 30th against New Mexico will start at 7:30 while airing on NBC, while the week after against Oklahoma, ABC will carry the game live at 7:30 as well. The Tigers have the day off. They'll start a series with the Royals tomorrow. Seth Lugo expected to come off the injured list for a start as well. Lugo finished second to Tarek Skubal last year in the Cy Young vote. According to Yahoo, the Washington Capitals sent an email to season ticket holders noting that next season will be Alex Ovechkin's last in the NHL. No decision has been made on Alex Ovechkin's future following the 2025-26 NHL season, though according to the team, that email was sent from an individual with the corporate sales department that mistakenly alluded to next year being Alex Ovechkin's final season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Happy Thursday, everybody. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Still hanging on to my hopes that I'll get a Thursday mow in today. No rain, crossing fingers. It looks like it could rain, but it doesn't appear like there's a great chance for rain. So, Anyway, hoping to get Thursday mow execution done. In the meantime, talking a little Tigers here, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Mike. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid, and I see a lot of parallels between the 2006 Tigers and the 2025 Tigers. Let's just start off with JV. JV, we got Skubal. In 2006, we had a crafty old pitcher, Kenny Rogers. Now we've got Flaherty. Of course, Granderson, was just a class act, and I think Riley Green is just class every which way. And then, of course, you're looking at our coaching, and you go Jimmy, and honest to God, I'll take Hinch over Jimmy. I like this team a lot. And do you see these parallels?
So, Mike, we did a little bit of this last week, and it wasn't all.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's all right. It wasn't like apples to apples. There was different ways that they acquired players, but there are similarities in the team that's getting put on the field. They're probably less similar in how they were put together, but I could see it because that's the team they put on the field in 2006. They had a couple of star players.
Yeah, but JV wasn't the JV that we came to know and love. JV was in his rookie season, and he wasn't nearly as good as Tarek Skubal is right now in 2006.
Absolutely, and I was kind of jumping to JV, 2012, 2013, when he was must-see JV. You're right, absolutely. 6 was basically his rookie year. He had his one appearance on 2005, 4th of July. So, yes, you're right.
Yeah, but, that team had some guys you're like, who is it? What?
Yeah.
Marcus Timms and Craig Monroe both had, pretty good seasons with the Tigers that year, and I don't think people were really counting on those guys.
Who's going to be our Sean Casey?
All right.
Sorry, I interrupted you. We weren't counting on those guys.
It's fine. But that's another name, right? And it's an acquisition that they made to bring in some veteran presence. And is that Gleyber Torres? That type of player. I don't know that 06 team, but that's where Polanco is, right?
Yeah.
And Carlos Guillen, both of those guys came from other organizations.
Good players.
Yeah,
good players. But nobody was.
Yeah, but they weren't like studs. At the time that was the era of the shortstop back then, and we had Carlos Guillen who was good.
Yep.
But Carlos Guillen wasn't putting up A-Rod numbers or doing what other players were doing there. He was very good for this team. And it was that team was so solid. That team didn't have many weak spots on it. So from that standpoint, I get it.
Zach McKinstry has been a pleasant surprise. Playing almost every day and still hitting .272 with 46 RBIs. Was ready to consider cutting him last year. That's from an unnamed texter. Phil in Wixom.
Phil.
Gleyber Torres is my pleasant surprise. Unnamed texter, sign me up for Dylan Dingler. I took my kids to a Mud Hens game last year and told them to watch out for this kid. His catching ability is nearly elite, and if they could just find a way to get him to hit a little bit better, he will be a massive asset. Well, he's been really damn good. has earned more opportunity here. That is for sure. All right, you probably heard during the updates that Golf Digest came out with its top 100 public courses. Plenty of Michigan love. Plenty of Michigan love. As you might imagine, 8 Michigan courses made the top 100 public golf courses in the country. So Arcadia Bluffs, the Bluffs course at 16. Forest Dunes and Roscommon at 37. Arcadia Bluffs, the South course at 53. Gray Walls at Marquette Golf Club in Marquette, 55. The Loop Black in Roscommon, 63. The Loop Red in Roscommon at 68. Tullymore in Stanwood is 70. And Bay Harbor, the Links and Quarry, 100. First of all, would you know enough about any of those to say that they are either over or underrated?
I don't. I've played a couple of those courses. I've played Bay Harbor, and I've played Arcadia, the Bluffs course. I have not played the South course. I want to.
Do you?
Oh, yeah.
It looks so boring to me.
It looks interesting to me is what it looks.
Okay.
With the square greens, it's a totally different style of golf. It's like a European style golf, or looking British Open style. I'd love to play it at least once just to see what it's like. Mm-hmm. I know people that have, and they say it's pretty cool. So I'd like to try that one out. And look, the tried and true is the Bluffs course is fantastic. It's beautiful.
Yep.
The set, you can't get a better setting than that. You got a view of the water on most of the holes.
It's like 1, 2, and maybe 3. I think 3 you can see. 1 and 2, I don't think you can see the water.
And
maybe
you're going away from the water.
And maybe 10.
10, correct? Yeah, kind of.
But
yeah.
it's
start
it's
to
insane.
back 9. Yeah,
it's insane.
But it's just beautiful. It's gorgeous, and Bay Harbor is amazing.
Yep.
you
What's funny
get
is
the
I
links-
love the preserve. I'm a preserve guy because I
Is it
like
3
golf.
nines?
Yes, and it was Links Quarry that made it, not
Links Preserve
or Quarry Preserve. I love the preserve because I like golfing that carves through the woods. I just like that style of golf.
No, all 3 nines are beautiful, and the links course is usually the part that everybody's going to play, and then they go off to the other 2 because people want to be able to see the water, and that's what the links course gets to do. It's great, but the courses like Tullymore and the Loop and stuff like that, I haven't done. I'd like to. Some of those are more resorts, and I haven't had that chance. But yeah, these are all the public courses. Is that what it says?
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, there's definitely courses on my list I'd like to see. And what's amazing about this is that you and I both know courses we've played throughout the state, whether it's up north or out west or wherever, that we love, that are not on this list.
Sure.
So that's why I'm dying to see some of these other courses, because you're going to tell me that one of these courses is better than, say, Arthur Hills at Boyne. Okay.
So this is
show me how and show me why.
This is what we're going to do here is what should make this list. Okay. If you were to do a top 100 courses list, what from Michigan would you make your list? And I want this to be very specific to you. You don't need to say, well, it's a Fazio design and the green complexes are immaculate and it's a challenging layout. We don't need any of that talk. Blah, blah, blah. Just for you, what would be one of your favorites that would make your top 100 list? Because you mentioned the Arthur Hills at Boyne Highlands.
That's more your course, but I love the course. It's beautiful.
I mean, there's just everything about it. There's so many holes on that course where I just pull up to the tee box and I look out. God, I love this hole.
Well, I mean, in relation to that for Arthur Hills, for me, it has one hole that sells the entire rest of the 18 holes.
13.
Yeah, the elevated tee box that is, I think it's 100 feet above where the landing area is, and they have so many different tee areas that you can tee off of. They have like 5 sets of tees. And each one of them, yes, you're going lower and lower once you get to the forward tees, but it's still a pretty good drop off. Mm-hmm. And the view is spectacular. You feel like you can just hit this ball a mile, and it's just the most beautiful setting. It's that hole sells the entire course, and it's a great course throughout.
It is incredible. 248-539-9797. What would make your list? And give us a reason why or what you like about it. Another good one you and I have both played is Hidden River in Brutus. Michigan.
Yep.
Which is really kind of different styles of golf. First 3 holes feel like Florida golf. The next 6 holes feel like European golf, and the back 9 feels like up north Michigan golf. Yeah. But I love that course. So, I mean, everybody's going to have their favorites.
Yeah, there's 2 others to mind for me. And one is just, you're asking why, right? It's not the most beautiful course, but I love Chestnut Valley up in Boyne because it's a simple course. You know what it is, yet it's beautiful. It's cut into the woods. Mm-hmm. It has some great views, but it's not terribly challenging, so you're having fun. It's just, to me, that's like the ultimate recreation course to go with your friends, just have a good time. You know, it's not too, you don't have to be too competitive. Let's have some beers, get on the course, enjoy it, love it. And the other one is out in South Lyon, I believe, and that's Moose Ridge. Love Moose Ridge. Why? Because Moose Ridge makes me feel like I'm up north.
It does. This might be just me, because I'm going to say something that might not be true, but it's true for me. It's a damn tough course.
It is a tough course.
Yeah, sometimes I think, no, every time you play there, you just played like Hmong. But that's a damn tough course.
But I do enjoy Moose Ridge because it makes me feel like I'm up north, and yet I'm, 45 minutes away.
248-539-9797. The top 100 public golf course list has come out, according to Golf Digest. 8 Michigan courses made the list. We read them off to you. What would be something that's not on this list that you would put on the list just for you? And again, it could be just because you play well there. It could be because the Bloody Marys are off the charts.
Right.
It could be because all the landing areas open up wide and it's easy.
The bathrooms are good.
It could be because the landing areas are narrow and it's hard. Like whatever.
Yeah, whatever floats your boat.
Whatever it is for you. 248-539-9797. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, talking about this list that came out. Top 100 public golf courses in America, and the state of Michigan got 8 of them on there. And we mentioned them. I'll do it again real quick. Both Arcadia Bluffs course, the Bluffs and the South course made it at 16 and 53. Forest Dunes at 37. Gray Walls and Marquette at 55. The Loop, the Black and the Red at 63 and 68. Tullymore at 70. And Bay Harbor, the Links and Quarry at 100. What would be on your list? And look, it can be for whatever reason you want. Like if you're a really hardcore golfer and you appreciate all the tradition of the game and you're way into how they're built and all that, you could tell us what should have been on this list. Because I have a feeling that this list isn't probably put together by somebody who sees the game through the same prism as me. I mean, like you're one of your favorites is Chestnut Valley.
Yeah. Would never be on a list like this.
No. Would it make the top 50 it'd make the top 50 in Michigan? Would it make the top 20 in Michigan? Probably not.
I don't know if it'd make top 50, but I love it.
Yep. 248-539-9797. I like it too. Let's go to Tim in Sterling Heights. You're on 97.1. Hi, Tim.
Hi, guys. I'm not a big golfer, but I do go up north quite a lot and family golfs a lot. So I've actually hit all 8 of those courses that you mentioned.
Really?
Yeah, and I like elevation changes, the prettiness of the Mount Hilly stuff. But the South Course Arcadia is flat. It just didn't look cool to me. The Loop, I've played probably 5 times because my nephew loves it. And I just don't love it. It's hard to stay on the greens. They're just fast and hard. You bounce right off it. So I don't love that. But, well, maybe it's because I haven't shot that bad on it, but it's just hard.
Yep.
But Cedar River and Hidden Lake River?
Yeah.
Cedar River is my favorite, and then there's a Hidden River Casting Club. I love both of those.
Where's Cedar River?
That's at Shoshani.
Oh, okay, Shanty Creek, right?
Yeah. So I love that one a lot, and that's the one I try to play the most when I'm up there. I have played Chestnut, and I do like that one quite a lot. That kind of fits what I like,
It's just fun.
Yeah, your call on, you mentioned the casting club at Hidden River. When you're playing that 9th hole and there's a fly fisherman out in their little creek behind us, that's a cool scene, man.
Is that par 3 that goes straight down, right?
Yeah.
It's like a 70-foot drop. Yeah, it's awesome. And then smell the food from the smoker.
Before COVID, they had a great restaurant there, and you sit on the balcony, and you look at where the fly fisher dudes are. I heard they lost the chef, and it wasn't the same. I haven't been back lately for that, but what a beautiful place.
No, it is really nice. Hey, thank you, Tim. 248-539-9797. Chrissy and Pontiac are on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chrissy.
Hey there. How are you doing?
Good. Great.
I love Shepherd's Hollow because it is a feeling of up north.
Yep.
It's got just absolutely beautiful scenery. The holes are cut perfectly by my husband.
Oh, nice.
The greens are nice.
They have 27 holes there. They have 3 sets of 9, and it's up north, and yet it's right there in Clarkston.
Exactly. It's just gorgeous. And I'm not a big golfer. I do like the restaurant. But, I'm one of those that plays once in a while when somebody needs a body. But
it's a great course.
It's just beautiful.
Yeah,
so we'll go from there.
I love the description. I play when somebody needs a body, just a warm body. Roll them out there.
Chrissy will play.
You. Yeah,
she's warm.
That's great.
The other thing about Shepherd's Hollow, every time I played there, wildlife.
Really?
Every time. Whether it's a deer walking across or some kind of exotic bird, every time.
They have exotic birds?
Well, something you wouldn't normally, whether it's a turkey, I don't know if a turkey's an exotic bird, but something that you would not normally see. Yeah, King's
out.
I've seen fox out there. It's a great place.
I apologize if some of these ticket texts are not real courses, Doug, because I don't know all these courses. And I feel like people make them up. Like, honestly,
could be.
Crooked Stream Hills. If that could be real, I don't know. Just letting you know.
Okay.
Are all the golf courses names like this?
Well, so you just sent these over?
Yeah.
So now what you've done?
Now you've invited it.
Now you've invited it.
Yeah. Thanks, King.
And here it comes. I think all of these are real. Okay.
You do?
Yes. but just buckle up for what you're about to get. Because you just basically cleared these people to land.
You screwed up.
So go ahead and land the plane, people. We may as well take them.
Are these casinos or are these golf courses?
Here we go. Mike says Pilgrim's Run in Pearson, Michigan is awesome.
That's a real one? Pilgrim's Run?
Yes.
Okay.
The Arthur Hills course at Boyne may be the best, may have the best hole in Michigan, number 13. That's Mike.
100%.
Josh in Petoskey says the Monument at Boyne Mountain, very underrated. Great downhill golfing. Those Boyne Mountain courses are always way cheaper than Boyne Highlands, and I love them.
They have the two courses there,
Yeah,
right?
the Alpine and the Monument. I think it's the Alpine and the Monument. Whatever. Bedford Valley in Southwest Michigan. I'm not familiar with that.
Don't know.
The Grand Golf Club, beautiful up north style in Jackson. Real place. Coyote Preserve in Heartland. It's from Justin.
I played Coyote. Very nice.
Crooked Tree has to be on the list. This is from an unnamed texter. Crooked Tree is the awesome Bay Harbor alternative.
Yeah, it's just the other side of the street.
It's just the other side of the street. You don't see the water on some of the holes. Probably only like 4 or 5, actually.
Yeah, it's like coming back to the clubhouse. You'll see some of it.
But it's a great Bay Harbor alternative. Basically, by that, I'm saying it's affordable and you get a tee.
It's a lot cheaper than Bay Harbor.
Yep.
Yes. The issue I had with Crooked Tree was the greens seem so unfair.
Okay.
They're so good and so and so fast that you're just not used to.
I get that. I had that love-hate relationship with the course I went back to over and over, and now it's gone and it'll never come back, and that is Little Traverse Bay. Little Traverse Bay was so beautiful, and you get to the green and you couldn't two-putt.
No.
They'd say everything breaks towards the water, and I'm like, okay, I don't see any water. I don't know where the water is. I know it broke.
There's no view of the water there.
So anyway, I would put the Dream in West Branch on the list. It's absolutely stunning course. That's from Reno.
I have played the Dream.
Mm-hmm.
It's very nice. Cut right into the woods off of 75.
Yep. Scott writes in, there's a great way to tell if a course is special. If you play like crap and still have a great day.
That's true.
That's a great way to put it.
That's true, which is what happens when I play Arcadia.
Mm-hmm. 248-539-9797. Top 100 public golf courses. 8 from Michigan got mentioned. What would make your list that didn't make it? We go to Kurt in Ann Arbor. Hi, Kurt.
How you doing?
Great.
All right.
Good. Hey, if you guys ever got to Leelanau Peninsula and played Bailey Farms, it's fantastic. It's one of those courses where it's just, again, the views, the elevation changes. It's beautiful.
Have not had the opportunity.
I've not. Nope.
Yeah. And then right down the street from that is Manitou Passage, which is another great course. So, yeah, a buddy of mine's got a place up. Well, he had a place up in the Homestead up at Glen Arbor. So we would play those 2 courses. And then on the way over, we'd also play the one. I keep forgetting the name of it, but it's a great value for the money. It's where the old ski hill used to be up there that closed down.
Is that like north of Traverse City?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I can't think of the name of that place either, but I do know that there was that ski hill that did close down, so they got golf there now, huh? From an unnamed texter, Morningwood Golf Course is so fun to play.
I don't know if I trust that.
Dildo Ridge for the length of the holes.
What's wrong with you? What?
It's 2 words.
Doug. Come on.
Somebody likes Bushwood.
Wow. Shots fired. What?
You knew this was coming.
Yeah, but I mean, you knew this was coming.
248-539-9797. Mike in Torch Lake. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, my son was on the youth tour for several years, and I caddied for him on Kapalua, Pinehurst, all those.
Wow.
My favorite.
Okay, I want to hear this story, but we got a terrible cell connection. I want to hear what you had to say.
All right, so yeah, you said you caddied for him all the great courses, but what about the state of Michigan?
Yeah, Cedar River up in the Shanty Creek Complex.
Yeah.
Cut out of the woods. Just beautiful. Nothing
right?
better coming down. Yeah, beautiful.
Very cool. And you got the caddy for I'm assuming you played Cedar River and didn't caddy Cedar River.
I play Cedar River all the
Yeah,
time. Yeah, absolutely.
I got to get out there. I've seen that name coming in a lot here.
Yeah, maybe played soon.
248-539-9797. Ed in Clarkston. Hi, Ed.
Hi, how's it going?
Great.
Good.
One of my favorite courses is in Southwest Michigan called Bella Vista. It used to be the Blackberry Patch.
Yeah.
That's an awesome golf course.
Okay.
And my favorite of all time, though, is the Bluffs in Arcadia. But I was really disappointed to find out that course is all man-made.
Meaning?
Have you guys ever played up there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, it used to be just a flat piece of land to the bluffs, all wooded, and all the hills and sand dunes and all that. They brought it all in. I was talking to the groundskeeper up there. The bunkers were made with either an eighth, quarter, half, or full stick of dynamite. And, yeah, I thought that was a natural formation up there. No, it was all brought in and
I don't know. I got to tell you, I don't think that deters me at all from the course.
You know, I hear what you're saying, Ed. I'm surprised by that news that they carved that out. I'm with Gator. I still think I'll like it.
Oh, I do too. I love that golf
Right,
course.
fair enough.
But if you've ever played the South course up there, that's what the landscaping was, just flat.
Interesting. Yeah.
So, yeah, but the views up there are spectacular.
Well, the South must be something special because it made this list. My drive passed by it. I'm like, yeah. Kenny writes in, Hidden Valley Ranch is a great course.
Sounds tasty.
Delicious.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Get back to your phone calls in a moment. Gator, you wrote in your show sheet, hey, guess who still hasn't decided what he wants to do while teams are starting their OTA workouts?
Can you guess?
Is it Aaron Rodgers?
Oh, my God. Has he not picked a team yet, or he's not decided if he's going to keep playing football or not? Wow. Aaron Rodgers? Really?
What I can't understand is why Pittsburgh is hanging on to this.
I don't know if they are anymore. I mean, Terry Bradshaw just came out and totally ripped the idea of him playing for the Steelers at this point. I mean, you're going into OTAs, right? All these teams have these practices. You got 10 practices you can do in the next month. Be a great time if you're going to be the starting quarterback for the team to let the team know so that you can be a part of those practices. But who knows? Look, Aaron Rodgers is he's a drama queen at this point. I don't care if he plays or not. I'd kind of like him not to play anymore, just that the teams freeze him out and say, you're not worth it. You're not worth the drama, because that's what you are at this point. Mm-hmm. And let him go ahead and retire. He was a Hall of Famer. He was awesome. He really was. But he is, I think, not destroyed his legacy, but he has really eaten away and eroded at his legacy over the last few years on how he's handled situations. Specifically from the moment that the Packers went out and drafted Jordan Love, from that moment on, he changed.
So there's a couple things here. One is, between Favre and Rodgers, it has me worried about Jordan Love's on and off the field decisions later in his career, because it might be a Packer thing. Two is, you really do find out a lot more about somebody in terms of their team first, or are they really a character guy? Because both Favre and Rodgers melted down when their heir apparent was drafted, which is clearly the Packer way. Jordan Love will probably do this thing, that they're running themselves the same way, and they probably won't be. Probably different people, but you're talking about, like, when everything's going great, you might seem like the biggest team guy ever. And then when suddenly he's a threat to you, you're not as much of a team guy. You're a little bit more like that. That's really telling to me. And both Rodgers and Favre have, like, post-Packer careers have been meltdowns on and off the field. Like, Rodgers is
yeah, and he's
out there.
Look, there's nothing wrong. If he was upset because they drafted the heir apparent, there's nothing wrong with being upset by that, and use that as fuel, and he did. And he won, 2 MVPs after that, right?
Yeah. But
then to not go to, like, OTAs and mini camps and work with your team when you're bringing a whole new influx of people, new players to this team, changing things over, and you decide not to do that, that's no bueno. Then you move on to another organization and you do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I understand that you may not want to mentor the next quarterback, and that's fine. You know, Joe Montana didn't want to mentor Steve Young. When the Niners decided that they were going to go with Steve Young, Montana's like, fine, I still got plenty left in me. I'm going to go play. And he went to Kansas City and still played really well. I get that. There'll be plenty of quarterbacks that don't want to mentor. But you can still be a good teammate to the guys that you're not competing with for that spot, but it's your job to be the starting quarterback and work with these new players and get them ready to go.
You can feel how you want about Aaron Rodgers now. Clearly, he's, a lot of people feel different from him now than they did when he was in the middle of his prime with the Packers. But this situation with the Steelers, I put 100% blame on the Steelers.
Yeah.
I cannot believe that this organization, this type of organization, is letting this go on this long. Like, right now, you may say, oh, yeah, they don't want Rodgers. Really? Because their quarterback room is Mason Rudolph, Will Howard, and Skylar Thompson right now. They are more than desperate at 2 a.m. at the bar. They're following this chick to the parking lot. Like, this is like, what are
hoping not to get arrested.
Yeah, like, what are they waiting for? Just say, we've moved on. But clearly they haven't. They're still, I think the owner or somebody was asked recently, how much longer? And they said, whatever it takes or something like that. We'll let you know. Like, I feel like they're still holding out for hope for Rodgers. But why?
I don't know. It is just not like the Steelers. I've watched them and been envious of the way that they've operated for years. Just so weird. So weird. So un-Steeler-like. It doesn't seem like Tomlin would want the guy. But
No,
anyway.
it doesn't. And who knows? Maybe they don't. Maybe this whole thing is being blown out of proportion by the media about Pittsburgh's actual interest in this thing. Because there's been no talk of it for a couple of weeks, and I saw something the other day. The Steelers interested in talking with the Falcons about Kirk Cousins, and of course that would make a ton of sense. But that's if you think Pittsburgh's got this team ready to go for the playoffs. Not sure they do.
248-539-9797. Anyway, let's move on. We go to Mike in Wayne. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hi, guys. How you doing today?
What's up?
I was probably early 90s. Have either one of you been to Drummond Island?
No.
I have not.
It's a course called the Rock. And it's got to be like a eighth of a mile between each hole. Every hole is independent. And you see deer running around. Just a fabulous place up north.
You're saying, wow, it's quite a distance between each hole on the course.
That's one hell of a footprint.
You know, that sounds to me a little bit like, and not the whole course is like that, but Harbor Shores, where they do a lot on the west side of the state, where they do a lot of the, they have like an event on this senior tour out there, or they've hosted the Senior Open out there a number of times. It's a beautiful course.
Right.
Jack Nicklaus started it years ago, and it's very much the same thing. You just you have it's such a long cart ride from one hole to the next, but you're going through like this nature preserve. It's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Right. And, to get to Drummond Island, you got to get on the ferry.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting. I'm just looking at the footprint here. It does look really cool. And yes, it is a commitment. We were talking about that because of the top 100 public courses list was released. 248-539-9797. Who we got next here? Brian, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey, guys, how we doing?
What's up?
All right.
Good. Hey, so a couple spots. Grand Rapids, just north of Grand Rapids, there's a couple courses, one called Pilgrim's Run and the other called Diamond Springs. And Mike DeVries did them both. And DeVries is the guy that did Gray Walls and Kingsley Club, so really great golf just north of Grand Rapids, those two places. And then kind of dovetailing on the Crooked Tree Arcadia alternative, Bay Harbor alternative, down the street from Arcadia, there's Pinecroft and Champions Hill, both owned by the same family up there, and they are awesome to bookend either before or after an Arcadia trip. So
have you
look
played?
those up. Those are great.
You said Champions Hill is the other one?
Champions Hill and Pinecroft. Yeah, they're like around the corner from each other, and it's the same family owns both courses. And, the conditioning isn't going to be like Arcadia, but up and down the side of these hills and, sneak a little bit of view of the lake, and it's, easy on the wallet and, a good tune-up or cool down from.
Yeah, I think I played Pinecroft before.
Yeah, you guys, when you did your golf trip, you did a lot of.
Yeah, because we were over by Arcadia where we would camp out, and then we would play a number of the different courses at Crystal Mountain over in that area. There used to be the
How's that? Those always look nice.
Crystal Mountain's pretty nice. Yeah, it's cut there in the woods and in the ski trails.
All right,
and
you're
stuff.
lying. Crystal Mountains is a water company, right? Stop it, guys. You don't have to get in on the joke either.
No, it really is a place, Kang.
But there's the other one. It used to be Bear Lake Golf Club, and now I think it's called Wolf River Golf Park. That was kind of nice. You wouldn't expect it's right off the freeway. Like, oh, what's this place going to be like? And then once you get into it, like, wow, it's actually pretty nice.
I like the name.
Wolf River?
Yeah. 248-539-9797. You want to give us a course that would make your top 10, your top 100 if you were to put the list together. I did get a little heads up from someone.
Yeah.
Their politics play a role in this list. A lot of political wrangling to make the top 100 list.
How so?
I don't know. Some courses might have
lobbied.
Yeah,
that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, because if you get that, you advertise more traffic that way, right?
Sure.
Made the top 100 list. Sucked to be number 101, wouldn't it? Damn it. Just missed out.
The next 100. Well, they do. They usually do a list of the next 100.
Do they?
Yeah.
248-539-9797. All right, a proposal and a change that might come to a sport, a quote from a man who runs it. We will get to that today at 1:46 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Look, they specialize only in auto and truck accidents, and because of that, they have the largest auto accident settlement and largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Michigan Auto Law has been in business for over 50 years. There are over 2,000 reviews on their website from real people that they've helped in Michigan. So visit the website, Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797. On Twitch, they just asked the question, who would be the best golfer of our air staff, which has changed quite a bit. And it won't be, Mike nor Rico don't play, right?
No.
Rieger's pretty bad.
He's improved.
Yeah.
Yeah. Woj doesn't really play.
No. Jansen doesn't really play.
I don't think Costa plays.
So is it you, me, or Rieger?
Yeah, because Caputo doesn't play.
Yeah.
Anymore. Used to. He'll tell you about it.
Yeah.
Apparently he used to be pretty good.
I remember once I played, it was I mean, like when I first started the station. And I played the U of M golf course, and I shot a 114, which is just dreadful. And I mentioned it on the air, and Caputo burst in the studio. 114, 114. I could kick the ball around that course in less than 114. But
yeah, well, look, we've all had our moments. I haven't played a ton of golf in the last couple of years. I've yet to get out there this year.
Me either.
And I'd really like to, because I feel like I'm mentally prepared to be a much better golfer than what I am. But you got to get the physical part to match up with that.
Oh yeah, my want to be a good golfer is very high.
I think I have all these good swing thoughts and good ideas and course management and all that, but when it comes to actually playing,
I have insane confidence. I'm going to go play. I'm going to play well today. What do you mean? You don't just decide you're going to play well.
You know, sometimes the club just feels good in your hand and you have the confidence. You ever had that? Where you just, I know I'm going to stripe this ball. It's so rare.
Yeah. But then every once in a while you get on a heater and you're like, wait, did I just go par?
Right. Next thing you know, you shoot an uncharacteristic 86 and like, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
I can play this game. Yeah, I'm not very good. I typically shoot in the low 90s.
Yeah, I'm 95, 96, 97. 0.1. Anyway, yeah.
Chicken.
So Charlie Baker runs the NCAA. Is in Orlando for the Big 12 spring meetings. And they're talking expansion to the postseason for basketball. Apparently, expansion could take place for this coming March Madness. So whatever it is, like 10 months from now. They're talking about going to 72 or 76 games. 76 teams, which would be 71 and 75 games total. But what this would essentially do is expand the play-in round from its current 4 games to either 8 games or 12 games. So if it goes to 76 teams making March Madness, 52 will be guaranteed spots on Thursday. And Tuesday and Wednesday, there would be, in that case, 12 play-in games, which sadly, they probably wouldn't have room for all of them in Dayton, Scott. They might have to find another site other than Dayton to play those play-in games. And look, I think when the bottom line and the goal of every league now is to maximize profits, unquestionably, that is what drives these decisions. Then this makes sense. More games, more TV games to sell, more revenue. To hell with talking about whether or not Team 76 actually deserves to be in the tournament at the end to win a national championship. In fact, I go so far as to argue I would make all the teams that are playing those play-in games be the last of the bubble teams. And all the small, or you call them crap conferences, they start on Thursday, but make the bubble teams play to get in instead of making the crap conference champions play in those opening games. Because I think it would just better basketball if you get all the bubble teams, which would not all be big names, but basically a group of teams that would be in the NIT would now be playing in these games. But, it's talk about something we don't need. Now,
oh, hell, why don't we just have all 300 and something teams eligible play? Let's do that.
At some point, that's your big ticket item. That's where you make the most money. And the weird thing is, right now, because of the way things are going, athletic departments need the money to pay the players. So there are revenue streams being opened up everywhere you can think of. It's why ticket prices have skyrocketed and continue. They're not coming down anytime soon. In fact, they're probably going to they're going to have more suites.
Well, the other thing is the basketball might just actually benefit from this with having more good teams, because if you have more players staying in school, because of the NIL opportunities, which we're seeing players back out of the draft left and right now,
which
return to school.
Actually kind of cool if you like the college game, which I do.
Then you're going to see what could be more competitive basketball all throughout, which means more parity and less the haves and not more have-nots. So I'm intrigued by what's happening with the NIL situation. I don't love the idea of expanding this tournament. I don't like the play-in stuff anyway. So I just, you tell me they're thinking about 72 and 76 teams. Good God, that's a lot of teams. Just wake me up when the first round starts.
Well, I mean, you've never liked the play-in games and barely even acknowledge that they exist. But
teams trying to get into the tournament. Wake me up when the tournament starts.
Yeah, this is his joke.
It's a Thursday.
The fact is that this is what we'd be getting, is we'd just be getting way more play-in games. But they've got to pay players.
Right, but then what's that going? Like, I'm starting to, each year I'm getting more and more disdain for the Big Ten tournament. It means nothing, The only way the Big Ten tournament matters is if a team that wasn't going to get into the tournament wins the tournament. Otherwise, the teams are pretty well set that they're going to be in there, and then it might be for some seeding because, hey, maybe, Wisconsin went on a run, went 4-0 in the tournament, and they improved their stock from being a 5 seed to a 3 seed. That's the kind of stuff that happens. It's that jockeying, but it's not moving a team typically that has no shot in getting into the tournament to now getting in there. It
really very rarely impacts your seed. I know Michigan fans are really worked up about that because they won the Big Ten tournament and they didn't get a great seeding. What it really comes down to is it's a really fun event. And that is almost it.
Sure, it is a fun event. But, I mean, when you already have a Big Ten champion, you already have a conference champion, and then now you're going to do a conference tournament after that, it seems stupid.
Well, I mean, it's about to happen. Money. It might be happening in football, too. They might add postseason conference games. Postseason conference games for tournament bids. I'm sure you haven't been paying attention because I know you hate this stuff. And I think most people do. But
you start getting into 15, 16, 17 game schedules for college football.
Well,
you're starting to lose me. But then again, at the same time, we're paying the players now like the professionals, and they're less and less the student athletes, so it's totally different.
So what you're going to see in college, what the Big Ten and SEC are pushing is they want the automatic bid thing. They want 4 teams from every conference. And the way the 4 teams will be determined is, get this, Scott, 1 and 2 play. The winner gets the better seed in the postseason college football playoff. 3 plays 6, 4 plays 5. They're playing for the 2 more guaranteed spots in each conference. So that means your goal, like you're trying to finish in the top 6 of the Big Ten to make it. They did the math on that, and we would have had like Illinois and Iowa playing games to get into the college football playoff. So, I mean, but those conferences then can sell those games. So the Big Ten and the SEC say, if we get 4 guaranteed spots, we get to sell 2 more postseason games that would generate TV revenue. And like we said, squeeze every penny out because now they got to pay players. It was bad before in terms of why decisions are made. It's only going to get worse. Here's Mike Stone.
Hello.
Hi, Mike. How are you? I'm great.
Hello, Stony.
What's up, Gator? How you doing?
Doing well.
Yeah, I'm in for Rico today, so what's going on?
We're just excited.
Yeah.
This Tiger team keeps winning. Another series sweep against a good baseball team.
Mm-hmm.
Getting timely hitting.
So weird.
They're not flashy about it. They just get the job done.
It's we tried to come up with a term to describe them other than grit. It's really hard. It's way harder than you'd think.
Yeah. How would I describe this?
I know. We had a million suggestions.
Yeah,
but,
sure.
I mean, they're resilient. They're, I don't know, they're workmanlike. They all know their roles. They play them well. I mean, it doesn't have to be a word. It can be a sentence, but man.
They're just, I can't even put it into one word.
Right.
They're not, I look at them and I say, they're not that good, but they are.
Well,
No,
when you look at them individually, you can say, but you put them together as a team. The puzzle pieces fit together perfectly. Hey, we can get production out of this position today because we can play Andy Ibanez there.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's
Jahan. I mean, he makes a horrible fielding play yesterday.
Right.
And then he gets the winning hit, right?
Yes. Yep.
And I don't look.
They're able to overcome that stuff.
We're going to talk about the fact that there are people who are already looking ahead to the World Series, and I think it's a little early for that.
Well,
to be quite honest.
Are there really that many people doing it?
It seems a lot of the fans are.
Really?
Mm-hmm. That and with SGA making to the NBA Finals thanks to a trade that took place, one of the worst trades in Detroit, in sports history, not just Detroit, because I mean the Paul George SGA thing just did not work out.
No, well, it worked out for OKC.
Yes, it did. yes, it did.
Well, I'm guessing that the Knicks aren't so thrilled that they traded Obi Toppin to Indiana either.
Well, I actually, with the Knicks are more upset with that they did what the Pistons did. They passed on Halliburton for Obi Toppin, actually.
Mm-hmm.
That's a whole other thing.
Yes,
a lot of teams passed.
Gator,
on
where do you stand on the fact that we're going to have a team from Florida play for the Stanley Cup for the 6th straight year?
They're a great team.
Yeah.
And I'm actually rooting for Edmonton. I love Edmonton. I want Connor McDavid to win because I think the best player in the world should get that reward. But so I'm rooting for Edmonton to finish off Dallas, and then I'll root for Edmonton in the rematch of last year's Stanley Cup Finals. And Florida's great. What Kachuk is doing, Sam Bennett's doing, it's a great team.
They're like the old Edmonton team. Edmonton lost to the Islanders in the Stanley Cup Finals and then beat them the following year in the Stanley Cup Finals. So that could happen.
And won 4 out of 5.
We could be rewriting history.
Mike and Mike, straight ahead. Have a great show. And stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
See, I paused before I start now. Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The TV networks have laid out their plan for college football kickoff times. Michigan, Ohio State will once again air on Fox November 29th with a noon kick. Last season, no coaches were in EA Sports college football. Michigan announced that Sherrone Moore, Chip Lindsey, Wink Martindale will all be featured in the 26th video game edition.
How are you looking at me for? Read the
I don't
script.
know. You're just looking like you're going to talk.
Read the script, funny man.
According to John Rothstein, Michigan and Villanova basketball are finalizing an agreement for a home-and-home to begin next season as well. The National Football Foundation is adjusting their Hall of Fame eligibility, which will give Mike Leach a chance to get in. Leach has a career winning percentage of .596 with Texas Tech, Washington State, and Mississippi State. The new rules have trimmed eligibility to .596. Under those jurisdictions, Les Miles would also be eligible. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in on a Thursday. This is a treat for all of us. We welcome in a man known as the Godfather of sports radio. We welcome in a man who is always on his best behavior in this day part, Mr. Michael Stone.
That's because you crack that whip and make sure I'm on that.
But we do have a treat because
Yes.
here's the deal. If you behave yourself and you don't turn into the grandmother from Wedding Crashers, we are going to do something called It's Stony Time later in the show, and it's essentially a ball pit where you get to just unleash all the topics that we said no to pre-show. And Stony, it's Stony time. Now, there'll be a sounder for it.
Yes.
And then the world is your oyster.
Yes.
All I will operate is not this microphone, but it'll be the dump button.
Okay.
Just in case.
And it will include such things as underwear, graduation parties, and even your favorite, the WNBA.
Oh, super. Also, Kenny, congrats on the NHL's poverty status. But we have a lot to do. Stony normally is...
That was a great game last night. What are you talking about, poverty status?
Nobody watches it.
We did. That's all the... Okay. I've had enough. Okay? I've had enough of you and your ilk.
I know, but the ratings are down 25%. What do you want me to
Who cares about the ratings?
I mean, it's fun to make fun of a hockey fan about. Nobody likes your sport.
Yeah, but nobody's liked our sport forever.
Our sport?
Yes, I love hockey. It's the greatest.
Your favorite Broad Street bully memories.
It's been 50 years since they won the last cup. They're like the Knicks.
That's crazy.
Isn't it amazing? At least they've been to the finals 6 or 7 times.
50 years?
50 years. May 27th, 1975. That was the last Stanley Cup they won. They went back to back.
What about Eric Lindros?
He didn't win.
I know.
The
I'm
Red
kidding.
Wings.
I'm kidding. Listen. You see the mood he's in, people? No. This is important because we've been living a Snickers commercial. Like you're not yourself when you're hungry. So Stony hadn't eaten today. And I'm not going to say what he ordered. It's no one's business. But I will just tell you what I witnessed pre-show. Stony, it was like the lowering of the yak into the Velociraptor pit in Jurassic Park. And I'm like, Mike, the food ain't going nowhere. I haven't eaten today. Are you settled now? Because I know we're starting the show with a Stony topic. You've had enough of something.
Yes, I have had enough.
I want to give you free reign because I think I agree with you on this, but please, in your West Bloomfield Lakers gear,
that's right.
Would you please deliver what you've had enough of?
Touchdown Lakers. By the way, I don't know if you know this, Mike, but I've been moonlighting, not a lot. I turned down many more than I accepted. But occasionally substitute teach in the West Bloomfield School District.
No, you do not.
Yeah.
Are you... How have we not gotten a camera and a wireless mic in Mr. Stone's classroom?
Basically.
What, are you kidding me?
No. Basically, it's babysitting because the teacher calls in sick or whatever, and they leave the lesson plan, which is basically go to your Chromebook, do this assignment. So I sit there on my phone and just make sure everything's... So the other day, I was doing middle school language arts, 3 classes. I only did a half a day. And so I always say, your teacher's not here today. Mr. Stone, you might know, your parents might know me as Stony or whatever. I said, but you might know me. I said, I've been on the radio. I said, but you might know me better if you ever gone to any Laker football games. Oh, yeah. I'm the guy who goes, touchdown, Lakers. And they, oh, my God, that's you. I said, yeah, relax. Just sit down.
How did we end up here? Just real quick so I can understand.
I don't know.
Because you mentioned the West Bloomfield shirt.
Okay, your mind works in amazing ways. First of all,
well, it's ADHD.
Can I speak?
You're losing your segment here, Stony. You're losing your segment.
Can I speak to the administrator who said it's okay for you to work in an educational environment?
By the way, it's not too difficult to become a substitute teacher.
Yeah, clearly you're a living example.
Yes.
So let's just get to this.
Okay.
You've had enough of what?
I've had enough of sports gambling on television, and I'm guilty because I bet occasionally. I mean, I had a 4-leg parlay yesterday and lost by 1 point.
Nobody cares.
Yeah, exactly. It's like your fantasy football team.
Correct.
Right. Anyway, I was reading this morning and doing the voluminous show prep, and Bob Costas kind of avoids sports gambling. I figure I was a typical Costas. I'm Mr. Pompous. I'm, whatever he would go. But he explained that when he was a kid, his father was kind of too into sports gambling because he used to set up, as I used to carry the pool sheets around. I used to do that for somebody. So Costas used to do it, and his father told him, don't do it because I got in trouble because I did too much sports gambling. So he was done sports gambling. But when you watch the games, and look, we're guilty. We talk about lines all the time. We do parlays, all that stuff, prop bet, parlors or whatever you call that. What Rico does a lot. Your great podcast, Cash the Ticket. But when you're watching games, do we really need to know what the live betting lines are on every 15 minutes?
No.
Or bottom lines with, the schedules and what the point spread is and, parlays you can take. And now ESPN with their own ESPN. I just think it's too much. I'm not against sports gambling. Like I said, I do it. But I imagine, and I want to know at 248-539-9797, is this a turnoff for people?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it, hey, it's great, don't be an old man. I'm not being an old man.
You're not.
Hell, bookies have been around for centuries.
No, okay. So the headline is I agree with you at every step. Understand something, too. It's like anything in life. Like you find a place you like to go eat. All of a sudden, I know you. You're eating there every day. And then you get sick of it.
Less is more.
It's the same thing with sports betting. I think it hit like a ton of bricks.
It kept a lot of companies like ours in business during COVID.
Sure it did. And it still has a place. It's just one of those things where the way I view it is we've hit the peak.
Mm-hmm.
And like you mentioned, Cash the Ticket.
Right.
Case in point, I've already had meetings with Jim, and I've already told this company I'm evolving that podcast because ultimately, here's the deal. You cap yourself growth-wise. There's only a certain amount of people that are going to bet.
Right.
Very few stick with it. Not that is advisable or not advisable. It all just depends if you can afford it. The reality is, I myself, Mike, I've said this to you. Football season, by the end of football season, look, I do the pod. I try to do a nice job for the people.
Yeah, you do.
But Cookies is the one who enjoys the betting more than me. Like the rest of the year, no. Like my enjoyment of gambling is on the horses. And that's on an odds basis, and I'm better at it, frankly. But the point is, no, it's too much. I was watching Pacers-Knicks the other night. I don't need live odds in the middle of a highlight where the pregame was X and the live is Y. No, it's too much.
I mean, it was cute.
I know
when
that.
Al Michaels and Brent would, mention lines and over-unders at the end.
Yeah.
But that was before it was legal.
Yeah.
I mean, look. Guilty. We used to have, and no apologies, we used to talk about it for years. Wojo and I had Johnny Avello on every Friday.
Oh, the Win Sportsbook.
Yeah, so people have been betting. This is nothing new.
No,
it's just a proliferation, and because it's so accessible,
it's too much.
There probably is more people who do get in trouble betting.
No,
more
there
than
are,
they
but
should.
I'm a big believer. It's not your job to save everybody.
No, I understand.
Everyone's an
No,
adult.
no.
But has it gone too far? Is it annoying? Yeah, of course it is. I don't run from that. And look, we've even made changes to this show. Like, we got rid of On the Board. That doesn't exist anymore.
Right.
It had its time. It had its day. We're done with that. Like this fall, I don't think we're doing prop bet casino. Don't need it. Like you have to evolve. So no, as someone who watches sports, I've had enough.
Right.
I don't. It's so over the top. It's so intrusive. And the worst part is, forget about commercials. Look, we work in a commercial environment.
Right. We all
I know that.
Do live reads for these products all the
But
time.
my point is, when you're talking about watching the game, everyone already has the ability to get whatever gambling information they do or don't want. My God, what they're doing in game, and forget about signage on the court, on the sideline, the commercial. But when you are in the game propagating things, that's where, no, I'm not mad at you at all. And I think you're right. And I mean, we operate a business that I'm very conscious of how this works. Look, cash the ticket. I'm going to reduce the amount of gambling discussion by at least a third. Why? Because I enjoy talking sports with Jim.
Right.
And look, we have the ability to aggregate data and understand what people want to hear and what they don't. Look, maybe we don't need to break down 23 games. We'll reduce it to 15.
Right.
Because I want to talk to Jim more. So no, I'm actively in the headspace you are. You, the people, I'd love to hear from. Like, I don't need pick to stick. I don't need to know about Daniela Bruce's live parlay. Like, none of this, to me, none of it's acceptable.
Right. And believe it or not, I think a lot of those people that you mentioned, Danielle, and some of the, they don't want to do it either, but they have to. I mean, look, they are FanDuel.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But when it's in the game,
right,
the question is simple for the people. Stony wanted to start with this. I don't have a problem with it. He's had enough. Is the amount of sports betting being thrown in your face too much? And I don't think we're doing the topic without being self-aware.
No. I mean, I was guilty last night. When Oklahoma City was up 15 or 8, whatever they were up, I bet them live by minus 15.
No one cares, Mike. You're
I know.
killing me. But it's the idea of, as a fan,
I'm just
have
trying
you
to
had
prove
it?
that I'm not being a hypocrite. 'Cause I do it
No,
too.
but it's have you just had enough?
Yeah.
And look, we're going to continue. I play an active role in scaling back what we do on this show, and I'm altering the because I think people have had enough. I know I've had enough. Where it's like, look, you can do it. You can have fun with it. It can make watching a game more enjoyable. But I mean, my God, I feel like Jamie Foxx lives in my living room with the amount of commercials. Could Jamie Foxx make an effing movie at some point?
I know.
248-539-9797. You go finish your lunch. We'll catch you on the flip side.
Okay.
We'll get the people, because you're not yourself when you're hungry. 248-539-9797. If you've been injured in an auto accident, you're drowning in medical bills, insurance companies, they don't care. It's David Feminino. Call him. Injury attorney. He will fight for you. And when you get David, you get paid. It's not just a catchy phrase. It is a promise. Call him. Let him get to work for you. 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com.
Well, I guess I scared off Valeni. 248-539-9797. Don't forget we have a football blitz coming later in the program. All sorts of great stuff for you. We're talking about sports betting, and I had enough. I still do it. I still will bet. Not a lot of money, but it does make things interesting. But when you're watching the actual game, it's just, for me, it's just too much. Less is more. And they just, live bets, and some of the parlays. I mean, do I really need to see the SGA, I don't know, Ant Edwards assist parlay? No, not during the game. 248-539-9797. Let's go to the fine town of Highland Park. TJ, you're on 97, won the ticket.
Stony, Mike, how's it going?
It's going good.
Just to touch with what you guys are talking about, it's a great topic. I'm an avid, wagerer myself on sports. I prefer straight bets to parlays, but I think the saddest part of the whole situation is mainly just they've corrupted the average sports fan's, viewing of the game, if you will. Like, you can't just sit through a game and enjoy it, whether you're wagering on it or not. They've eliminated the average person who just wants to see a game and not be, confronted every 40 to 50 seconds with a different ad or a different parlay line you could take. And it seems like it's just getting to the point where it's exhausting. If I'm seeing LeBron James in a DraftKings commercial, and I think you guys pointed out Jamie Foxx, like, it's just reached a point now where why can't we just have normal sports to a degree? I understand everyone's an adult, and I do think wagering should be allowed. But it just seems like the average person here is just getting completely pushed out of the picture. And it's almost like they're forcing you to gamble if you're going to indulge in watching a game. And I didn't know what you guys thought about that.
You make a great point,
right.
TJ. And what they're doing is because they're paying a lot of money to advertise, part of the advertising is obviously during in-game. I mean, if they just had the commercials, forgetting whether it's Jamie Foxx or FanDuel or whatever, that's fine during a commercial break. But sometimes they'll do animation across this, and I don't need that.
I'm not arguing any of it.
I know.
See,
go ahead, David.
The problem is I don't need to hear from Kenny and Chuck in the middle of a commercial about what their parlay is or what you should do. That's what I don't need. If you have it on the bottom screen, things like, I don't need that.
Well, the sweet spot in it, too, look, there has to be a space. Like, I will say this is like radio, if you're doing a 4-hour show and it's football season and we do the picks, and it's 2 segments in 4 hours.
Yeah, it's fine.
That's kind of the deal. But like with the podcast, no, you're seeking it out. So I don't apologize.
Right, that's
for
a niche anyway.
But that's my whole point is
right.
From a growth metric standpoint of like where I'm at in my career and my life. And it's like, no, there's other things I want to do. Like I genuinely enjoy working with Costa and we see the world in different ways, but more sports talk and less of Marshall versus VTech. And it's like, oh dear Jesus, again. So, like, no, believe me, I'm right there with you. And, Mike, I think part of it, look, this is where I look to the people. For guys like us, we're too close to it.
Right.
The amount of sports we watch is unhealthy.
Exactly.
It's ridiculous.
I know.
We're not digging ditches.
No.
This is not a tiny violin routine.
No.
I'm making a point. I had a caller yesterday. It was phenomenal by him. But he was explaining something about the WNBA to me. And he goes, Mike, the thing is like you're in sports, so your face is as close to the painting as possible. He goes, when you step back, it looks different. He's 1,000% right.
Yeah.
With this, I don't know if it's something that bothers you and I because we're simply watching too much. But for what TJ just said, I agree with him. You're almost making, I think a vast majority of people, they don't bet.
Right.
And you're almost like alienating them.
Exactly.
And it's a weird space to be in. And I think it'll find its level because it has to. And ultimately, these companies, look, there's a reason FanDuel leaves mature markets.
Right.
They've squeezed the orange dry. They need to go wherever a new a burgeoning market is. But overall, like, yeah, we're at this zenith right now. I will expect in the next 18 to 24 months, it has to roll back.
Oh, yeah, and I expect maybe, who knows, like FanDuel and DraftKings or something to merge into this, like, like a super company. There's going to be less and less because those ones who advertise and FanDuel.
Look, it's a niche thing.
Yeah,
it's a fun club to have in your golf bag. but it can't be everything all the time. So, no, I don't think you're old Stony or yelling at clouds. And as someone who produces multiple products centered around the NFL,
right,
there is no league more prevalent in gambling.
Correct, which is fine.
I'm keenly aware of it. And look, we're going to do picks. It's called Cash the Ticket, but I'm absolutely going to open up more conversation with Jim and less of the other stuff because I want to enjoy it.
Yeah.
Look, Jim's breaking down Georgia State and San Jose State. I'll see you guys in 5.
Well, let me ask you this. What's worse, all the gambling stuff during the game, or when you're watching, particularly a baseball game, and even when you go to Comerica Park, when they don't have the batting averages up there anymore, it's OPS, it's exit velo, it's this and this. It's like, what? I understand most of it, but the average person, they just want to watch a game. They don't want to see those stats. You know, the OPS, I think, is
the evolution of data. I'm okay with it.
Some of it. OPS is great. I think that is so much more relevant and accurate than batting average because it is. But do I really need to know the exit velo?
No, you don't. And but again, I'm not going to, that option A, what you said of like, hey, here's Charles Barkley interrupting action to tell you, I don't care. Okay. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's going on, pal?
Not too bad. How about yourself, Mike and Stony?
Good.
Stony, you feeling better now? You got some food in you? You're feeling yourself again?
Yep. He's leveling out, Mike. We feel like his glycogen levels are where they need to be. He's feeling good now.
All right, good. Hey, listen, the betting, especially on FanDuel during a ball game with the Tigers, it's terrible. I don't need to know the odds for when Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson, any of them guys are going to hit a bomb. I just want to watch the game and enjoy the commentary with Dirks and Benetti. You know, it's out of hand right now. It's insane.
I'm with you completely. Yeah. There's Mike, and I think it has to change because ultimately they're oversaturating the marketplace. And look, I can only speak to you, Mike. I don't know how much you listen to the show, but if you listen a lot,
I listen to this every day. I can.
You've heard the changes we've made on this show and how I want to move away from it where it's just you wet your whistle for a segment and that's it because the average guy is like you, Mike. They're not knee deep in this stuff, nor should they be. It's just something, hey, you want to have a little action, you disagree with a buddy, you want to place a bet, that's fine. But I'm with you. I don't need a same-game parlay brought to you by John Keating. I don't care.
Right, exactly. So, hey, thank you guys very much, and I'll keep listening to the show, but appreciate your time.
You got it, Mikey. Let's go over to Doug, 97.1. Douglas, what's the good word?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I'm with you guys. When I'm watching a baseball game, I want to see the batter's stats on the screen, not the payouts for if they get one or more hits or hit a home run that game. Give me stats, not payouts. It's just too much. I choose not to bet on sports, so those numbers don't mean anything to me.
Right.
And I'd like to think I'm in the majority of people watching the game. Am I being naive?
No, not at all. I don't think you're at all, Douglas. I mean, I can't put a percentage on it. I'm not smart enough to tell you. But for me, I'd be shocked if more than 50% of people watching the game bet.
Oh, no, there's no way.
I'd be shocked. So, yeah, Doug, I think that's just where it's going to land. But Stony said it, Doug. You know, these companies paid a lot, and they have got to squeeze the orange dry.
Yes.
They need to recoup those costs. I get it, but they don't have to shove it down our throat that badly, do they?
No, it's like anything else. I mean, Doug, listen, I did a topic the other day. How much more WNBA am I going to have jammed in my eyeballs before we just accept a majority of people do not watch this? I'm tuning into SportsCenter. I'd like to see hockey highlights, baseball highlights. Doug, I tried 3 times over Memorial Day weekend to catch up on the day of baseball, and I'm looking at highlights of WNBA teams that I've never heard of with WNBA players that no one's ever heard of. I don't care. But Doug, why? ESPN's got the rights. They've got to try to recoup, and they're trying to strike while the iron's hot because of Caitlin Clark. It's the same principle.
Right.
I've even seen the WNBA be the lead story on Good Morning America, a national TV show. Come on.
Hey, listen.
Well, look. Caitlin Clark right now is basically not as good. She's Tiger Woods. I mean, she's hurt for 2 weeks. She got an injury, and the ticket prices have dropped like
Right, but that
75%.
tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah.
That if I go to ESPN.com and I'm in the middle of a Stanley Cup playoff and in the middle of an NBA playoff, and I have wonderful stories in baseball, and you have post-draft, and you have OTAs, you cannot have the top 70 stories be WNBA.
Yeah, that's true. But she is top of mind for a lot of freaking people.
Here would be my one difference. Okay, fine. Let's say that's the case. This is just like the gambling topic.
Yeah.
What percentage of people, regardless of race, color, creed, gender, who turn into SportsCenter actually give an F?
I think they do about her. I don't think they care about any. If her team, the Indiana Fever, is not playing, they don't care about the Atlanta Dream.
Well, listen. I tune in. I leave. I come back 5 minutes later. We're still doing WNBA highlights. There's 8 million baseball games that took place. Can I get a highlight package, please? It's the same thing as what you're bringing up about the gambling.
I know. I understand it.
I just think we're in a moment in time. It'll pass. I can fix one of them with the products that I run. I can't fix the other.
No, I understand that.
248-539-9797. We'll get with the people. David, I know we're way behind on ticket text. We do have a lot to do today, and part of it is going to be a Tigers conversation. We're going to have it. We're going to have it at 3 o'clock. Well, I won't be negative about it. I think people have lost their minds on something, and we're going to have a nice conversation. That's all. David, you're rubbing your head. You're stressed. What's wrong? What have I done to you?
Nothing.
I know you've enjoyed your time off this week. What have I done?
Nothing. Oh, you're great. You're great. Nothing. It's not about you.
It's about Kenny? Is Kenny out of line again?
No. He's answering phones. He's good.
I was going to say Rico's not here. You can't blame Rico. So, I'm just
it's
making
him.
sure.
It's like, no, I'm sorry.
It's Rico's fault.
Are there any whacked out ticket texts? Is that what you're? No. Okay.
As long as that thing is on, I'm sure the answer is yes. All right, let's take care of some business. If you don't mind, who likes pizza? To follow Matt Stafford's cue. Hungry Howie's has a great deal for you right now. A large one-topping pizza. Your choice of 8 irresistible flavored crusts, $8.99. Dough made in-house daily, 100% real Mott's. Guys, what do you need? They're the best in the game. Over 20 different toppings to choose from. $8.99 for a large one-topping pizza. And all you need to do, you go to hungryhowies.com or you download the app, you order online, and it's carry-out. That's it. There's no hook. There's no sign up and wear a silly hat and take a picture. Go to hungryhowies.com, order the pizza, online carry-out. $8.99 one-topping large, only at Hungry Howie's. Well, I've just read something I didn't have on my bingo card today, but it's
what?
This seems like something that would be right up Stony's alley.
Uh-oh.
Sydney Sweeney is selling a limited edition soap made with her own bathwater. I mean, I know Michigan fans bought the Harbaugh soap, so why not this? David, ticket text, and then we'll get to the people, and we'll keep it moving. 3 o'clock Tigers. We got a little blitz coming up, and we're going to have Stony time later. He's really controlling himself because if you guys saw the show sheet he turned in pre-show, there's about 7 things on here that had a 0% shot of making the air, except during Stony time. One of them features his underwear. Go ahead, David.
If the NBA playoffs want to put a graphic at the bottom of the screen, sure, update the odds, that's fine. But I do not want to hear the people calling the game talk about sports gambling during the game. Leave it alone.
With you 100%. I have no issue with it.
I've had it with sports gambling infiltrating every single part of our life. It's influencing everything, and it's turning people into absolute crazy people.
I think the other problem, look, and this is a different way of putting this. Everything right now in 2025 is excess. I've talked about this with the NFL. I can't get Rico to come to my side on it. It's just the NFL is oversaturating the marketplace. And I don't think the average fan wants games on Black Friday, wants 3 games on Christmas, wants 16 international games. I don't think that. I don't think the NFL's catering to anyone but their media partners. Because selling these one-off games, I can't imagine these streaming services are going to make their money back. Like when you pay $150 million for a singular NFL game and it's Jets-Miami on a Black Friday, I just can't wrap my mind around the calculus. But they're just killing your ability to love football the way you loved it.
Well, it's weird because like a lot of them, like the Netflix and even Amazon Prime, a lot of people have anyway. So I don't know how many people are just going to get it for that. So like in my household, you know, we use Amazon, we have Amazon Prime, and my kids and my wife, we watch Netflix movies and stuff. So it's no big deal.
No, and again, it's
but like
just,
then you have, you know, Sunday.
But I'm also too close to it, and I know that, and that's where I let the people speak.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I'm not going to be screaming at the clouds, but like,
were you searching for the Tiger game Sunday at 11:30 last week?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
No, and that's not it. Hey, you want to put it on Apple Plus? You want to have a baseball game at 11 in the morning? That's great. David's at church.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry.
Well, that's part that I don't buy all of it, but the Texas, Ohio State, and Fox wanted to move that game to Sunday, and the Texas athletic director said no.
What are we talking about?
The Texas Ohio State game.
Sure.
That was announced today is going to be at noon on August the 30th, Labor Day weekend.
Okay.
Okay. Week 0. No, it's week 1. Fox and Ohio State worked out a deal that they wanted to move it to Sunday.
Have a Sunday night game
Sunday
first
night
weekend
game,
of the
Okay,
season.
but hold on. That happens every year.
Correct.
Didn't Clemson and Georgia play on a Sunday
Correct.
night?
Correct.
Florida State, BC was a Sunday or Monday?
Yes, they've had those games before. But Texas said no. The Sundays, you know, we don't play football on Sundays. It's for church.
I agree with
that.
that.
I know.
And it starts to affect your week 1 or week 2.
And that's what he
the
said.
opponent.
That's
I'm not going to play a short week.
Right. That's what the Texas AD said.
And look, I think there's a difference too. Is with college sports, it's not as important. It's just not. Oh, the MAC plays on Tuesday night. Nobody watches it.
Sure don't.
So that doesn't impact anything. But the oversaturation, whether it's the sports betting, the NFL, it's everywhere. That's what's driving me nuts. So no, I'm going to support Stony on this. I don't think you're old guy yelling at clouds.
No, I'm not.
Let's go, David. Ticket text. Go ahead.
Steve from Madison Heights says, not only is all the gambling stuff annoying, but come on now, they're playing commercials between batters. It's enough already. Don't need it.
You know what has started to really irk me is you do the streaming service stuff, and I'm just talking shows now. And now I'm streaming, and you give me commercials. I thought the stream was to avoid the commercial.
You got to hear Jamie Foxx again.
I'm like, wait a minute. And they place the commercials. I mean, I know our corporate placement of ads and podcasts is terrible.
Oh, my God. I always give Evan, when we do Restore the Floor, it's like a mid-sentence.
And I tell anybody who asks me, I don't control that with Cash the Ticket.
Yeah.
And no, I don't control the volume. I don't know why this company can't figure it out. The point I'm making is, if I'm in the middle of an episode of a drama, and it's like this penultimate moment, you cannot hit me with a farmer's dog ad.
No.
Wait a minute. What happened here?
There's a time and place for Jake from State Farm.
Yes.
Not in the climax of a scene.
Right. We go to Gina, 97.1. Gina, what's going on?
Hey, Mike, you there?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That's okay.
So, hey, it's Gina, and this is a great conversation. You know why?
Why?
Because I sell advertising for a living, and I also love football, and I am really tired of having to stay up late and get up early to watch an NFL game. I can't imagine that enough people are paying for the advertising, and I know you say $150 million for a game, but I don't think that there's enough people watching these games for that.
I'm with you.
What do you think?
Here's what I think, Gina, and this is a theory. I am not stating this as fact. I think what Netflix and what Amazon Prime and YouTube TV are attempting to do is it's almost like the mafia. They're paying these ridiculous rates. They're kissing the ring because I believe when the rights deal is up, either CBS or Fox is going to lose the rights because they don't have the pockets. They don't have the wherewithal financially that the three streaming providers do. So I think you're right. They're willing to lose money up front in order to make the money later. Because once they capture half of your Sunday afternoon, they're going to do whatever they want with it. They're going to write the NFL a check no one has ever seen before.
Well, what I was saying to your screener is I think that I want to become a divorce attorney because if I have to get up at 9 a.m. and start drinking beer and watching football for 4 games this year, my wife's probably going to divorce me.
No, and here's the thing. Here's the biggest thing to me. On a Sunday morning, no responsible adult is watching football at 9 a.m. None. David with his children. I mean, whether it is church, the kids, or God forbid, things you need to do around the house with your spouse, responsibilities in life. Ain't nobody with a life watching games at 9 in the morning on a Sunday.
Or how about Saturday? We talked about this before the show. I believe UCLA plays at Michigan State at noon. If you're, not that I care that much about the West Coast, but if you live out there, you took it at 9 o'clock in the morning to watch your team play? That's absurd.
The idea that UCLA's in the Big Ten.
I know. Well, that's absurd enough.
But I'll stand down. We do have a college football discussion later today, though, because they're pitching something, and I think it's a total lie, and I think it absolutely leads to something that I have no interest in, but I don't know your opinion.
Okay.
I'm interested. I know Rico's. I get yelled at every time I bring it up, but you, I'm interested. We'll get to it. We got a little football today coming up as well. 97.1. All right, weather has got us ready to get moving, get out, some road trips, whatever it may be. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 24. They got you covered. 25 LT Silverado, $294 a month, $14.95 down. You've also got a 25 Blazer EV LT all-wheel drive, $227 a month, $999 down. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price period. You can find your ride fast and easy. MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, let's touch the table on a little bit of football. David, music, please. What the hell is this?
Ladies and gentlemen, usually David or Kenny provide list topics for football today. But I decided today was going to be my turn. So, Mike, David, Kenny, I present to you, this is not CBSSports.com. This is not ESPN, Bill Barnwell.
Oh, thank you.
This is 971theticket.com's Mike Stone's list.
I like how he affiliated himself with the website for no reason. Go ahead.
Anyway, the top 10 coaches who, if you had to win one game with, who you'd want to be your coach, active. NFL, top 10 coaches. One game, whether it's a super, whatever, one game, he's your guy. Not a guy to build a program with, because there's people who I would pick to build programs with who are not going to be on my one game list.
Let's get the easy one out of the way. Andy Reid.
I was going to go bottom.
Oh, I'll just shut up. Go ahead.
I'll go bottom from worst to first, basically. So there's a top 10. So there's 32 NFL coaches. Number 10. This might not be very popular among some people. Dan Campbell is number 10 on my list.
Okay, well.
He'd be great at building a program.
Yeah, but one game to win, here's your problem. Blew a 17-point lead in the NFC title game.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, injuries or not, that team wasn't ready to play against Commanders.
Correct.
So, yeah, it's okay that he's not football Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Generally speaking, if you're in this have to win one game, I'm going to be in the top 5, you probably have a ring.
Yes. Number 9 is somebody who has a ring, but for a variety of reasons, it's not in the top 5, but he is in the top 10. He's at number 9. He is the older of the. Is he older? I don't even know. It's John Harbaugh. Is nine fair?
And I think it's more than fair based on the repeated failure of him in a post-Joe Flacco magical postseason. Look at what they've done. You have this NFL MVP, and this team can't get over the hump.
Yeah.
They just can't do it. But now, top 10, yes. But here's the other thing. The ring was won 15 years ago.
I know.
Yes, correct. It was a very long time ago.
He's like
when he
Mike
won that
Tomlin,
one.
for God's sakes.
And he needed the lights to go out to do that one.
All right, take it easy.
Number 8 on my list is somebody who's actually won a Super Bowl. He also has done some strange things, and he's actually done a pretty damn good job, and he's still active, obviously. Number 8, Sean Payton. One game, I think he's a pretty damn good head coach.
I'm okay with it. If you separate who he is and you just look at the data, you look at how he can get his team ready to play, you look at the one-game ability to scheme it for his quarterback, I'm okay with it. And I know, same deal.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since they won it all.
Speaking of which, and this is might be the more controversial one in the list, at number 7 is David's Mike Tomlin.
I'm out. This is the first dumb one on the list.
I wouldn't have him on the list.
Okay.
Right.
Honestly, he shouldn't be the coach of the Steelers.
Okay.
His voice has grown tired. They haven't won a playoff game in a decade.
I know.
I'm going to say no.
Okay.
I mean, he looks cool. Love the Aviators. Yeah. Sometimes he rocks that wooden cross. That's always a good look.
Yeah.
I want David to start doing it for big shows on Fridays. No, I wouldn't have Tomlin on the list.
Okay.
Yeah,
but I leave that to him. It's his team.
Right.
Really great coach. So the last time he won, he had a veteran quarterback to do that with. So I'm just saying he may not be able to do it right now.
But he keeps you, for the most part, except for this year, he keeps you in games. So that's why I like him. Anyway.
Does he?
Number 6 would also be controversial because he just can't win the biggest game. But he is still pretty smart. Kyle Shanahan at 6.
Oh, boy.
Are we including his coordinating situation in the Super Bowl?
No, I'm not. No, that was
that matters.
The problem is he had a lead
last night.
He had a lead in 2 Super Bowls in the fourth quarter and didn't get it done.
True.
Little leery. Now, this is where I probably have John Harbaugh ahead of him.
Okay. That's fair. Number 5 on the list, and this might surprise you, but maybe not because he's closely associated with the previous guy at number 6. But he did a really good job this year. Dan Quinn.
I
don't know.
what?
I don't know.
Dan Quinn won 2 playoff games this year.
I understand
both
that.
on the road. He screwed up the Super Bowl. Yes,
But
Partly
again,
because-
you need a little bit more depth of data. 1 year and all of a sudden you're this money coach.
well, he did a good job in Atlanta, except for that.
Except
fourth
for the
quarter.
Super Bowl.
Right.
Like, I mean, you
well,
can't.
maybe that was pick your poison, him or Shanahan. Then
Shanahan.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question. Where would you guys? And I'm not trying to upend your list, but I think one of the better coaches in the sport. He doesn't have a Super Bowl, but I always felt like his team was a ball breaker to play. I always felt like they were infinitely prepared. Like, where's Mike Vrabel on this list?
Funny you ask, Michael. He's next at 4.
All right.
Okay.
Now,
Okay.
wait. So that means the list agrees, or you agrees, or are you the list?
I'm the list.
Well, then I think we just became best friends. No, I just think Vrabel
Yes.
does a really good job.
Yes. Oh, this is my list.
Okay.
So you can rip me for the Shanahan
I'm
Quinn.
good with the Vrabel thing.
Okay.
Yes, I'm bullish on the Patriots this year.
Yeah.
I just feel like chips down 60 minutes. He never had a great team. I mean, Ryan Tannehill was your
Yes.
answer. And there they were, blowing out the Ravens in the playoffs.
Yes.
Always a tough out.
Love Mike Vrabel. I wanted him to be hired here instead of Patricia. All right. Looks smart now, but still at the time, I remember.
I'd say so.
All right, number 3. Maybe a little biased, but, he did win the Super Bowl last year, and he's been to 2 in his 3 years of being head coach. Nick Sirianni.
Punchable face.
Yes. But you can't,
And I still think there's a world of tinfoil hats where Dom DeLisandro actually coaches this team. I think Big Dom is
Dom's the
actually the
greatest.
coach.
Yeah. But look, and he made a bonehead decision in the Atlanta game that he cost them. But
it's hard to argue when a guy has been to 2 Super Bowls. He's won 1. I thought he had lost this thing towards the end 2 years ago, but they do play for him, and
they love him.
Got to roll with it.
Yes.
So yes, I'll say yes, but punchable face.
Yes. Number 2 on the list, another very punchable face.
Brian
a lot of
Daboll.
people don't like him.
Go ahead.
But he has done some miraculous work, and he has won a Super Bowl. Sean McVay.
100%.
Sean McVay is a great freaking coach.
I don't know about number 2.
I said freaking.
Oh, my God.
I don't know about number 2.
My soul left my body. I thought Stony just dropped a casual.
No.
Oh, my God. Oh,
I won't
man.
listen to it in the break, but I said
just,
frickin'.
I was being very careful because you so casually, and I went, whoa, wait a minute. Okay, totally agree. And here's what I like. They're nowhere as near as good as the Lions, and yet he is able to scheme it up with Stafford, and they have gotten to the razor's edge of beating this team.
Yes.
And that's a compliment to the Lions, because the Lions are worlds better.
And they could have, maybe should have beaten Philly in that game last year.
Hey, go back to the playoff game.
That's what I'm talking about.
No.
Oh.
Rams, Lions 2 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Puka Nacua, there should have been a flag on that play. Just saying. But I agree totally. I think McVay, you can call him whatever names you like. Or, again, punchable face, offensive guru. You know when you face that team, he has got it schemed up on you.
Yes. And number 1, you mentioned, look, he had a bad game. They weren't as good a team as they were
Offensive
last
line
year.
stunk.
Offensive line was horrible. If you want to go back in history, his time management when he coached the Eagles in Super Bowl was awful.
But he's been to what, 12 NFC and AFC title games?
It's Andy Reid. He's wanted to win one game. It's him. Now, notable absences.
Pete Carroll's not on the list.
Pete Carroll, Sean McDermott.
Sean McDermott, yep.
And Jim Harbaugh.
I would put all 3 of them over Dan Quinn. Sorry, I just would.
Okay.
Yeah, and again, I can separate college scumbaggery
I know.
and NFL achievement.
Now, if it was
Jim
Bill-
Harbaugh at the NFL level is he's a winner.
Well, if it was a program builder, he would definitely be in there.
Yeah,
'cause
but
done-
he's a winner. Like, he
Yes.
didn't drop the punts against the Giants
No.
in 2011.
No.
I don't believe he did anything wrong in the Super Bowl. And when you get Jim Harbaugh in the NFL, it is immediate. There's a physicality.
Right.
It's a turnaround.
Right.
Unlike college, where he got desperate, took a 50% pay cut, and was driven to madness and cheating because he couldn't beat Ohio State and was going to lose his job. That's my love story, and I'm sticking to it.
And that
is
David, that was for you. Come on, you haven't been here this week.
Football Today.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. College football start times for the upcoming season are making their rounds. Michigan State is once again officially moving their Week 1 to Friday. The night game will air on FS1 at 7. For Michigan, their Week 1 and 2 games will also be night tilts. That marks the first time in team history they'll start the season with back-to-back night contests there. The president of the NCAA, Charlie Baker, says it's its goal to try to expand the NCAA basketball tournament by next season. The numbers they're kicking around right now are 72 or 76 teams. The field currently sits at 68, of course. The Washington Capitals sent an email to season ticket holders announcing that next season will be Alex Ovechkin's last in the NHL. Team PR posted a decision that has not been made on his future, though, following the 25-26 season, and the information was put out was by mistake. After their 3-game sweep of the Giants, the Tigers had the night off before before starting a series with the Royals tomorrow. Casey Mize and Seth Lugo expected to be the pitching matchup there. Lugo spent a short time on the injured list. He's expected to be activated tomorrow. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock. Good to have you with us. Mike Stone in. And we're going to talk a little Tigers. This was an off-air discussion that we said to hell with it. Let's go on the air with it. And it's really simple. I understand I operate differently between 2 and 6. I'm thrilled with the Tigers start. That's never in question. I've talked about, if they're a 90-win baseball team, they look good. I still think they desperately need a right-handed hitter, a high-end one. No, Kenny, no Wyatt Langford drops. It doesn't count if I say Wyatt Langford. If I say it doesn't count. The point I'm making is I'm not ready to do the euphoria the other 8 hours before us or the 40 minutes to 4 hours after us do, where people are starting to invoke a word on May 29th that I personally, I'm not comfortable with. And that's World Series. I can't do it. I've watched baseball for too damn long. The season's too damn long, and it's May 29th. And again, both things are true. I'm thrilled at their start. They're a really good baseball team. But here's my approach to it, and then, Stony, you can tell me I'm mean or I'm disconnected. But look, okay, I'm a Yankee fan. The Yankees haven't won the World Series since 2009, and that's with the highest payroll in the sport usually. You know why? Because people I know in front offices in baseball will tell you the playoffs are a coin flip. Even if you have the best team, it's a coin flip. Now, outside of 2017, where the Yankees got cheated because of garbage cans and nipple buzzers, bottom line is it's so unpredictable that I can't really get into World Series, certainly not on May 29th. And I'm sorry, I do think the Tigers are punching above their weight. No, I don't believe they're a 110-win baseball team. I'm sorry, I don't. And even then, the best baseball team I've ever seen in my life didn't even make the World Series. Hello, Lou Piniella and the Seattle Mariners. So I'm not ready to go there. Now, the question was asked before the show by Evan and you, when will you allow yourself to start thinking that? That's the conversation I want to have.
The All-Star break for me is when you start to think about it a little bit. Because like you, Mike, and obviously it's been more because I'm older, I've seen a hell of a lot of baseball. My indoctrination into baseball was when the Philadelphia Phillies, when I was 5.5 years old, I had to ask my dad, why aren't we going to the World Series? Well, son, they had a 6.5 game lead with 10 games left and didn't win. Now, there was only 2 leagues. There wasn't another round of the playoffs, but you get my point.
Was Connie Mack the manager?
No, but we played in his stadium, Connie Mack Stadium. Anyway, yes, things can go crazy in baseball. Hell, look at what the Tigers did last year. I mean, nobody would have thought that. We were just, let's trade, let's do all this other stuff. Baseball is too long. Now, I'm going to throw something out there that you're probably going to punch me in the face for, but yes, the magic number is 101 to win the division, which is kind of cool in a weird way. And look, they've, 2 6-game leads. Look, they lost 3 out of 4 to Cleveland, and they actually picked up a game. So they're doing what they have to do. They are a very good baseball team. But look, injuries, all this stuff happens in this weird, wacky sport that there's no guarantee they're, going to make the playoffs, although I think they will, and I think they're going to win the division. But we don't know. They could go on a reverse. They could, God forbid, go, 20-37 in their next 57 games. We don't know. It's possible. And when you said yes, they definitely need another bat. And I believe, and hard. Can't argue with chaos, but yeah, I'm going to. They could get one more reliever who can really throw strikeouts.
Yeah. So look, 248-539-9797. We're having the conversation, and it's just, I want to gauge where you're at because I know where the rest of the hosts at the station are. They're already planning out the parade route. I can't get there. I have no issue saying I think they're going to win the division. I got no issue telling you they're going to make the playoffs. But I don't. It's like the stock market. I'm not going to buy this thing at its highest rate. I don't believe they're this good. Why? Because I don't think anybody in baseball, including the Dodgers, is this good. They're the better part of 40-20. Now, do I think it helps they're in the American League and not the NL? Absolutely. The AL is down. But overall, when this thing is going to look a lot different by August. So you said All-Star break. I kind of get to August before I can really go that route.
You go to the deadline then.
Yeah, because ultimately I think they need to make certain moves for me to believe they're going to see this thing through.
Yeah, I get it.
And a big-time right-handed bat is a part of that.
Mm-hmm.
But, David, where are you at with it?
See, I go a little bit further than the deadline. I actually go, and you're probably going to laugh at this. Kenny's already laughed at me back here, but it's August 31st. Because that's a month after the deadline. Now I know what you've gotten or didn't get, and did you met, and I need to see what the team truly looks like going into September. Laugh at me all you want for saying August 31st, but that's when I see it. I have to see what the team is, see what others are, and then I can say it or not. Now, this is May. It is May 29th.
But yeah, here's the other thing, though. I don't want this to be taken the wrong way as far as us not dreaming or thinking World Series yet. And you have a really good team. And let's just enjoy this. Baseball is, especially in the summer when there's not much else going on, when you have a good baseball team, it makes the summer so much better. Every game means something. You have a chance to win. That stuff. Let's not, the fact that we're not sure they're going to be in the World Series, take anything away from your daily enjoyment of a really good team. And it's still a great story. It really is when you look at this roster and see what they've become.
They're phenomenal.
Yeah.
But really I'm not doing the World Series stuff.
No.
So, look, you guys tell us. I don't think we're bad guys. And when I say I think it's a 90-win baseball team, and I got Rico busting my balls because I won't say they're a 100-win team. Well, why? It's May 29th. And a 40-20 start is great. But there's gonna be a time during this season where they go 2-10.
Right.
And it's just baseball. It doesn't mean they're bad or it's chaos or it's falling apart. No, it's baseball. And I just look at it and I still believe when the chips are down and you're going to face good teams, you're not going to face garbage, it's going to be a challenge with the lineup as currently constituted. No, I don't believe Javi Baez will be a high-level player driving a World Series drive. I don't believe that. I don't believe Zach McKinstry will be the number one utility man in all of the sport in the playoff. Look, last year, here's a case in point. Face of franchise Matt Vierling. How did that look in the playoffs? 3 for 34. There is a part of this where, as awesome a story as it is, the NBA, they describe it as the stars and the others, right?
Yes.
Others play really good at home and in the regular season. The others generally, Malik Beasley has missed 17 threes in a row. It's the playoffs. It is still something that I struggle with because my lifetime, no Moneyball team has ever won the World Series. It doesn't happen.
No.
Why? Because the others and all the matchups and all of this stuff, it still comes down to my player is better than your player.
It's talent.
I have Aaron Judge. I have Freddie Freeman. I have these stars. Those are the guys that get it done. Look, Tarek Skubel's one of those dudes.
Yes.
And part of the belief I have that they could get there is the fact in a 7-game series, I view it that you're up 2-0 because he's going to start twice.
But taking the flip side of that, he won the Cy Young Award last year, and in the most important game of the season, he gave up a grand slam home run, and they lost Game 5 in Cleveland. So, there's no guarantees. That's the point. So just enjoy this. This is great. This is not being negative. This is loving what you're seeing. But, it's like a chef. I'm not a real good cook, as my wife can attest.
Uh-oh.
I don't do it that much. But this is like you have all these ingredients and you're the chef. You know, sprinkle and it's not negativity. It's just sprinkle a little realism here. That's all. Like a dash of realism.
But here's the people's response. I think we're living in a tell me I'm pretty or you're an idiot society. And saying the team is good is not good enough. People want full-blown euphoria. I can't do it. I'm not going to sit here and tell you they're going 105 and 57. I'm not ready to do that. I just keep playing.
Yes.
Like, great, we got a series against Kansas City. Let's take a few.
Yeah.
Keep it rolling. But overall, no. I'm not ready to buy in on a lot of what's happened. I'm not. I'll buy into Torkelson and the power. I don't know about the overall presentation. I can buy into certainly, hey, Feder will figure it out. I know there will be a level of rotation I'm okay with.
Right.
I know Scooble is Scooble. I gave the 50-game sample size 2 days ago.
It's incredible.
And I said, look, you got to pay this guy. Like, that's it. A 50-game sample size, this is basically Verlander. Not quite the innings. He's not going to throw 240 of them the way Justin did. But look, there's a lot I believe. But I'm with you. Bullpen, not ready to go there.
Right.
Lineup, it's great right now. They're getting contributions from everywhere. But do I believe at the end of this that some of these guys are going to be the drivers of a bus that leads to a World Series? No, I don't. Now, they have time, but so do I.
And guys are going to slump. Look, Riley Green early in the season had it like a 0 for 31. That'll happen. It might happen again. Maybe not to those.
It's
that
baseball.
extreme. Yes, it's the hardest sport to excel at a consistent level. It just is.
So here's the question: are you already World Series or bust, or when are you going to allow yourself to make that the standard? Like Stony has said, the deadline. I'll need to get to mid to late August to feel that way. It's just how baseball works.
Okay, let me ask you this, though. You said World Series or bust. So, because a lot of times you use the word failure all the time, if this team, based upon what you've seen so far, if they don't win the World Series, in your mind, not the fans' mind, in your mind, would it be a failure to get to the World Series or even get to the ALCS?
If I had to make that decision on May 29th, my answer is different than if I get to make that decision on August 29th. And I'm not playing games
No,
with
I know. But
I'm saying,
but for right now, for SSGs.
Okay, yeah, be careful.
Yeah.
Then I would say yes.
Okay.
But I'm not going to put that on them now because I don't know that they're that good.
Right.
I think they're good. Clearly, I think they're top 3 in the AL.
Yeah.
Good. But I'm not ready to go World Series yet. 248-539-9797. Boy, this one really hit. What's your favorite brownies? 248. All right, listen. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of decking, railing, lighting, all the time. They got the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have all the decking you need when you need it. Plan it, build it, do it with the best in the game. It's Northville Lumber. Stop by, Trex showroom, take home some samples. Call Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore today, or go to northvillelumber.com. So we're asking a question that Evan asked us. When are you going to allow yourself to start thinking World Series with this baseball team? Many already seem to be. I'm not, because I just have an old school mentality on baseball. It's too early, and I still think they have questions to answer. And I'm obviously a cynic. I just don't believe in the McKinstry-Baez stuff long term. But Evan, you've joined us. What do you have?
Hi.
Hi.
The reason I brought this up to you guys is I keep hearing people mention World Series and Tigers, and it instantly makes me go back and think about people talking Super Bowl and the Lions and like week 4. Like, first off, just enjoy the season.
Well, somebody here predicted they were going to get to the Super Bowl before the season started, too.
That's fine with your predictions, but reacting every single week that your team is stronger and you're going to the Super Bowl and it's Super Bowl or bust, but then when it's bust, it's a great season, and here are excuses. My thing is, enjoy the ride. I have been alive for 41 years. The Tigers have gone to the World Series 3 times in those 41 years. So why get overexcited and set yourself up for disappointment? Now, come August and they're still rolling like this, yes, different. I am totally on board. But in May, it's hard for me to buy in to a championship when I was telling you guys, like, you'll never be able to convince me that this team is better than the 2014 Detroit Tigers. They had a pitching staff sent from heaven, but then were swept by the Orioles in the playoffs because it's baseball. And I always go back to thinking about that, or even 12 or 13 or 11 or 6 or 7 when they started off hot as can be, and then the second half of the year.
When Sheffield got hurt.
Yeah, they completely fell off. And some might call me a hater, but I keep hearing, well, they're the best team in baseball over the last 100 games.
That's not a real stat. There's no connection between seasons.
Why it's not real is because the Dodgers won the World Series. That's the best team in baseball, okay?
Right.
We can set up expectations all we want, but you have never hung a banner for being the best team in baseball in May. And like I said, you can go and enjoy the ride, 100%. Enjoy the team, have fun.
I know that they're good, but it's baseball.
So let me ask a question, though, because does this make me a hater? I still have a hard time, even when you go back to the Cleveland series, when you get in the playoffs, I have a hard time that the seminal moments of my season are going to come down to a Zach McKinstry at bat, or an Akil Baddoo at bat, or a face of franchise Matt Vierling at bat. Like, the chaos and the roster optimization, and AJ hits a lot of the right buttons. I still go back to it. No Moneyball teams ever won a World Series.
Right.
And I don't know if that makes me bad or mean. I don't care. It's just factual. And I have a hard time working my way around it. If they go out and get another legit right-handed bat, and I've got lefty-righty splits of Glaber and Riley Green and Karp and Torque and right-handed superstar, all of a sudden now I got enough in the mix.
Right.
I'm okay. And hey, if you want to play mix and match with the 8-hitter, I'll live with it. Does that make me wrong?
No, it doesn't make you wrong, because factually you are obviously correct. Evan, by the way, you said you've been alive for 3 World Series that they've won? So you're 1 for 3. You're batting .333. That's good in this sport.
Yeah, no, that's phenomenal.
So
he was in a diaper for the first one.
But you also want to, I don't want to hear a correlation to 1984 anymore. There is no relevance to
the game.
Today's.
The game is completely different.
Yes. So stop it with 1984. I understand it was a very special year for people that were 50, 60, 70 years old now. Okay? That's not what baseball is today.
No.
And they're also
period. Yes, but it's just, I'm so cautious with the Tigers because I love baseball and I love the Detroit Tigers and I root like hell for them. But to mention World Series on May 29th with any baseball team other than the Dodgers.
But case in point, right? Are the Dodgers putting up some historical run right now?
No.
Absolutely not. They have their own problems.
Well,
and
Ohtani
if you ask
but
me right now, I don't know the Dodgers win their division. Like, I'm a Yankee fan. Okay, who cares? Do you think I'm talking World Series with the Yankees?
No.
F you. We don't even have a third baseman.
My National League team, the last time they won the World Series was the year before you won the World Series, right? 2008 was the last time the Phillies won.
Philly sucks.
Okay. But but it's okay to enjoy the ride.
Right.
No one's telling you not to.
And that's my point, is enjoy the ride without having crazy expectations right now.
Well, you know,
because
right.
isn't it fair to say that no matter what your record is, we can all see the flaws the team has?
Correct.
Sure, and don't tell me that you wouldn't be cautious if you had to face the Guardians in a playoff series.
Of course you would.
Because that's, and I'm going to say it, and people might hate it, playoff baseball is different than regular season baseball. So you can say, yeah, we beat the Yankees in April. Like, that's going to have anything to do with baseball in October.
But remember, and I'm glad you brought that up because the Pistons beat the Knicks 3 out of 4 in the season series.
Oh, I heard that.
Yeah, exactly.
I heard that.
But everything's going to change when Alex Cobb.
For me,
when
I
gets
gotta get to mid to late August
Yes.
before I would start to have that conversation. And I've laid the reasons out. You don't have to agree with them. We're going to get to your phone calls. Let's do it. Evan, appreciate it. Let's get to Mark, 97. Mark, what's going on?
All right, gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mark.
Mike, you've called me a baseball snob. We talk baseball all the time, and I'll take the bait because you, of all people, Mike, are Mr. It's not black and white. There's shades of gray, and two things can be true at the same time. Am I booking the World Series trip? No. But I'm way more optimistic than what any of you guys are currently saying. I mean, look, the last time I checked, the Tigers don't have to beat the juggernauts to get to the World Series. They don't have to beat the Dodgers or the Padres or the Giants or the Phillies or the Mets. Who is the prohibitive favorite in the American League that is going to stand in the way of the Tigers getting to the World Series? The Yankees? Okay, fine. The Yankees and the Tigers right now, you know, there's a lot of the underlying metrics that suggest that they're both really kind of close in a lot of different ways. They got Max Fried, we got Scoobo. Yeah, look, do we have Aaron Judge? No, of course not. We don't have Aaron Judge. But we do have more depth. I think we have a better bullpen. I think we have more depth in the starting pitching. And again, the other thing that does give me optimism is that you are going to, again, it sounds like he's days away. And I understand what happened to Vierling, why he was brought off the DL to get put back on 3 days later. Doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense, but it sounds like you're less than a week away of seeing Parker Meadows, who could be the best defensive outfielder in baseball, or at least one of the top 5. You are going to get a trade deadline acquisition in Parker Meadows. You're going to get Alex Cobb to give you a little bit more pitching depth. You are going to hope maybe get Vierling back, but I mean, you just got Winsell Perez back. I mean, look, I understand what someone just said about last 100 games. It isn't a sample size because you got to use August and September of last season. But guys, the last 100 games going back to August 1st of last year, this team is over a 60% winning baseball team. I don't think that's going to change. I do think they have the best manager in baseball. I do think they have one of the top 3 starting pitching staffs and bullpens in baseball. Pitching is what's going to win you those random series in the playoffs. And ultimately, guys, look, I think I'm willing to take this team and go out and take my chances against anyone in the American League right now, and then you're in a short 7-game series where anything can happen.
Nobody's doubting that, I don't think, from any of us. We're just saying to think World Series right now is a little short-sighted. That's all.
Stony, let me say this then. Mike, I was in the 4th week of the NFL season. I was still on my boat watching games, and you were telling me, book my Super Bowl tickets. The Lions are going to the Super Bowl. They look, in your mind, they were a prohibitive favorite. They were in an NFC that still had Minnesota, Green Bay, Philadelphia, the Rams. I mean, I would argue that the Lions' position was a far harder road to get to the Super Bowl when you said that than the Tigers' position is right now on May 28th to get to the World Series. I think the World Series should be the expectation. I'm not saying they have to win it, but if they don't get to it at this point, I say the season is not a success.
All right, now I can respond. So let me do this. Mark, if everything you said happens, and there were a lot of ifs and maybes and buts and if everything happens, Mark, you're going to be right. So but that's my point, is there's a lot of ifs and buts. So that's our only disagreement. I'm waiting. You're buying. It doesn't make you wrong or a bad guy. As far as the Lions thing goes, Mark, here's what I'll tell you. And I'm not trying to be provocative. I'm shooting you straight. That's how much better the Lions were talent-wise than the Tigers. There were no Zach McKinstries on the Lions. They had the best roster. They had the best team. I mean, it's... Mark, I'm not trying to bust balls. I'm shooting you straight. Like, you know, I thought the world of that team last year. And the injuries killed him. It did. And I'll own it. I bought too early. But that has nothing to do with this. This is about a talent basis. Mark, you know, as a baseball snob or baseball elite or whatever we want to call each other, Mark, you know that when your season's on the line, the roster optimization stuff doesn't work. So that's my fear.
I do not want the season to come down to an at-bat by Matt Beerley. All right. But I'm okay with the season coming down to an at-bat by Carpenter, Green, Torkelson, and Gleyber Torres right now. And I would suggest, Mike, the only if I really said was, what are we getting when Parker Meadows comes back?
Yeah.
And then maybe Alex Cobb. But right now, Mike, and I will, this maybe is trying to be provocative. If Scott Harris, given where we are right now, does not make a deal deadline, so this is the one assumption I am making.
Yeah.
Given the current roster, given the current record, and given the current, where we are, if he does not acquire an impact right-handed bat by July, that is a bigger failure than the failure to trade.
Criminal.
To trade. Yeah.
Mark, I am in lockstep with you. And listen, Mark, Parker Meadows, the one thing you know you're going to get as long as he's healthy, he is the singular best defensive outfielder in baseball, to me.
But you know what the other thing is, though? You're going to laugh. As great as he is, Tigers right now, defensive center field has been wonderful. So how much better is it going to get?
I also don't believe it long term.
I know.
There we are. All right, we're up against it. Good call by Mark. We'll get to more of your calls next, 97.1. That was an excellent call by Mark, by the way, and we were up against it. But I don't think Mark and I disagree as much as he entered the call thinking.
No.
It's more, I wait for some of those things to happen versus the hope. But I will say this, where Mark and I are in complete lockstep, aside from Parker Meadows, if Scott Harris doesn't make a trade to add a right-handed bat, criminal. It's just criminal. But I'm waiting to see it because if he does, it allows me to believe more. They need a big-time right-handed bat.
And it also shows that it would show that he's been talking about, the reason you accumulate and draft well is so you can trade some of these prospects.
But don't go selling me Nolan Arenado. I need a legitimate right-handed bat.
I know. He'd be an upgrade at third base. There's no doubt about that.
Look, their third base situation metrically has been better than people realize.
Of course.
But again, metrically and then believability are two different things.
Right.
David, ticket text. I know I've been way behind, and I'm very sorry. Yes.
When we're in the World Series, we'll find out if this is a World Series team. That is David from Behind the Glass. To me,
I really didn't hear it that way, but okay.
Same as last year, let's just enjoy the ride and see where we end up. What kind of fans are we if we just don't enjoy the ride? I'm not putting any date on talking World Series right now.
You don't have to. That's why the question plays. It's just a vast majority of people are already speaking that way, and I don't get it in May.
I wait until the trade deadline or until August is in full swing before uttering the words World Series. The sport is too fluky and streaky. AJ from Brighton.
Mark me down. The trade deadline will tell me everything I need to know about this team. Because if Scott Harris, if they want to go down this road with the whole Bad News Bears lineup optimization thing, I just know you are on the precipice of being a real threat to win a World Series championship. You must do what you were unable to do in the offseason. And I saluted the organization. They went as far as they could. I think they went too far with Alex Bregman. The point is, you still need an Alex Bregman. You need that right-handed bat, Wyatt Langford. You need the ability to have that player.
There it is.
Hey, listen.
Mark it down. It's official at 3:38. We got Wyatt Langford.
Let me ask you a question, Kenny. How much is Max Clark's 430 OBP helping you right now? In Saskatoon or wherever the hell he's playing
against
ball.
school children. Yeah.
The point is, it's against school children. It isn't helping me right now.
I get it.
He could be a superstar in 2028. I don't care. They could win it all this year. I need help now. That deadline, you know what? Mark me down. August. Get me to the trade deadline. That's where I'm going to be.
This texter's not putting a date on it, but they're similar to what you're saying about a third or a bat. I love what the Tigers are doing, longtime fan, but I can't talk World Series until they trade for a third baseman. So whether that's deadline or before.
See, I'm not even putting positionality into it. I'm not. It's right-handed, all-include, 850 OPS guy. I don't even care.
And I'm August 1st for that reason. The trade deadline will be pass-fail. We'll see not only what the team, if they're World Series caliber on the field, we'll know what they are by then, but we'll also know if they efforted to actually be a World Series team during the trade deadline.
Let me ask you this, hypothetically.
Sure.
If the Red Sox continue to play like the Red Sox and Bregman comes back from his injury healthy.
No, I'm leaving.
I'm just asking a question.
No.
Would it be worth it for even if he would opt out?
No.
Okay.
You're so much better than this.
I'm just asking a question.
Other people at this station are not. You are better than this.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my God. I'm about to say what you said about Sean McVay, except I'm not going to dump it. I'm going to say a naughty word. Stop. The guy said no to you, and he's hurt.
Okay.
He blew his oblique.
What did I say? I said if he came back healthy for a short time, would it be worth it?
No.
Okay. That's all I asked. I don't think it would happen either.
You work with Gov too long.
There it is. Tecumseh time.
Why did he say that?
He said something similar, I believe, this week. So, yeah, you've worked with him for far too long.
Hey, as Mike would say, you just make the call.
Not to him. We're done. You had your shot. You're out of here. The guy's going to opt out. No. Go to Manny. How dare you, Stony? Manny, how you doing, buddy?
How are you, Mike V?
Excellent, sir. What's going on?
So listen, my favorite show, no offense, Stony, but Mike B and his show has always been my favorite for years.
No offense taken.
So listen, lots changed since I've been waiting on the line. I've heard you guys and callers and everything. So, Mike, it's fun. It's fun watching this team. I mean, you're right. As much as I am a Tigers slappy, every freaking game, even when they were horrible, it's fun, Mike. Come on, it's fun, and it's all. By the way, it's always fun beating the Yankees, no matter what month it is.
No doubt, you should hate the Yankees. Absolutely,
I hate them. Of course, I hate them. But here's my thing for you guys. So, my two questions, real quick. Two questions. So, are these players that we have right now, that we're watching, are they legit? Are they good, or is it just all luck? I think the pitching staff is what's pulling us through, and I don't know about our hitter sometimes. It's just kind of, I think Torque's having a pretty good season. He's coming back pretty good. And then my second question is, Mike, to you and Stony. When Meadows comes back, in which I love how Mike said that he referred to Meadows as being one of the best defensemen in MLB. But when he comes back, then where we're going to put, is Javi going back to short? And I think Javi's having a hell of a season. That's my opinion.
Yeah, listen, I think the first question, you can't oversimplify it and be like, well, is it skill or luck? I think certain guys are the real McCoy. Mm-hmm. I mean, there are things in the profile for like Spencer Torkelson that it makes sense to me. I think there's other guys it just doesn't. So it's both. I mean, by the end of this season, no, I still will be very surprised if Javi Baez is a fantastic player. I'd be surprised if he's a very good player. I'd be surprised if he's good. Hell, I'll be surprised if he's above average. But if he's average, it meets the Kenny Cott standard of just don't be terrible.
Right.
So, but there's an element to the lineup that it's hard to believe in. And I'm sorry, there's still an element with this bullpen of certain guys.
Yes.
That, I can't have Bob Brebbia getting me to a World Series. I think they need another reliever. Like, I think they need a reliever and a right-handed bat. If you do those two things, and I get Meadows back, but it's a lot of if, come, maybe, when.
Absolutely.
And I want to wait. I don't think that makes me some curmudgeon.
No.
I'm thrilled at the start they're having.
We're on the same wavelength here, you know? And since I'm old, I'm usually
but like
the curmudgeon.
Case in point, we just talked about Torkelson, and I believe a lot of it. But do I believe he finishes the year with an almost 900 OPS?
No.
Probably not.
No, he still can hit 35 bombs, though.
Correct. But listen, if he's Pete Alonso, I don't care if you hit 225. Right. If you hit 38 bombs, you've done your job.
Hell, if he's frickin' than Rob Deere. I said frickin'.
It was much safer than the way you categorized Sean McVay, where all of us went, wait, what? 248-539-9797. All right, FanDuel, best place for all your player props if that's what you're into. And again, whether it's hockey, basketball, they've got them all. They got the Home Run Tuesdays. It's all there for you. FanDuel, not too late to get in on the action as well. And once the game starts, they do have live SGPs. $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/ticket. You can join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we'll get to a couple of the phone calls. We have Blitz to get to. We've got some college football to talk about. It's all there for you. We go to Pete, who's been very patient, 97.1. Petey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How are you today?
Excellent. What do you got?
Good. Well, what I got is I'm even worse than you, Mike. I don't ever think World Series. Just make it to the show first. That's going to be your biggest hump. And we just lost 3 to Cleveland, a division foe. You cannot be thinking World Series at this point. Let's make it to the show first. You guys all know you get to the playoffs. It's a whole nother season.
Oh yeah, and
totally agree. They need a right-handed bat, and you need another relief pitcher, no question.
You're lucky.
So
you're
that's
correct.
what I got, guys.
Because the last 2 times they did make it to the World Series, they were pretty heavily favored.
Yeah,
especially against St. Louis.
And there you go. That's my point exactly. You don't know. It's such a long, grinding season.
If they show
and
me,
you can go on a 5-game losing streak and lose all your momentum and everything, and it can happen in baseball. It's a hard game to play.
No, and
there's no question.
Pete, here's the other thing. Look, I can just take it for what it is. It's a 162-game season. I laugh when people want to get too high or too low. Now, look, if you're 10 games out of first place and you're headed to the trade deadline, you trade your number 2 pitcher, it's okay to say, okay, our season's over. Nobody saw a Disney movie happen.
None.
It did. Okay, that's wonderful. Now it's the inverse. This team's really good. But I still have, I think if they show you they're going to load the wagon and make a run at this, that's when I'll be able to get in. And by mid-July, I think there's a far higher degree of legitimacy and believability into the Baez's and the McKinstry's and the whatevers, the Will Vests of the world. I just got to see more. And I don't think that makes me terrible. I can just enjoy it on a day in, day out basis. Every day when I either check the score or watch the game or both, I feel like they're going to win. That's a really good feeling. It's rare.
Enjoying the ride means, getting agita if they, lose a game or they get behind, you get ticked off. That's the beauty of baseball if you have a good team. They are a good team. It's not always going to be, applesauce and rainbows,
What'd you make of the Job thing?
I think it's somewhat concerning, but we'll find out. I'm certainly no doctor, maybe it's just had a bad day as far as his shoulder or whatever it was. I don't know. Hopefully it's nothing big, which is always the problem when you draft pitchers very low. I mean, high in the draft, but that was a few years ago.
No. I know. I've let that go. I just, to me, they're this good. They can play it any way they want, but I have no problem with Job working through it. Job, you want to go down to the farm for a month, do what you got to do. Here's the other thing. I'd have to double check on this. There is also kind of if they sent him down and kind of delayed some things, I got to double check the service time manipulation.
See, I don't think they would do that.
I'm just telling you.
I know. Hey, look, you have to have the patience with him.
Well, that's why I've never really considered him to be a guy that at the end of the season is going to be, this front of the road. You okay?
Yeah.
I don't consider him to be a front of the rotation guy. He's a guy whose job is to help me out. And again, he's never pitched more than 90 innings in a season.
Right.
What, do people think he's going to throw 183 this year?
No, the reason you looked at me is because I said something that I went over your head and David had to be reminded there was a biblical thing.
Yeah, he had a religious joke with Job. That's why he said patience. So.
Man, I just can't keep. Okay.
The patience of Job.
But you do need patience. He's a rookie.
I know.
How would that go over my head? It was literal. I mean, why would I?
You reacted the right way.
Correct.
Why would I immediately go, oh, Bible stuff? Like, you do need patience. He's a kid.
I know.
What the hell's the matter with you?
It was a double good entendre, so to speak.
Okay, Bill, 97.1. Billy, what's up, pal?
Hey, fellas, how are you?
Good, Bill.
I'm not really World Series on board until a team wins the pennant. I mean, it's so fickle. You look at the teams a collection of teams that have been in the World Series the last number of years. Those Giants teams, the one that beat us, and the teams that we had throughout the 2000s, and just the powerhouses that we had with those pitching staffs. It's fickle, and you can lose to anybody, especially now that you've got 12 teams from both leagues make the playoffs. It's you can run into anybody. So, but that doesn't change the fact that this is so enjoyable. I think you said it, Stony. It makes the summer so much better. I was down there last night, or a couple nights ago, with the Giants, and that was a great game. And I was there on Saturday when they lost to the Tribe, and I was pissed. It was fun being engaged in a game and being angry when they lost. We sit behind the dugout, first base dugout, and with all of the visiting fans and my sons who have never really experienced a really decent Tigers team, were like, "Dad, we thought you were going to murder those people." But it's fun to be engaged like that and to enjoy the ride. And who knows what any of these, we're going to get Parker Meadows back. Okay, Parker Meadows has never played a full season in the major leagues, and he's a phenomenal defender, but what we got out of Javi in April is probably the best production that we're going to get out of center field on offense.
Basically, yes, you got 2 great months out of that position that when you found out Parker Meadows was getting hurt, you never thought you were going to get.
And that's when you needed it most.
Yes.
And to your guy's point, if Javi gives me nothing moving forward, I'm not going to impugn the guy.
No.
He already gave me an MVP moment where he helped us when we needed it most. But no, Bill, I'll give you another example though, right? Like, okay, Jack Flaherty, like he's not a Yankee because the Yankees hated his physical. Like, how do we know Jack's back is going to hold up? Like, there's so much, and baseball's such a long year. I got to get to the deadline.
And even with the deadline, I mean, right-handed bat would be great. We do need another reliever. I think we need another starter because really the only one that I feel comfortable with is School. I mean, yes, Flaherty's been real hot or cold, but do you feel real great about throwing Reese Olson and a bullpen day in a 7-game series?
I feel confident about Casey. Casey Mize is pretty close to won me over because his stuff is really, really good. I said pretty close.
Yeah.
And Olsen, you're right. But part of the problem with Olsen is because he looks like he's 12 years old, so you don't have faith in him.
That has no bearing, but okay.
No, but it's true. People look at him as always just a kid, with red cheeks and stuff like that.
I'm speechless.
They don't look at him like he's a really good pitcher. Hopefully his ring finger will be better.
Okay. You know what? That might be the first time Stony just went full Stony. We're going to do Stony time at some point in the 4 o'clock hour. I know we got to do a football today. We'll get to that next. We've got some college football updates because I think we're being sold a lie on something. I want Stoney's opinion, and we will do Stony time. He's behaved himself. He's got a plethora of topics that we were like, we're not doing that. We're going to give Stoney a segment. It's going to be Hurricane Stony. It's going to be fun. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Michigan football set to host Ohio State this year at the end of November. The team announced that the game will air on Fox and kick off at noon. Speaking of schedules, the NFL released their preseason slate. The Lions have no additional nationally televised games besides their Hall of Fame tilt with the Chargers. Their 2 home games versus Miami and Houston will kick at 1. Ticketmaster has paused their NFL London sales to, quote, ensure genuine fans are able to purchase tickets, end quote. These were upwards of 250,000 in the queue when the virtual window opened. The Knicks and Pacers continue their series tonight. New York on the brink of elimination, down 3-1. Karl Anthony Towns is questionable for the Knicks. Indiana's Aaron Nesmith has the same designation with an ankle sprain. Tip-off tonight at 8. Former Chicago Blackhawks mainstay Jonathan Taves is planning an NHL comeback. According to TSN, he told his agent that he's 100% committed to the effort overall. He's not played in an NHL game since 2023 when he stepped away to focus on his health. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's touch table on. I was going to say football, but I'm being told we have something involving trades. So I'll just let David hit the music and tell me what the hell we're doing here.
Yes, guys, this is about trades. I was watching. Everyone knows SGA has taken Oklahoma City, the Thunder, to the NBA Finals, and it made me think.
He's so unethical. He's a foul merchant.
It isn't about foul merchants. It is about trades because Paul George was traded out of OKC to LA for SGA. And it made me think about what are the worst trades in sports history. And before I see it on Ticket Text, yes, I know this is revisionist history because no one knew who SGA was going to become. That's not the point.
Yeah, but that's part of trades.
It is.
Right.
No one knew what Ben Wallace was going to become. You didn't even want Ben Wallace. You wanted John Amici. Well, what did Big Ben turn into? Like a 7-time defensive player of the year. That's
Right.
what trades are.
For those who don't know, here's the actual trade.
Yes.
Paul George was traded by OKC to the Clippers for Danilo Gallinari, SGA, a 2021 first-round pick that was Trey Mann, a 2022 first-round pick was, Jalen Williams, a 2023 first-round pick that turned into Jamie Jaquez Jr.,
it's Jaime, but that's okay.
A 2024 first-round pick, Dylan Jones. And there's other picks involved as well.
It's one of the worst trades ever, period.
So let's get into this here. Let's start in the NHL with one here that involves the New York Islanders. It's not the one that Kenny thought I was going to do, but it happened in June of 2001.
Yeah, we traded Roberto Luongo to draft another goalie.
That's not the one I was talking about.
You're not talking about DiPietro?
I'm talking about Chara for Yashin.
Oh, Zdeno Chara.
Wow.
Yeah, let's get rid of him. We'll get Alexei Yashin here and sign him to a Bobby Bonilla deal.
I thought you were going to talk about the one time that the Wings traded up to get a goalie who doesn't play in the league and gave up a pick that turned into a 30-goal scorer, Wyatt Johnson.
Yikes.
He's having a bad playoffs, by the way, but still horrible.
Okay, well, you know what? Hey, what Kosa's doing ain't helping us.
No, I know. I stopped myself.
Yashin only played 5 seasons with the Islanders.
4 too many.
Contract was eventually bought out. He was not good. That's a bad
Yeah, thank
trade.
you. I'm
so
aware.
sorry. Let's get to another sport here. Let's go to Major League Baseball. See if you think that this is one of the worst trades in sports. And it is Pedro Martinez getting traded from L.A. to Montreal. He was a Dodger at one point, people, if you didn't know. He went 10-5 as a Dodger in his rookie year in 1993, and then was traded to Montreal in a straight-up deal for Delino DeShields.
It's
Delino. You're on my page. They did.
Well, DeShields only hit 256.
Yeah, and again, that 94 Expos team should have won the World Series. They were loaded with superstars everywhere. Larry Walker, Captain Canada. Look, I hate Pedro Martinez, so this is hard for me to say, but yes, that's one of the worst trades ever.
Yeah, he went on to win the Cy Young there in
I hate
Montreal. Him. So this one I want to bring Stony in because this is his era. So I wanted to make him feel
1930s.
Wanted to make
Let me tell you something. When they traded the Babe to the Yankees, come on, I went ballistic.
It's a couple here in your era.
Right.
One that started in 1975, where the Bucks traded Kareem Abdul-Jabbar to the Lakers for, well, nothing, basically. Junior Bridgman, Brian Winters, Dave Myers all went to the Bucks.
Well, in fairness, Junior Bridgman was a pretty good player, and Brian Winters, besides looking like Lurch at times when he was a coach, he was a really good outside shooter for the
Wonderful.
good Buck teams.
Jabbar went on to win 5 championships with the Lakers.
I understand that. But at least they got something.
I got a feeling that's exactly.
I can give you some other ones.
Well, I have one for you.
Well, the worst trade would be whatever Golden State did to trade with the Celtics so they could take Joe Barry Carroll, and the Celtics got Kevin McHale and Robert Parrish.
Well, the Pistons were involved in that thing, too, to a certain extent.
Here's another one here, and this one was so bad that the team ended up moving. This was the Nets when they sent Doc to the 76ers. Dr. J got traded for $3 million on October 20th, 1976.
But wasn't that more? That's a financial thing.
It
with
was.
The ABA collapsing and the whole bit.
It was, and it didn't help them. They got worse financially, had to move to New Jersey.
How about in one day, that idiot, God rest his soul, Harold Katz, the former owner of the Sixers, he traded the number 1 pick in the draft rights, which was going to be Brad Daugherty, to the Nets for Roy Hinson, and then a few hours later, we'll just trade Moses Malone and a number 1 and Terry Catledge to the Bullets at the time for the other Cliff Robinson in one day.
I shouldn't have went back so far. I'm sorry, Mike.
I'm just letting it roll. He's very upset.
We'll bring it to a little bit closer to modern day, and this one involves your team, Michael, the Boston Celtics. They traded Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce to the Brooklyn Nets and ended up getting multiple first-round picks that ended up being Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, that was the Prokhorov era of the Brooklyn Nets. Yeah. And remember, they got a first-round pick for Doc Rivers, dumbass.
Correct.
We did a lot of good rebuilding.
Danny Ainge was good for a time, huh?
For a time. The problem is the deals he didn't make because he tried to hold people up for ransom. But that was an awful deal because remember, at that point in time, the Celtics left 2 championships on the table. KG blew out in 2009, blew his knee out in Utah and was never back. And then 2010, Game 7, they're right there against the Lakers. Ray Allen has the worst shooting performance of his life. They lose 83-79. They blew this thing up, but by that point, Pierce and Garnett were in their early to mid-30s. It was over. The Nets, Prokhorov went nuts.
One more in the NBA before I give you a few in the NFL. It is a simple one. It is the Charlotte Hornets on draft day trading Kobe Bryant to the LA Lakers.
Vlade.
For Vlade.
The Charlotte Hornets' existence is just on this list. I can't. How are they a real team? How?
I don't know.
But the amount. Do you feel the NBA has the worst trades of all?
Oh yeah, there's even one from my youth that's even worse than anything we ever said.
What is this? Bob Pettit?
No, close. When the Sixers traded Wilt to the Lakers for
also,
Darryl Imhoff, Archie Clark, and Jerry Chambers. Thank you.
Who?
Yes, exactly.
But the problem for Wilt in Philly, you didn't even play him in the fourth quarters of playoff games because he couldn't shoot free throws.
No, that was his own decision not to shoot. He played. He just didn't shoot. That was a whole different deal.
Yeah, he did a lot of that off the court.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Let's go to the NFL here. Let's go back to...
It was called the Big Dipper for a reason.
Okay, then.
Let's go back to 1992, where one Brett Favre, who didn't throw one pass in Atlanta, got traded to the Green Bay Packers for a first-round pick. We all know what he did in Green Bay. But with that pick, the Falcons drafted Tony Smith with the 17th overall selection.
Who?
Running back Tony Smith, exactly.
Well, I don't even remember him.
He had no impact.
I just remember they went with Browning Nagel over him.
Browning Nagel from Louisville.
Yeah. Not a good move.
Very short
and
career
there's also
for that
that famous draft photo of Favre like in his Wranglers on the couch. Yeah, half in the bag.
Yeah, they show that in that Netflix special.
Is it worth watching?
Well, there's some really good shots of Jen Sturger, but it's worth watching. But you just realize what a scumbag Brett Favre is.
Well, right, like I know that.
I know.
It's like the Connor Stallions thing.
Right, you're not going to know anything else.
Noted POS. I don't need a special on it.
Yeah.
And then finally, I'll give you this one. The Cleveland Browns trading for Deshaun Watson.
Mm-hmm.
Let me give you what end up being the first-round picks for the Houston Texans. Kenyon Green, offensive lineman. John Mechie.
Hold on. Mechie got cancer.
Yes.
Kenyon Green they just got rid of.
Oh, hold on. It's going to get better. Christian Harris, a decent player for them. Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah.
Tank Dell.
Well, he's dead too.
Right now he is, but he was
He's going to play as many games as Deshaun has this year. Look,
I'm sorry. I missed one.
What?
Kamari Lassiter.
Okay, now
was also involved in a trade later on with the deal.
The whole premise in this, you grade them on how it plays out, but no one on earth thought Deshaun Watson would turn into a pumpkin.
No.
He wasn't athletic anymore. He couldn't process. The downfield throws were gone. It's going to have to be studied.
Yeah.
Just went downhill from there.
Downhill. He went off a cliff.
Try to be nice there.
David, he's not playable.
He isn't. He isn't playable, and he had a statement this week to the quarterbacks that are in the room saying, I'm not dead. I'm still going to compete for the job. Good luck.
Good for him.
Good luck. Those are your
See
worst.
if your key card works.
Those are your worst trades in sports history.
All right, summer's going to officially kick off next week. Are you going to wait for it to be 95 or your power to go out? Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Upgrade your system now. Save up to $1,000. New AC? Save up to $1,000. New generator? Yeah, there you go, $1,000. You pick up what we're laying down here? Call for details. Schedule your free and home estimate. Mastercraft, honest work, great same-day service when you call before noon. It's mastercraftheating.com. Okay, before I get to a question for Stony, because I feel like I know where it leads, but I want Stoney's take on it. We got to catch up on Ticket Text. It's about college football.
Okay.
Just what you want, but then I want to know if you believe it leads to my conspiracy.
Okay.
David first. Go ahead.
Someone says worst trades. The Jets traded Chris Draper to the Red Wings for $1. Don from a store, he says.
Could I trade Steve Yzerman for $1?
Maybe we get 50 cents.
No, I just, it's funny. We're sitting here putting all this pressure on Scott Harris. Like, hey, gotta get a right-handed bat at the deadline, and look, let's go for this, right? What do you even say about Yzerman anymore?
You got to do something this offseason.
No, it's more than something. It's called Mitch Marner and Ekblad. And I don't care if you got to give up first-round picks to get rid of the Andrew Kops off the roster. Hey, what do I got to tape to Tarasenko to get him out of here? All right. Did you read that? You read that thing, by the way? I read an article. It was last night. I forget who had it. Tarasenko didn't like his situation here in Detroit.
I saw
that.
that.
Well, guess what? We don't like you either.
Yes.
All right, bye.
Sir, call a deal.
Sir.
There was a thing in The Athletic today. Max Boltman had 3 possible scenarios that pretty interesting.
What are they? Tell us.
Well, I got to get it up there.
Kenny loves Max Boltman. He's got a fathead of him above his bed.
This is the worst tease ever. Stone is like, I got something, but I don't have
Let me tell you. Max Boltman's got an unbelievable trio of deals.
Right.
Oh, really, Mike? What are they?
All right, hold on. Hold on a second.
Tell us about Sean McVay again. Oh, God. We'll let David do some more to Ticket Text. We'll get
All right, I'll get to it.
We'll get to you. When you're ready, you tell us, okay?
Yeah.
Go ahead, David.
I'm waiting with anticipation. Someone says...
I couldn't believe the trade proposal I saw. Really? What was it?
Worst trade was definitely the Herschel Walker deal with the Cowboys, the Vikings.
It set up the whole dynasty. I mean, it was 7. I think it turned into 7 starters.
Yes, I believe
on their
so.
Super Bowl teams,
including Emmitt Smith.
Yeah,
I hate Herschel Walker because I was allowed to have hope when he signed with the Giants. Then he was on the cover of Sports Illustrated, and they were talking about how he was doing like 3,000 sit-ups and burpees a day. Opening night against the Dallas Cowboys with Herschel Walker, and he looks like a Greek god. And you're like, all right, this is going to put us over the top. Cutscene, 35-0 Cowboys. The Giants didn't score an effing point. Stupid Herschel Walker.
Someone says Someone says it sounds funny to say now because I was upset at the time, but worst trades has to be trading Grant Hill to Orlando for Ben Wallace. Detroit got the better end of the deal.
Oh, my God, yes.
Yeah.
And remember, Detroit wanted John Amici. Ben Wallace was like this pity prize. So, yeah. And Grant's career, guess what? After he played in that Miami series where his ankle was spaghetti,
it was over.
He was never the same.
It was over.
He still had some decent years with Orlando, but yes.
But he wasn't a player they thought they were getting.
Though.
Yeah, he was. I know. He was
Even
great.
though this town hated him.
I know. They liked Iverson more.
But he plays the piano.
Oh. By the way,
get him out.
David, did you listen last week after we had him on our podcast? He was really good, wasn't he? He's a great player.
Terrible announcer. Good player. Good player, terrible broadcast.
Do you have the trade?
Yes, I have a few of them. Yes, 3 scenarios.
Hold on. So let's rewind. Odyssey Rewind live. Stony, you were mentioning Max Boltman had 3 fascinating...
3 scenarios for the Red Wings. Guys that they would sign include Mason Marchment, left wing he plays for Dallas. Brandon Tanev, who's a pretty good tough forward. Buying out Tarasenko and also signing Ekblad.
Yes. The Ekblad thing puts it over the top. Yes.
No. Not good enough.
Okay.
Not good enough.
All right, scenario number...
give me number 2. Better be better than number 1.
Scenario number 2 is not great, I don't think, but it's, what's his name? Brian Dumoulin is a defenseman. Dumoulin, he's deep in. And Chris Kreider from the Rangers is your free agent for a year.
No.
That's even worse than the first one.
Okay, I like 1 better than 2.
He won now all of a sudden, not so bad.
I want the mystery box 3.
Scenario number 3, called the Big Fish.
Here we go. Marner.
Mitch.
Cousins, Nicholas Cousins.
First of all, I love that for depth because he's a pain in the ass.
And Mitch Marner.
Yes.
There you go.
And
also
swap Cousins out. Give me Marner and Ekblad and buy out the trash.
But he also has the defenseman from, I think he's on Vegas, Haig.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't hate any of that.
No.
That's the best one, obviously. I like the Ekblad one just fine, too.
Yeah. Oh, but Marner's so soft. I don't care. He'd be your best freaking player.
He'd be your best player by a mile.
Hold on. You know what? Here. Hold on. Non-hockey elite alert. Non-hockey elite alert.
Yeah.
Isn't this guy up for the best two-way forward every effing year?
Yes. He does get Selke consideration. Yes.
He's up for it every year. Soft is you win the Lady Bing like Pierre Turgeon. That's soft. Oh, you're a gentleman. Ooh.
Well, I think Datsuk won both, I'm not mistaken.
The point is, all these narratives. Oh, he doesn't show up in the playoffs. Really, point of game. Mitch Marner could be drunk, high, and have his pants around his ankles. He'll get 100 points.
And that's why the Nick Cousins thing also makes sense. Is because if somebody goes after Marner, you have Nick Cousins to go after.
Yes.
Ekblad and Marner.
This may sound crazy.
Trade Cop with a first-round pick. Buy out Tarasenko.
Please.
Let's go.
Please. But this may sound crazy. But I would love for Mitch Marner to not show up in the playoffs for us. That means we made it.
David wins the day.
What are we doing here?
You know what? That's like my reservations for when the Pistons got Tobias Harris was he stinks in the playoffs. But then I said, wait a second. Pistons aren't going to make the playoffs anyway. Who cares? And they made the playoffs, and actually he was better than I thought he'd be in the playoffs.
He's one of their best trade chips.
Yeah.
$26 million salary. By the way, hold on. Can we do this?
You can do whatever you want. It's your show.
No. It's not how I operate, though. This is very simple. Did you hear what Evan was talking about earlier? Because I know you do Restore the Floor. The Pistons, who put the Pistons trade out there for Derek White? Was it Bleacher Report?
Yes.
Bleacher Report.
Okay, so Evan was reading me how idiotic these mouth-breathing Piston fans are. Basically body bagging Bleacher Report. You get Derek White and you give up Jaden Ivey and 2 first-round picks. And these idiots,
where can I sign up for that?
You can fit their basketball knowledge in a thimble.
Oh, yeah. What's the cap ramifications are not that bad for Derek White, are they?
The guy makes $28 million.
Yeah.
He's signed. NBA champion. One of the best two-way guards in the league. Elite defender, elite three-point shooter, can play on ball, off ball. And these fans are like going, oh my God, you don't know anything about hoops. What a terrible trade. I'm going, how did we arrive here? Like, do they even know who Derek White is? Are they judging him on the fact he looks like a goofball? Look, the bottom line is Derek White's my favorite Celtic. Derek White with Cade is an NBA championship backcourt.
Yes.
Jaden, I love how all of a sudden now everyone wants to get their Austin Powers penis pumps over Jaden Ivey. Like, what? Derek White or Jaden Ivey?
And not only that, if they somehow could pull that off, then you could sign one of the other, Schroeder or Beasley, and that's your third. Whatever, which one? My point is...
You don't want Schroeder long term.
Okay. Well,
There's a reason he's played for this many teams.
I know.
Thank you for your service, Dennis.
Yes.
Now, here's your passport. Go somewhere else. Tour another country. Do whatever you like.
Mm-hmm.
But no, if you read those... He was reading me. He got to like 4 or 5 replies deep, and I went, I've had enough. This is why I can't be on social media.
Mm-hmm.
Who are these people? What cave do they crawl out of? Like, if you could get there, I'd be angry as a Celtics fan if I took Jaden Ivey, who extension eligible, with what money? The Celtics are, help me, I'm poor.
Right.
And 2 first-round picks that aren't going to be Stugotz because the Pistons are going to be good. And these fans are angry. What? You would have Derek White signed well below market value in his prime.
Yeah, so...
And he's a winner.
And it's not going to happen anyway, so...
Don't say that yet. My goal is to totally blow up the Celtics. So
I'm
don't say
talking
that
about
yet.
the Pistons won't get Derek White. I got a better chance of getting Barry White than Derek White.
But why?
Because I don't think...
You don't think they'll give up anything?
That's part of it.
No.
Oh, yeah, I knew it. That's why I led him right in this direction. You lead the horse to water. Go ahead, Stony. What do you think's going to happen?
I don't think the Celtics will give up Derek White. I think they'd give up Jaylen Brown first.
Financially, they almost have to.
Right.
But Jaylen Brown's going to cost you a ton.
And the other thing is, as much as I'd love to have Derek White here, as you always say, why can't we have good things or nice things? That would be a nice thing.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Detroiters would love him.
Of course
he makes
would.
winning plays left and right. on both ends of the floor.
Mike, is he gritty?
Oh, God. Yes.
I know.
Dude got his teeth knocked out, stayed in the game, and smiled. I love Derek White. It doesn't matter. You know, oh, and by the way, here's the other bit, too. This has turned into one of the biggest jokes in the world. Like Cookies did this morning. He kills me. Well, I don't want to do something stupid like go get Zion. It's like, okay, hold on. If we're considering cost of acquisition, the risk quotient is here. The reward quotient is here. If it works, he's an all-NBA player. If it doesn't work, you're not stuck with 5 years Ben Simmons contract. What do you have to give up to get him? Not a whole lot.
And the other thing, and I know it's too obvious, if they would make that trade, and even if they didn't make that trade, the person making the decision
knows
him. So and if you're gonna if you trust Trajan Langdon, you trust them to go either way on that if that deal is ever presented to him.
That's it. And then we just, you got to stay out of your DMs there, Zion. No more of this, please. All right. 248-539-9797. So yeah, Boltman, those are okay. I need more. Okay. The Pistons thing, I don't know. If you don't want Derek White, if you're mocking Bleacher Report, I question whether you know anything about basketball. It's just God's honest truth. It's unbelievable to me. No one's ever good enough to play in Detroit. But yet this is the same town that will wrap their arms around scrubs. It makes no sense to me. No one's ever good enough. Here's Larry Bird in his prime. I don't like his mustache.
Junkyard Dog, though. Yeah.
Hey, Jerome Williams for all my Seals.
Oh, my Lord.
What about Don Reed?
Georgetown. Hey, you have to throw Georgetown players.
But you get my point, Mike. You've been in this market for forever.
Look,
why is it this way?
Because especially when those guys help you with titles. I mean, I went and looked to see how long Mike James actually played for the Pistons. He only played that season, I believe.
Piston fans would rather have Mike James than Derek White. That's why I don't understand this place.
Mike James, bitch.
Right, Palace Guards.
Yeah.
24853.
Pitbulls. They were the Pitbulls, him and Lindsay.
Here, let's just go get Eldon Campbell. Let's just run it back. The Shack Stopper.
Hey, Kenny, should the Wings go get Jonathan Taves? He said his agent said today he's ready to come back. But Taves and Kane back together again? I know.
No.
I know.
No. All right, FanDuel, best place to find your player props for whatever the hell you want to bet on. And once the game starts, yes, live SGPs are there. You'll get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/ticket. You can join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay. We'll get to a couple of calls, but I want to just bring this. I've just got to get Stony's take on it real quick, guys, and then I'll get some of the phone calls. So college football, yesterday it was all the rage, Brian Kelly, and I try to disregard Brian Kelly in totality. I can't stand him. But he spoke. And
Family.
What a con man. The SEC and Big Ten football and how the will of the room among SEC coaches is they wanted to have a mandated kind of conference showdown thing. I want to read this to you because today's news is the idea is dead because the commissioners who run the sport and the athletic directors seemingly don't agree. But basically, the proposal was you play the Big Ten teams in the regular season. It would be a showdown. I'll tell you why I don't like that in a moment. But Greg Sankey, who's the SEC's CEO for all intents and purposes, said it would come about in three ways. Avoid it altogether, let it happen organically, or you enforce a mandate. Well, guess what he's not willing to do? A mandate will never happen, essentially, saying the third one is simply incredibly difficult. So Brian Kelly's quotes were the following. We want to compete against the Big Ten. Look at the Big Ten right now. It holds it on the SEC. They won the last two championships, even though one of them was a cheating scumbag.
Oh, stop it.
That reality of it, we want to get challenged in that regard. We'd like to be able to get that done. Kelly added, that's up to our commissioner and the ADs. As of right now, the wishes of the coaches' room doesn't align with the commissioner's room. So two things. A, did you want that? But B, Stony, I just simply believe this is another step, even the conversation of it. It's another step to a super league, that the Big Ten and the SEC leave the NCAA, and it turns into a government cheese version of the NFL, and it's the last fracture to college football. That is my tinfoil conspiracy, and I wanted your take on both of these.
Okay, first part of it, I would love it. As somebody who goes to games, it's one more game every other year where I get to see a quality freaking non-conference opponent. Because if you let it happen organically, that always doesn't happen. As we've seen from a lot of teams' schedules, sometimes forever, sometimes only a couple of years. So from that aspect, as a consumer and a customer, whatever word you want to use, I love it. As far as whether it would lead to the super conference, so to speak, for football, and yeah, that would kind of suck. But you know what? The way the playoff is rumored to be pictured anyway, you're going to end up with probably 8 out of 14 teams are going to be from the Big Ten and SEC anyway. So it really won't make a difference one way or the other if you care about having a national championship in that format. So it's not going to affect my life at all. I'd much rather, if I had to pick one of the two, though, I'd give me the mandated game. Because, look, even though not every team plays, I know it's not football, but the Big Ten ACC Challenge is always interesting.
David, you're putting your head down. Did he say something offensive?
No, he didn't. I actually agree with him. The mandated game is what I want.
Yes.
I prefer that over the other one because I want to – I don't want to see Michigan and Central. I don't want to see those games anymore. I want to see Michigan and Tennessee, Michigan and Auburn even.
Right.
I want to see that.
Just have Michigan go down to LSU.
Well, plus you can save money on the illegal scouting budget because you're just going to be facing those teams.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
What? You don't need to hire friends and family. We can just see Tennessee live.
Whatever.
What is the problem, David?
Nothing.
Listen.
Nothing.
Listen, I told you this was the deal. Come on.
I know.
248-539-9797. All right, you want to knock down a couple of calls, and then we'll get to a little coach ranking and Stony time in the 5 o'clock. We'll go to Nolan, 97.1. Nolan, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. One of the trade I just wanted to quickly touch on was Mookie to the Dodgers. I think that was an awful trade to get Alex Verdugo and Connor Wagner, whoever else back. I can't even remember.
You nail. And plus, Nolan, here's the other thing. Mookie was a fan favorite, community guy, face of a franchise. The idea that John Henry did not want to spend that money and you gave him to the Dodgers, and you nailed it, Nolan. They got nothing. Nothing.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't remember their financial situation, but that baffled me. I was a big baseball fan too.
They have a fine financial situation.
Yeah, it was a while ago, so I can't remember that well. But Mike, I did have a question regarding Zion, because I know back when the Lions were signing few players that were injury prone, it was kind of like, okay, why are they signing all these players that are injury prone? What yada yada. If that is the case with Zion, why? And I'm just generally curious, not even harping on you or anything. Just why are you so for Zion if he has a history of all these injuries and inconsistency?
Yeah, it's a fair question, and it's a great question. No, I mean, Nolan, here's why. When you sign a Marcus Davenport, I think he just has a limited ceiling, and I go, well, why are we doing this? With a Zion trade, here's the thing. If Zion were perfect, he never hits the market. But Nolan, when he's healthy, he's one of the top 25 players in the sport. And he fits a position for this team they desperately need. He keeps them physical. He keeps them athletic. And again, I'm thinking about acquisition cost. I'm thinking about the contract. And I'm thinking about, all right, if it works and if it doesn't work, what are my scenarios? If this works, I want you to think about fourth quarter situations with Cade and Zion. Not only a two-man game or pick and roll, but how about Cade off ball, Zion isolation, top of the key, bowling ball into the lane, free throws. Nolan, it works. It fits. The risk is there. There's no question. Here's the other thing I lean on, Nolan. And if you think this is crap, call me out. The Pistons have made their hay as an organization with risky players and guys who needed a change of scenery. You know, Chauncey Billups had gotten passed around like communion bread. Rasheed Wallace was the biggest malcontent in basketball. I mean, I can keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Nolan, I think it's the type of risk. There are no free agents available. They're all garbage. And of the trades, Nolan, I'm not going to be the guy to come on the air and talk Giannis trades. It's not happening. You know, Devin Booker, not available. Now, if Sabonis became available and you want to call Nolan and go, Mike, I prefer Sabonis over Zion, yes, we can have that conversation. But that's why. And it's okay if you don't agree. I laugh when people pan it because it's like, all right, you don't like my idea. Cool, what's yours?
Look, and then the other thing, Nolan, is what we said about a few minutes ago was that if that trade was made, you know that Trajan Langdon and other members of that front office know Zion better than any other team in the league.
No, that's 100% accurate too, and that makes a lot more sense. And I don't want to get into all the players and stuff. I like the Derek White idea. I'm just hoping that Langdon during the offseason doesn't fall in love like a lot of the other Detroit teams, just with their own players and stuff, and kind of can get away with that.
I'm terrified that's exactly what they're doing, Nolan. That is my ultimate fear.
And another thing too that scares me is that the Pistons' success so early and how quick they turned around, that he looks at it as like, oh, if they can do this, you know, now at this time, what can they be next year? And I'm not one for waiting around and, you know, waiting for that Max Clark type of thing. I'm ready for just go all in and go for it now. Why wait around, you know?
No, and again, I've heard people on this station be like, oh, the roadmap is Oklahoma City. And I'm like, yeah, in what world is Cade SGA? Who's your Jalen Williams?
Who's your Chet Holmgren?
Who's your Chet? Right, and your former radio partner owes an apology to Planet Earth. He killed Chet.
Now, you might argue defensively maybe Asur is Dort, but Dort's a great defender.
Great. I found my Lugan Dort.
Okay. Yeah, but Dort can at least shoot from three every once in a while, too.
Right. Look, ultimately.
Who's your Caruso?
You get my point.
Yes.
I think that is one of the phoniest comps. Well, see, they were patient. And I'm like, wait, what?
No, Sam Presti made great moves. They able to get an amazing draft.
Dude, they still have Nikola Topic, who hasn't played yet, who was a top 10 pick. Like they just stashed him away in Belarus or wherever the hell that guy is. They have 19 first-round picks. If they want to get Giannis, they can get him.
Yeah.
They're in a different position. All right, that's all. I'm sorry, David. I hate hearing that comp.
I get it.
It's just why
I need to know who said it.
Oh, really?
That's tomorrow.
Nope. This guy.
Of course.
Okay.
By the way, if Oklahoma City does win the title, they should just, or even in a weird way, maybe even Indiana too. So they should just, forgetting the Larry O'Brien trophy, they should just call it the Paul George trophy. Because not only the trade that was made, including Paul George, Paul George was traded to Oklahoma City before that for Oladipo and Sabonis, who, of course, was used to get Halliburton.
Shout out Victor Oladipo's patella tendon.
Yeah.
That was awful. I couldn't believe it. And then didn't he tear his quad?
Yes, he did.
Mm-hmm.
He had that moment in time where he was just killing everybody and then gone. Leg explosion. All right, auto accidents. If you're drowning in medical bills and you're dealing with an insurance company who doesn't care about you, you need to call injury attorney David Feminino. Those insurance companies, you think they're on your side, think again. Get David, get paid. That is not just a catchy phrase. That is a promise. And if you or someone you know has been injured, don't sit there and hope things get better. Call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH or go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. What the hell is this?
Ladies and gentlemen, usually David or Kenny provide list topics for football today. But I decided today was going to be my turn. So, Mike, David, Kenny, I present to you, this is not CBSSports.com. This is not ESPN, Bill Barnwell.
Oh, thank you.
This is 971theticket.com's Mike Stone's list.
I like how he affiliated himself with the website for no reason. Go ahead.
Anyway, the top 10 coaches who, if you had to win one game with, who you'd want to be your coach, active. NFL, top 10 coaches. One game, whether it's a super, whatever, one game, he's your guy. Not a guy to build a program with, because there's people who I would pick to build programs with who are not going to be on my one game list.
Let's get the easy one out of the way. Andy Reid.
I was going to go bottom.
Oh, I'll just shut up. Go ahead.
I'll go bottom from worst to first, basically. So there's a top 10. So there's 32 NFL coaches. Number 10. This might not be very popular among some people. Dan Campbell is number 10 on my list.
Okay, well.
He'd be great at building a program.
Yeah, but one game to win, here's your problem. Blew a 17-point lead in the NFC title game.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, injuries or not, that team wasn't ready to play against Commanders.
Correct.
So, yeah, it's okay that he's not football Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Generally speaking, if you're in this have to win one game, I'm going to be in the top 5, you probably have a ring.
Yes. Number 9 is somebody who has a ring, but for a variety of reasons, it's not in the top 5, but he is in the top 10. He's at number 9. He is the older of the. Is he older? I don't even know. It's John Harbaugh. Is nine fair?
And I think it's more than fair based on the repeated failure of him in a post-Joe Flacco magical postseason. Look at what they've done. You have this NFL MVP, and this team can't get over the hump.
Yeah.
They just can't do it. But now, top 10, yes. But here's the other thing. The ring was won 15 years ago.
I know.
Yes, correct. It was a very long time ago.
He's like Mike Tomlin, for God's sakes.
And he needed the lights to go out to do that one.
All right, take it easy.
Number 8 on my list is somebody who's actually won a Super Bowl. He also has done some strange things, and he's actually done a pretty damn good job, and he's still active, obviously. Number 8, Sean Payton. One game. I think he's a pretty damn good head coach.
I'm okay with it. If you separate who he is and you just look at the data, you look at how he can get his team ready to play, you look at the one game ability to scheme it for his quarterback, I'm okay with it. And I know, same deal.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since they won it all.
Speaking of which, and this is might be the more controversial one in the list. At number 7 is David's Mike Tomlin.
I'm out. This is the first dumb one on the list.
I wouldn't have him on the list.
Okay.
Right.
Honestly, he shouldn't be the coach of the Steelers.
Okay.
His voice has grown tired. They haven't won a playoff game in a decade.
I know.
I'm going to say no.
Okay.
I mean, he looks cool. Love the Aviators.
Yeah.
Sometimes he rocks that wooden cross. That's always a good look.
Yeah.
I want David to start doing it for big shows on Fridays. No, I wouldn't have Tomlin on the list.
Okay.
Yeah,
but I leave that to him. It's his team.
Right.
Really great coach. So the last time he won, he had a veteran quarterback to do that with. So
Correct.
I'm just saying he may not be able to do it right now.
But he keeps you, for the most part, except for this year, he keeps you in games. So that's why I like him. Anyway.
Does he?
Number 6 would also be controversial because he just can't win the biggest game. But he is still pretty smart. Kyle Shanahan at 6.
Oh, boy.
Are we including his coordinating situation in the Super Bowl?
No, I'm not. No, that was
that matters.
The problem is he had a lead
on last night.
He had a lead in 2 Super Bowls in the fourth quarter and didn't get it done.
True.
Little leery. Now, this is where I probably have John Harbaugh ahead of him.
Okay. That's fair. Number 5 on the list, and this might surprise you, but maybe not because he's closely associated with the previous guy at number 6. But he did a really good job this year. Dan Quinn.
I don't know. I don't know.
Dan Quinn won 2 playoff games this year.
I understand
both on the road. He screwed up the Super Bowl. Yes.
But again, you need a little bit more depth of data. 1 year and all of a sudden you're this money coach.
Well, he did a good job in Atlanta, except for that.
Except for the Super Bowl,
right?
Like, I mean, you
maybe that was pick your poison, him or Shanahan. Then
Shanahan.
Okay.
Now, let me ask you a question. Where would you guys? And I'm not trying to upend your list, but I think one of the better coaches in the sport. He doesn't have a Super Bowl. But I always felt like his team was a ball breaker to play. I always felt like they were infinitely prepared. Where's Mike Vrabel on this list?
Funny you ask, Michael. He's next at 4.
All right.
Okay.
Now, wait, so that means the list agrees or you agrees? Or are you the list?
I'm the list.
Well, then, I think we just became best friends. No, I just think Vrabel does a really good job.
Yes. Oh, this is my list.
Okay.
So you can rip me for the Shanahan Quinn.
I'm good with the Vrabel thing.
Okay.
Yes, I'm bullish on the Patriots this year.
Yeah.
I just feel like chips down 60 minutes. He never had a great team. I mean, Ryan Tannehill was your answer. And there they were, blowing out the Ravens in the playoffs.
Yes.
Always a tough out.
Love Mike Vrabel. I wanted him to be hired here instead of Patricia. All right. Looks smart now, but still at the time, I remember.
I'd say so.
All right, number 3, maybe a little biased, but, he did win the Super Bowl last year, and he's been to 2 in his 3 years of being head coach, Nick Sirianni.
Punchable face.
Yes. But you can't,
and I still think there's a world of tinfoil hats where Dom D'Alessandro actually coaches this team. I think Big Dom is actually the coach.
Yeah. But look, and he made some bonehead decision in the Atlanta game that he cost them. But
it's hard to argue when a guy has been to 2 Super Bowls. He's won 1. I thought he had lost this thing towards the end 2 years ago, but they do play for him, and
they love him.
You got to roll with it.
Yes.
So yes, I'll say yes, but punchable face.
Yes. Number 2 on the list, another very punchable face.
Brian
a lot of
Dable.
people don't like him.
Go ahead.
But he has done some miraculous work, and he has won a Super Bowl. Sean McVay.
100%.
Sean McVay is a great freaking coach.
I don't know about number 2.
I said freaking.
Oh, my God.
I don't know about number 2.
my soul left my body. I thought Stony just dropped a casual.
No.
Oh, my God.
Oh, well, listen to it in the break, but I said frickin'.
I was being very careful because you so casually, and I went, whoa, wait a minute. Okay, totally agree. And here's what I like. They're nowhere near as good as the Lions, and yet he is able to scheme it up with Stafford, and they have gotten to the razor's edge of beating this team.
Yes.
And that's a compliment to the Lions because the Lions are worlds better.
And they could have, maybe should have beaten Philly in that game last year.
Hey, go back to the playoff game.
That's what I'm talking about.
No.
Oh.
Rams, Lions 2 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Puka Nacua, there should have been a flag on that play. Just saying. But I agree totally. I think McVay, you can call him whatever names you like. Or, again, punchable face, offensive guru. You know when you face that team, he has got it schemed up on you.
Yes. And number 1, you mentioned, look, he had a bad game. They weren't as good a team as they were
Offensive
last
line
year.
stunk.
Offensive line was horrible. If you want to go back in history, his time management when he coached the Eagles in Super Bowl was awful.
But he's been to what, 12 NFC and AFC title games?
It's Andy Reid. He's wanted to win one game. It's him. Now, notable absences.
Pete Carroll's not on the list.
Pete Carroll, Sean McDermott.
Sean McDermott, yep.
And Jim Harbaugh.
I would put all 3 of them over Dan Quinn. Sorry, I just would.
Okay.
Yeah, and again, I can separate college scumbaggery
I know.
and NFL achievement.
Now, if it was
Jim
Bill-
Harbaugh at the NFL level is he's a winner.
Well, if it was a program builder, he would definitely be in there.
Yeah, but he's a winner. Like, he didn't drop the punts against the Giants in 2011.
No.
I don't believe he did anything wrong in the Super Bowl. And when you get Jim Harbaugh in the NFL, it is immediate. There's a physicality.
Right.
It's a turnaround.
Right.
Unlike college, where he got desperate, took a 50% pay cut, and was driven to madness and cheating because he couldn't beat Ohio State and was going to lose his job. That's my love story, and I'm sticking to it.
And that is
David, that was for you. Come on, you haven't been here this week.
Football Today.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Last season, no coaches were in EA Sports College Football. Michigan announced that Jerome Moore, Chip Lindsey, and Wink Martindale will all appear in the 2026 version of the video game. According to John Rothstein, Michigan and Villanova basketball are finalizing an agreement for a home-and-home to begin this season. The Athletic released their latest list of the top 50 MLB prospects in baseball. They had Max Clark listed at number 2. Quote, he's chased pitches beyond the shadow of the strike zone just 6% of the time, and his overall whiff rate is only 15%. I might consider challenging him with double A sooner rather than later, even though his power hasn't shown up yet, and he may struggle at the outset, end quote. The National Football Foundation is adjusting their Hall of Fame eligibility, which will give Mike Leach a chance to get in. Leach has a career winning percentage of .596 with Texas Tech, Washington State, and Mississippi State. The new rules have trimmed eligibility to a winning percentage of .596. Under those same jurisdictions, Les Miles would also be eligible. The new rules will be in place for the 2027 class. Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes was asked about playing flag football in the 2028 Olympics. He responded saying, quote, I'll probably leave that to the younger guys, end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, it's 5 o'clock, so we promised you this. If you want all the serious stuff, Odyssey.com Rewind has it. We said, look, Stony it's been building up like Mount Vesuvius over there. We have kept him focused. We have kept him on task. And he has a litany of topics that are on our show sheet. And I just said to him, there's no way. Well, now there is. So what I want to do is this. I want you to pretend I'm not here. I want to show you what it would be if I weren't here. And Mike Stone were allowed, unfettered, to just solo this thing. And it's Stoney's world. So, Stony time. The topic we didn't do that you demand we do. Dealer's choice. I have no idea what's about to happen, but my hand's going to be on the dump button.
Okay, so what we're going to do is I have a litany of things, as Mike has said, and I'll throw them out, and you can call 248-539-9797, text your responses, and Mike, even though you said you don't want to be here, I want your response.
I want to be here. I'm saying to people, if I didn't exist, this is what would be happening.
Okay, so we're going to go sports or non-sports first.
Sports, please, God.
Okay, here we go. Let's see. Well, this is actually a combination, a combo platter. There's a family in Philadelphia that announced that they had a baby girl. Well, congratulations to them. And they gave her the first name Sirianni. So have you, or would you ever, name your kid after a sports celeb? Granted, he did coach you to a Super Bowl championship.
Do you know how many scumbags are out there that you don't know are scumbags till after they retire? People build statues. Right. There's no shot you do that.
None. Less than none.
I bet you, though, and if you've done it before, I mean, like Evan, if Evan had a boy, actually, maybe Evan tried because it's a boy and a girl's name, but Evan's daughter is Frankie. Maybe he tried to name the kid Jordan.
No.
I would hope not.
Absolutely not.
But but there are people do that, though.
People are stupid. That's all I can tell you. I mean, look at it.
You should never do that.
Especially it's a last name like that, you know? Anyway, it's like if the Lions won the Super Bowl, Kenny have a kid as a boy? Campbell.
No, absolutely not.
Campbell
It'll happen. It'll happen.
Campbell Cott.
It'll happen. It'll totally happen.
I wouldn't even name a dog after an athlete. I think that's stupid.
They both have the same intelligence generally. Well, I'm sorry, but a lot of these athletes didn't even graduate high school. They got moved. They got passed up the ladder because they're great at sports. Oh, I'm sorry. We're not here to play school. How many athletes have a college education?
No, I agree with that. I thought you were saying the kid and the dog have the same intelligence.
No, I'm saying most great athletes. And then they put them on TV and you're like, what?
All right. Speaking of graduation, and you said 248-539-9797 if you named your kid after an athlete or whatever.
This is Stony
feel
time.
Free.
These are the topics I don't allow.
Yes,
but here we are.
Exactly. What the hell? We're having fun. It might be a little early because it's only early. It's late May. But I've gotten some invitations. There's some people I know that they're having high school graduation parties. Ugh. Okay. Guilty. I had a high school graduation party. Back when I did it, it was okay to have your parents will allow alcohol in the backyard.
Well,
and that
you
type
did
of
a bunch of coke, too.
Well, no, not when I was in high school. And certainly not with my dad. Okay. Which will lead to another question coming up next.
Okay.
However, and I'm guilty as a parent. We had a graduation party for the girls when they graduated high school.
Okay.
Why do we need to have a party celebrating something that is basically, if you're adult, you can do, and that's graduate high school?
This is an easy answer.
I mean, to me...
Do you want the answer?
Well, first, explain to me, though, for those who do... To me, getting a college degree is certainly worth more of a party than a high school degree, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want the answer?
Yes.
Because these high school graduation parties are shameless cash grabs by scumbag parents. Okay? It's a cash grab. That's all this is. Here, come celebrate Bob, who had like a 2.7 GPA and graduated high school. You know what they want? They don't want your presents. They want your envelope.
You're right.
That's all it is.
Because at that time,
shameless.
We had a mailbox that said with the Georgia G, and we had one for the Michigan.
Yeah, and what you wanted in there was the offering. So all it is, no different than what David does every Sunday at noon. He doesn't want anybody there, and he ain't saving any souls. Where's the offering?
What was your high school graduation party
There
like?
wasn't one.
Okay.
I'm serious.
All right. I believe you.
It just wasn't a thing. It's just like there wasn't 1-year-old birthday parties.
Well, that's ridiculous. Thank God we didn't do that. You had like grandparents come over for cake. That's about it.
They're all the same. Shameless cash grabs.
There should be a law. I mean, with all the stuff that's trying to get passed in the United States now, this should be a law. No birthday parties till the kid is 3.
Stony time continues. Topic 3.
Topic 3, ladies and gentlemen. You mentioned that there was no cocaine going on, or there might have been in my high school party. What was in the pink liquid that Stephon Diggs had on his boat?
Oh, dear God. Okay. First of all, the media reporting on this has been bizarre to me because they're missing the whole headline. The headline isn't Steph Diggs and Cardi B or Steph Diggs missed OTAs. It's, hey, what's the bag of special stuff there?
Right.
And seemingly the girls had to offer like code words to get some of that. And they just waltzed right by it. And it was, well, geez, he was flirting with other women. Cardi B's upset. It's like,
who cares about that?
Once again, come on.
Mm-hmm. I give Vrabel credit. He was asked about it yesterday, and he said, we're going to investigate. They have to look at that kind of stuff. All right. Michael, it was pointed out to me when I listened to the Valenti with Rico show a couple weeks ago that you had your Virgin voyage into Costco recently.
It's the best thing that's happened in my life. What an amazing retail experience.
Costco's great, isn't it?
It's the best.
Okay, so I was there yesterday.
Okay.
You get gasoline at a wonderful price. You have a hot dog and a pop for $1.50 for lunch. It's a great thing. And I decided I needed some underwear. So I bought a 5-pack. Okay, Puma underwear. No fly. No fly.
People, I hope you appreciate me more now that you've heard what he was going to bring to the table today. What would you like me to say about this?
Okay, I understand it. It doesn't really make a difference when you go to the bathroom at home or something. But if you're at an event and you got to go to the urinal, you don't want to drop your drawers at a urinal, do you? I should just label this segment. There ought to be a law. There ought to be a law. You have to have a fly in underwear.
Did you not read the package?
Package being the keyword.
There's a picture.
Yeah, I know. But still, there's no other brands, and they all. I needed it.
Who sanctioned this? I said, guys, 5:00. We can go Tigers World Series stuff, and we ended up with the or. And it's everything Stony wanted to do on the show today that I said no to. Go ahead, Kenny.
No, first of all, I believe you sanctioned this. Second of all, I would like to tell you that I appreciate you as a radio host so much more than I ever have at this very moment.
Thank you. This is what would happen if I weren't here today.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. Number 4.
Number 4. Okay, let's see.
Oh, good. There is. I was hoping there wasn't a number 4.
No.
Nope, there is.
All right. Friday night, went to the movies with my wife. Saw a movie called The Friendship with Paul Rudd and Detroit's own Ted Robinson. I thought it was going to be funny. It really wasn't. It was okay. When was the last time you went to the movie theater? I still love going to the movies.
This is a Rico thing. Rico's another one of these weirdos who likes to go to movie theaters. I don't know. I couldn't even tell you.
Really?
Yeah. The movies are available at home. Why the hell would I go out?
Because you get the huge screen, you get the great sound, you get the big old tub of popcorn.
Not for me.
It's great.
Okay,
that's comfortable chairs.
David, last time you went to the movies.
You do probably 2020, 2019, I don't know. You could go to the theater, buy the popcorn, take it home, and watch the movie in your home.
Well, why would you go to the theater and buy popcorn?
Just psycho, baby.
I'm just saying.
That's dumber.
I'm saying. I know you could pop your own popcorn at home, but the big box, you can get that, the tub, at the theater, and go home and watch the movie.
Once again, a reminder. These are all the topics I said no to start the day. This is what Stoney's giving you. If you want the serious stuff, Odyssey.com rewind.
God, we'll get serious.
No, tell me there's a number 5.
There'll be a number 5.
Oh,
Already?
God. Okay. Once again,
I think it's
things Mike Stone thinks are worthy of airtime.
I hate OTAs and, more importantly, the coverage of OTAs.
Now, I agree with this one. This we can work with.
Unless someone suffers a catastrophic injury, I don't care. Did you see that the Cleveland Browns posted the stats of their quarterbacks yesterday in OTAs? When they're just wearing shorts and...
The biggest absurdity is the NFL media, and again, ESPN has shows that are dedicated to the NFL, and I'm listening to Dan Orlovsky and Mina Kimes break down Shadur Sanders' performance with no defense on the field in gym shorts.
Yes.
No, they're totally preposterous. I also don't get bent out of shape. TJ Watt isn't at OTAs for the Steelers. Why? Wants a new contract. It's part of business.
Yes.
The OTA thing, if you're a rookie, you should be there. Not interested in breaking down your performance.
Right, and nothing matters, at least to me. I'm sure it matters to the coaches, but no. I mean, and I'll be a hypocrite, and I'll probably go hear Campbell speak tomorrow. But that's what happens.
OTAs are useless.
They are
to the average fan. I'm not telling you it's, hey, look, you want the players at the facility.
Yes.
You want your young players. But my goodness. No, the coverage of it, I scan right over. It's like preseason football to me.
All right.
Means 0.
Finally, one more.
Oh, dear God.
And, well, like I said, the phone number's out there. You can react to any of this crap. It's my crap.
What a sales pitch.
Mr. Valenti hates the WNBA. Hates it.
It's not good.
I tolerate it. I think it's okay sometimes. One of the great events I've ever gone to was when the Shock beat the Sparks in their first title.
Wait. One of the great events you've ever been to.
It was a great event. The Palace was packed.
Mike, you've been everywhere.
It was a great event. It was a great event.
I'm calling BS on this.
No, it was.
This guy's been to 12 Super Bowls, and he's telling me swing cash in the Detroit.
It was a great event.
Which was better, Stony? That or Bruce? I mean, let's put some perspective
400
on this.
Bruce shows.
Right.
But the Detroit Shock has made the top 5. The guys drank out of the Stanley Cup, but the Detroit Shock made the list.
It makes the list.
What is your
point? The question is there another sport/league, because they're trying to get the WNBA team back here, that you would love to see here in Detroit? Would it be MLS? Would it be what I would love to see here? Bring back the Detroit Turbos. The indoor lacrosse league was great.
No.
They beat the crap out of each other.
Okay.
They hit. It was unbelievable.
My answer would be MLS, not for myself, but for the people. I think we could support one.
Oh, so do I. And believe me,
we've got a diverse community of a lot of people from a lot of places who love soccer.
Yes, and they play as kids and stuff like that. And all due respect to DCFC, bring an MLS team. It's like, wait a second, what's your choice? The Tigers or the Mud Hens? MLS is major league in this country. We deserve an MLS
argument for
team.
me.
All right.
248-539-9797. Those are all the things I said no to in our pre-show meeting. And that's what was on Stony's mind. So you're welcome that I'm here, okay? America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, great viewing experience, built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the big screen, located at Circa Resort and Casino, right in the heart of Vegas. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. And in all seriousness, we did have a discussion on the Tigers and the World Series discussions and talks. Odyssey.com rewind if you want it. David has told me the ticket texts are off the hook regarding Stony time at 5 o'clock. All the things I said, Michael, we're not doing that today because we wanted to really see what it would be like if I just weren't here and Stony were left to his own devices. So, David, what do you have?
It's all over the place. We got some names here. Someone says, I named my son Roethlisberger. That's a mistake.
You're
That's
just
a mistake.
You're just lying. That's not real.
My girlfriend's name is Jordan. Yes, after Michael Jordan. It is spelled that way, not the female way. Okay. I named my dog Cash for Cassius Winston.
That's a dog. You do whatever you want. I don't think that rises to human being.
Yes, we named my late dog Rocky because of Balboa.
Regarding the no-fly, someone says, no-fly is a total ripoff. I can't believe they did that to you. Never used the fly. I just do what I need to do without the fly.
But what do they do in urinals? You just try. That's what I don't understand.
I'm not doing this.
Especially if you're in a public place. There's 5 people next to you at an airport or at a hockey game.
Dad forced me to have a grad party. I thought it was very scummy at the time.
Yes, you're being exploited because mom and dad want the money.
I love going to the movie theater. Some movies are meant to be seen in the theater.
Yeah,
like what?
With
like the new Top Gun, he says.
You mean Mission Impossible? Well, Top Gun's not new, but yes. I get it, yeah.
Can we finally be done with the Mission Impossible stuff, please?
Can we be done with Tom Cruise?
Yeah, guys, 70. Please, enough.
Someone says, bring back the Detroit Vipers. That's what I want back.
You want a minor league hockey team back?
Why?
I mean, they were good, but I mean, no, you don't want anything minor league.
Can we bring back Michigan State football, please? Please. So I have something to watch on Saturday that I actually remotely had an attachment to.
Someone says, best segment of all time. Need more of that.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Here's another loser texting in saying, I have the Detroit Shock Championship right up there with the birth of my children. 1A, 1B.
Yeah, Stony.
Whoa, no, I'm not that far.
Oh, you sure?
No, I just thought it was a great event.
Oh, what about Acoustic Bruce?
Pretty close.
Okay.
Oh, my.
Depends what he's playing.
Would love to have a beer at LCA and watch the Detroit Shock. I was just in Indy watching the Fever, and it was electric.
Yeah, you do realize Caitlin Clark won't play for the Shock, right? So basically the league's unwatchable if it's not her. Sorry, that's reality.
There are a lot of things coming in on Steph Diggs. There's a lot of speculation. I'm not going to read the
speculation. You can't do that. It would be slanderous. It would be defamatory. Look, I know what it looks like, seems like, sounds like, but you can't do that. I was just making a point that the media whistled right by the graveyard. Like you can acknowledge something and go, hey, what's that? Versus totally doing other stories.
They want to talk about Cardi B.
Right.
But not the other thing. Someone says, yes, I did name my dog Fielder, but I would never name my child after a sports figure.
No, impossible.
Name your son Cecil or Prince. He named his dog Fielder.
Yeah, no thank you. I support David on grabbing popcorn from the theater. Done it several times myself.
That's insane behavior, but okay. You can make popcorn at home. You realize this, right?
I understand that, but you also don't have the big tub.
No, but you don't. You know,
some people like the big tub when they're watching a movie.
I'm leaving this alone. Movie theater popcorn's disgusting. You realize that, right?
No, all popcorn's disgusting.
No, but with the special Chernobyl sauce that they put on the popcorn at the movie theaters, it's gross. It just sits there, and that's like something Kenny likes.
No, I like the Chernobyl sauce.
No, exactly. I knew it.
No, you only make sure you get it when it's hot, when it comes out of the popper.
I don't want any of it. I don't like the movie theater. I don't like it. It's not for me. I want to watch movies in the comfort of my own home. I don't want to be surrounded by people like you.
I mean,
and fake butter sauce. I don't need it.
I know you don't like people. I get it. There is, the plus of watching a movie at home is you can hit pause and go to the bathroom without that. I agree.
It's just peaceful. It's nice. That's all. Go ahead, David.
You things to bring back, not a sport, but I would love to bring back the Boblo Island.
Okay.
They're all over the place here. This is what happens.
This is what happens if you let Stony do his topics.
This is what happens. Someone else says, Stony rapid fire segment is outstanding. That is from Ryan.
I quit. Okay, fine. Stony, you've won the battle. The
Thank you
next
very
time
much.
you're here, we'll do this.
Yes.
It'll be everything I reject at 1 o'clock, and we'll bring it back at some point.
By the way, I just see in the least surprising sports story of the
Yes.
day, Jace Richardson is staying in the NBA draft.
Yeah, and part of the problem is MSU doesn't run a real basketball program. So unlike Michigan, who's willing to pay $4 million for Yaxel Luxembourg or whatever the hell his name is, MSU just doesn't. We're not playing the same game. The only thing they should have done, if Tom Izzo's serious about winning his second national title, I don't care if you got to pay Jay $6 million. You just pay him. And you go, listen, if you're going to turn this money down, you're turning down more than you will ever make as a draftee in the first year of the NBA.
By the way, is it true he was listed at Michigan State at 6'3", and in the combine he was
He's
listed
like
at 6 foot?
Yeah, he's not big.
Wow.
He's not. And I look, he's a really
Terrific
nice player,
yeah.
but he needed another year. Hey, I have heard all year he was, the family, they're set, they want to go to the pros. Fine. The point is, you put the offer out there and you let people make a decision to go, wait, the kid turned that down to do what? Be the 15th pick in the draft?
Or to be in the G League?
Yeah, so?
Yeah.
But MSU's not playing the game that way. That's where I salute what U of M is doing. Dusty May's not effing around. Hey, Yaxel, we're going to pay you twice as much as you're going to make as a first-round draft pick. You decide if you want to come here. It's a perfect strategy by Dusty May.
Right, and Axel could probably move up 8 or 9 slots in the draft if he has a good year.
Yeah. Meanwhile, MSU's taking backup guards from Miami who average 2 points a game. Well,
I know. It's frustrating.
And Rico gets so mad at me, and it's like, well, I'm sorry for telling you what it is.
I don't like the way it is, but the fact of the matter is, if you're going to be part of an organization that has these new sets of rules, you got to play the rules.
It's adapt or die.
Yeah.
Because you never win a second national title that way. Yeah. It's the same thing. I got MSU taking football transfers from Hope College. Do we have anybody who can sack the quarterback? It's ridiculous. Go ahead. Tell the people about stuff.
All right. You hear us endorse various sponsors in the hope that you'll seek their services, whether it's a Las Vegas casino or even my go-to health club. But asking you to trust my eye surgeon who transformed my fading, blurry vision into colorful, crisp 20/20 is a more difficult sell. It's because our eyes are so precious and essential to enjoying life. And when they no longer work well, we start sticking contacts in them, buying expensive frames and lenses year after year, or relying on those annoying reading glasses. 6 years ago, with his bifocal implants, the amazing Dr. Yaldo gave me back the vision of my youth in a quick, painless procedure. Whether it's custom LASIK for people under 45 or bifocal implants to eliminate the need for reading glasses, trust Dr. Yaldo as some 50,000, that's right, I said 50,000 Detroiters already have. And go to YaldoEyeCenter.com for free, no-risk evaluation. Like me, you'll soon say it was one of the best decisions you ever made.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and
Yes,
Cooling.
guys,
No
this is
Tigers
about
tonight.
trades.
They're
I
enjoying
was
the off day after
watching
sweeping
everyone
the
knows
Giants.
SGA
A
has
3-game
taken
series with the Royals
Oklahoma
begins
City,
tomorrow.
the Thunder
as they look
to
for
the
their fifth
NBA
win in a
Finals,
row.
and it
My
made me think-
Schumer and Montero, the pitchers who are
He's
expected
a
to
foul
make the starts in
merchant.
that order. The
It isn't
Washington
about foul
Capitals sent an
merchants.
email to
It is
season
about
ticket
trades
holders announcing that
because
next season
Paul
could be Alex
George was
Ovechkin's last in the
traded
NHL.
out
Team
of
PR
OKC to LA for SGA. And it made me think about what are the worst trades in sports history. And before I see it on Ticket Text, yes, I know this is revisionist history because no one knew who SGA was going to become. That's not the point.
Yeah, but that's part of trade.
It is.
Right.
No one knew what Ben Wallace was going to become. You didn't even want Ben Wallace. You wanted John Amici. Well, what did Big Ben turn into? Like a 7-time defensive player of the year. That's
Right.
what trades are.
For those who don't know, here's the actual trade.
Yes.
Paul George was traded by OKC to the Clippers for Danilo Gallinari, SGA, a 2021 first-round pick that was Trey Mann. A 2022 first-round pick was, Jalen Williams. A 2023 first-round pick that turned into Jamie Jaquez Jr.
It's Jaime, but that's
Jaime,
okay.
A 2024 first-round pick, Dylan Jones. And there's other picks involved as well.
It's one of the worst trades ever.
Yeah.
Period.
So let's get into this here. Let's start in the NHL with one here that involves the New York Islanders. It's not the one that Kenny thought I was going to do, but it happened in June of 2001.
Yeah, we traded Roberto Luongo to draft another goalie.
That's not the one I was talking
You're
about.
not talking about DiPietro?
I'm talking about Chara for Yashin.
Oh, Zdeno Chara.
wow.
Yeah, let's get rid of him. We'll get Alexei Yashin here and sign him to a Bobby Bonilla deal.
I thought you were going to talk about the one time that the Wings traded up to get a goalie who doesn't play in the league and gave up a pick that turned into a 30-goal scorer, Wyatt Johnson.
Yikes. He's having a bad playoffs, by the way, but still horrible.
Okay, well, you know what? Hey, what Kosa's doing ain't helping us.
No, I know. I stopped myself.
Yashin only played 5 seasons with the Islanders.
4 too many.
Contract was eventually bought out. He was not good. That's a bad
Yeah, thank
trade.
you. I'm aware.
Sorry. Let's get to another sport here. Let's go to Major League Baseball. See if you think that this is one of the worst trades in sports. And it is Pedro Martinez getting traded from L.A. to Montreal. He was a Dodger at one point, people, if you didn't know. He went 10-5 as a Dodger in his rookie year in 1993, and then was traded to Montreal in a straight-up deal for Delino DeShields.
It's
Delino. You're in my page there, David.
Well, DeShields only hit 256.
Yeah, and again, that 94 Expos team should have won the World Series. They were loaded with superstars everywhere. Larry Walker, Captain Canada. Look, I hate Pedro Martinez, so this is hard for me to say, but yes, that's one of the worst trades ever.
Yeah, he went on to win the Cy Young there in
I hate
Montreal.
him.
So this one I want to bring Stony in because this is his era. So I wanted to make him feel
1930s.
Bringing him
wanted to make
Let me tell you something. When they traded the Babe to the Yankees, come on. I went ballistic.
It's a couple here in your era.
Right.
One that started in 1975, where the Bucks traded Kareem Abdul-Jabbar to the Lakers for, well, nothing, basically. Junior Bridgman, Brian Winters, Dave Myers, all went to the Bucks.
Well, in fairness, Junior Bridgman was a pretty good player, and Brian Winters, besides looking like Lurch at times when he was a coach, he was a really good outside shooter for the
Wonderful.
good Buck teams.
Jabbar went on to win 5 championships with the Lakers.
I understand that. But at least they got something.
I got a feeling that's exactly.
I can give you some other ones.
Well, I have one for you.
The worst trade would be whatever Golden State did to trade with the Celtics so they could take Joe Barry Carroll, and the Celtics got Kevin McHale and Robert Parrish.
Well, the Pistons were involved in that thing, too, to a certain extent.
Here's another one here, and this one was so bad that the team ended up moving. This was the Nets when they sent Doc to the 76ers. Dr. J got traded for $3 million on October 20th, 1976.
But wasn't that more? That's a financial thing.
It
with
was.
The ABA collapsing and the whole bit.
It was, and it didn't help them. They got worse financially, had to move to New Jersey.
How about in one day, that idiot, God rest his soul, Harold Katz, the former owner of the Sixers, He traded the number 1 pick in the draft rights, which was going to be Brad Daugherty, to the Nets for Roy Hinson. And then a few hours later, we'll just trade Moses Malone and a number 1 and Terry Catledge to the Bullets at the time for the other Cliff Robinson in one day.
I shouldn't have went back so far. I'm sorry, Mike.
I'm just letting it roll. He's very upset.
We'll bring it to a little bit closer to modern day, and this one involves your team, Michael, the Boston Celtics. They traded Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce to the Brooklyn Nets and ended up getting multiple first-round picks that ended up being Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, that was the Prokhorov era of the Brooklyn Nets. Yeah. And remember, they got a first-round pick for Doc Rivers, dumbass.
Correct.
We did a lot of good rebuilding.
Danny Ainge was good for a time, huh?
For a time. The problem is the deals he didn't make because he tried to hold people up for ransom. But that was an awful deal because remember, at that point in time, the Celtics left 2 championships on the table. KG blew out in 2009, blew his knee out in Utah and was never back. And then 2010, Game 7, they're right there against the Lakers. Ray Allen has the worst shooting performance of his life. They lose 83-79. They blew this thing up, but by that point, Pierce and Garnett were in their early to mid-30s. It was over. The Nets, Prokhorov went nuts.
One more in the NBA before I give you a few in the NFL. It is a simple one. It is the Charlotte Hornets on draft day trading Kobe Bryant to the LA Lakers.
Vlade.
For Vlade.
The Charlotte Hornets' existence is just on this list. I can't. How are they a real team? How?
I don't know.
But the amount. Do you feel the NBA has the worst trades of all?
Oh yeah, there's even one from my youth that's even worse than anything we ever said.
What is this? Bob Pettit?
No, close. When the Sixers traded Wilt to the Lakers for
also,
Darryl Imhoff, Archie Clark, and Jerry Chambers. Thank you. Yes, exactly.
But the problem for Wilt in Philly, you didn't even play him in the fourth quarters of playoff games because he couldn't shoot free throws.
No, that was his own decision not to shoot. He played. He just didn't shoot. That was a whole different deal.
Yeah, he did a lot of that off the court.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Let's go to the NFL here. Let's go back to...
It was called the Big Dipper for a reason.
Okay, then.
Let's go back to 1992, where one Brett Favre, who didn't throw one pass in Atlanta, got traded to the Green Bay Packers for a first-round pick. We all know what he did in Green Bay. But with that pick, the Falcons drafted Tony Smith with the 17th overall selection.
Who?
Running back Tony Smith, exactly.
Well, I don't even remember him.
He had no impact.
I just remember they went with Browning Nagel over him.
Browning Nagel from Louisville.
Yeah. Not a good move.
Very short
and
career
there's
for that
also
running
that
back.
famous draft photo of Favre, like in his Wranglers on the couch. Yeah, half in the bag.
Yeah, they show that in that Netflix special.
Is it worth watching?
Well, there's some really good shots of Jen Sturger, but it's worth watching. But you just realize what a scumbag Brett Favre is.
Well, right, like I know that.
I know.
It's like the Connor Stallions thing.
Right, you're not going to know
Noted
anything else.
POS. I don't need a special on it.
Yeah.
And then finally, I'll give you this one. The Cleveland Browns trading for Deshaun Watson.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
Let me give you what end up being the first-round picks for the Houston Texans. Kenyon Green, offensive lineman. John Mechie.
Hold on. Mechie got cancer.
Yes.
Kenyon Green they just got rid of.
Oh, hold on. It's going to get better. Christian Harris, a decent player for them. Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah.
Tank Dell.
Well, he's dead too.
Right now he is, but he was
He's going to play as many games as Deshaun is this year. Look,
I'm sorry. I missed one.
What?
Kamari Lassiter.
Okay, now it's
was also involved in a trade later on with the deal.
The whole premise in this. You grade them on how it plays out. Mm-hmm. But no one on earth thought Deshaun Watson would turn into a pumpkin.
No.
He wasn't athletic anymore. He couldn't process. The downfield throws were gone. It's going to have to be studied.
Yeah.
Just went downhill from there.
Downhill. He went off a cliff.
Try to be nice there.
David, he's not playable.
He isn't playable, and he had a statement this week to the quarterbacks that are in the room saying, I'm not dead. I'm still going to compete for the job.
Cool.
Good luck.
Good for him.
Good luck. Those are your
See
worst.
if your key card works.
Those are your worst trades in sports history.
All right, Hungry Howie's has a deal right now. You can get a large one-topping pizza, your choice of 8 flavored crusts, just $8.99. That's in-house made dough, 100% real cheese, not the Wisconsin space cheese, whatever the hell a lot of these places are using. And look, there's over 20 toppings to choose from. Again, $8.99, a large one-topping pizza, and all you need to do, you go to hungryhowies.com. It's online carry-out only. There's no catches, no strings. That's it. hungryhowies.com, online carry-out only. You get a free, or $8.99 for that one-topping pizza. Sorry, not free. I apologize. Or you can upgrade to stuffed crust for $3 more. Limited time only, and only at Hungry Howie's. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. David, some ticket text. Rieger is going to join us next. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, regarding the worst trade, someone says, if I'm not mistaken, the Hornets GM won Executive of the Year for that Kobe trade. Shows you the instant gratification deals aren't always so great in hindsight.
No.
There's no way that could have happened.
Oh, he did. I just looked it up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm looking at the 1996 Executive of the Year, and it is Bob Bass for the Charlotte Hornets.
At the time, Vladdy was a top 5 center in the sport.
Yeah, that's true.
And they traded for a high schooler who spoke Italian.
Correct.
No one knew who Kobe Bryant was going to be.
Except his agent who wanted him in L.A., and that was on Callum.
Yeah, but
I know.
The idea is you grade the
Right,
trade.
yes.
It's not, we absolve you because nobody knew.
No.
Your job is to know because, as I always say to Kenny, that's what the money's for.
Yes.
Someone else on a trade we missed, I guess. Russell Wilson to the Broncos for 3 first-round picks.
Yeah. That was pretty bad.
That was pretty
The
bad.
smartest people in the room were the Seattle Seahawks for never giving him his money. It was a story for 2 years. It got weird. You wondered why, the whole let Russ cook thing, and they never quite let him cook, and they sure as hell didn't give him the grocery budget.
No.
They ended up being right the whole way.
Regarding the Stony segment, still coming in on that. Someone says sport that they want here in Detroit would be the MLS. No question. We need that here tomorrow. This is totally why I miss Stony on the morning show. That is Drew in Woodhaven.
The morning
miss you,
shows,
man. They miss you.
morning shows are a different dynamic than afternoon shows to a certain extent.
What is it? Oh, let me hear this. What is the different dynamic?
There is a different dynamic because,
as the godfather of sports radio, tell us.
In the first of all, in my experience, afternoons was more fun because I didn't have to get up as early. Okay, and things usually, the mornings you're reacting to stuff that happened overnight.
Right.
In the afternoons. Not every day, obviously, but there's stuff that happens during the day, during your show. So there's that juice that you get from that. And
I think there's a different tonality to it.
Yes.
Mornings, it's like, hey, morning zoo.
Right.
I don't do that. So,
Right.
that would not work
don't
for
take
me.
this the wrong way. Exactly. Like your style, as great as it is in the morning, would it be as successful as in the afternoon?
No.
Probably not, because people are driving to jobs that they can't stand and they don't want to be beaten down by, our team blows and all that
Beaten
stuff.
down by the facts?
Hey, good
Well,
morning.
No, but it's true. But it's true. It's a completely, because I got called. I've always got called Mr. Negative too, and so does Costa too, in the morning. Because
Costa wears a disco shirt.
I know, but on certain things.
Hey, good morning. This sucks.
Your team blows.
But there's
Iserman.
right. There's just a different dynamic in the morning.
And here's the news.
That's right. And then Heather plays the role of me in the mornings. Hey, severed baby's head used as a feather bowling apparatus. You're like, they were just laughing.
I know.
3 dead and 1 stabbed.
Priest thrown off a cliff. More at 11. Huh? They were just doing the cookie jar. What happened?
You have any more texts there, David?
I'm sorry, but I've said it to Heather when I sit there on Friday mornings and I do the football hit with them. We'll be having fun, and she'll do a lead of like, oh yeah, an angel just died of pancreatic cancer. All right, buzzkill. Thanks.
What's up, Mr. Rieger?
David, you okay?
I'm sorry.
But it's
I'm okay.
true.
Yes, I'm okay.
She did it the other day. They were all laughing their asses off. She got 3 words out of her mouth. She goes, yeah, I started with a sad one. Well, rearrange them.
Every morning I'm telling my son, have a great day at school. Somebody died in Detroit today. So I just, what are we doing?
All right, let's go to Heather with the news. Well, God says life sucks. Oh, awesome.
Did you guys ever get to the bottom? Who was right? The big man with no shirt, or Heather for bringing 2 kids to the game?
The vast majority of people said Heather was in the, they were both wrong, but Heather was more wrong.
I got you. Yesterday I went to the game with my 4-year-old niece and 7-year-old niece.
You're right there. You're in a good spot.
Angels. They loved it. They made a sign. They ended up on the big screen. It was fantastic.
Did you take to the Ferris wheel and all that stuff?
Oh,
the carousel?
Hey, 2 words. Potty trained. 2
Of
more
course,
words.
yes, of course.
Actual speech.
Yes,
I mean,
yes. They can tell you they have to go to the potty.
You could take him to the
Amazing.
game.
Yes.
No issue.
The entire time I'm sitting there thinking I'm better than Heather.
Wow. Okay, then. All right. What are you doing next?
Where's my former partner?
So
Is he
your
not here
former
today?
partner,
he don't work back-to-back days.
No,
You know
he
this.
is. We're going to call him out of the bullpen. He's fatigued, but he's going to come in. He has just finished writing a article, a column, with a radical statement, he says, that he will unveil at 6 o'clock.
It's 5:54. Where is he?
He's going to be he'll be rolling in here at some point.
Well, it's like he used to walk in when the theme song was being played. That's okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's a radio thing.
No,
We
that's
got other
not
guys at the
okay.
radio station
None
that do
of
that,
this
don't
is
we?
okay.
Wait, no.
That's okay.
Okay, let's rank them. Guys here at the ticket that cut it the closest to start time. You go.
Gator.
Okay, Gator, you go.
Well, no, Wojo's still closest to start time.
I don't know, man.
I don't know. Gator, I hear like 9:55.
No. He's
more of a 9:45.
Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad.
9:40.
I think that beats Wojo. Yeah.
Yeah, anything does.
Okay, fair enough.
The fact that
That's my
Gator's here
point.
every day, he
Who
wins.
else?
That's my point.
I don't
That's a good
know.
point.
I'm not here for a lot of it.
Hmm.
I come in and do what I got to do.
Anyway, yes, I listened today. Great show. I do have a question, though, and we were going to kind of incorporate it into our leadoff topic with Wojo's radical statement. You said, and don't answer it because I want the people to answer it.
Okay.
But you guys were talking Tigers, and you said, we all know what their flaws are. I'm curious what people think this team's flaws are.
Okay.
So we're going to incorporate that into Wojo's radical statement.
wait a second.
Mind you, every team in baseball has flaws.
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah,
Yes.
but let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
That's kind of an easy question if you have sight.
Yeah, well, you know what? So is Derek White for Ivy and 2 first-round picks.
Oh, yeah, I
and
do
Piston
that.
fans
I
fought
do
that.
that.
So, I mean, I don't know what
Now,
to
have
say.
you guys talked about the Paul Skeens trade today?
No, because it's not effing real.
By the way,
it's not real.
Don
You
Kelly
upset
baby
me
today
with that.
Don Kelly baby today said they're not trading Paul Skeens. In case you were wondering,
You're kidding.
Dude, everybody's talking about this thing. People are sending it to me. I'm like,
But
you
it's
really
not
think the Pirates
real.
are going to trade this guy?
It's not real.
If there was a team that would do that, it would be the Pirates.
I mean, fair.
though.
Or the Reds, right? One of those two teams.
Okay.
Maybe the A's.
Rieger's up next. Stony, you were marvelous, especially once you ate lunch. Once you got lunch, your whole attitude
that
turned
was
around.
before the show.
What'd you have for lunch?
Don't worry. Talk to him off the air.
Yes.
We'll be here till 10 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
We'll
I
talk
wanted
to you
hear.
tomorrow.
Okay.
Have a wonderful